You are listening to Bratva Ring by Nix Adren, and this is third book in series of the Bratva Sins. Chapter 1, The Ring in the Jewelry Box. The ring should have been beautiful. Instead, it looked like a threat. Anya Bell stood barefoot in the middle of her mother's bedroom, the open jewelry box balanced in one shaking hand. The black diamond, catching the gray morning light like it, had swallowed a storm. It sat in a nest of faded velvet, too heavy, too expensive, too unmistakable. A dark stone framed by white fire. A man's fortune shaped into a woman's promise. Not her mother's promise. Not any promise that belonged in this house. Anya knew that ring. She had seen it once, 5 years ago, on the hand of a laughing woman with sharp cheekbones and sad eyes. A woman who had leaned across a table in a private Bratva club and told Anya in accented English, "If my brother ever loves you, make him say it out loud. Men like him think silence is noble. It is not. It is only silence." Katia Volkov, Mikhail's sister, Mikhail, even thinking his name, was a match struck in a room full of gasoline. Anya closed the jewelry box with a snap, then immediately opened it again, as if the ring might vanish if she caught it off guard. It didn't. The black diamond remained, cold and gleaming, a piece of the past her mother had apparently carried to the grave. Her mother, who had hated secrets. Her mother, who had once told Anya that dangerous men always dressed their sins in loyalty. Her mother, who had spent the last month of her life refusing visitors, locking drawers, and saying she was tired whenever Anya asked why she seemed frightened. Anya had thought grief made people rewrite memories. Now she wasn't sure. The apartment around her smelled like dust, lavender sachets, and the lemon oil her mother used on old furniture every Sunday. The curtains were half drawn. Boxes lined the wall, marked in Anya's handwriting, "Donate. Keep legal." She had come here to sort through what remained of Evelyn Bell's life, not dig up a corpse from her own. 5 years ago, Anya had buried Mikhail Volkov without a funeral. He had not died. He had simply disappeared. No goodbye. No explanation. No apology. One night, his hands had been warm on her waist behind a restaurant kitchen, while he murmured that she made him forget what kind of man he was. The next morning, there had been a black sedan outside her building, a strange man at the curb, and a text from Mikhail that said only, "Do not look for me." So she hadn't. She had hated him with discipline. That was the only kind of hatred that lasted. But the ring in her mother's jewelry box ruined discipline. It made the past breathe. Anya set the box on the bed and picked up the ring between finger and thumb. It was colder than it should have been, as if it had been waiting in ice. The band was platinum, carved on the inside with 3 tiny marks, KV, Katia Volkov. A pulse of unease moved through her. Her mother hadn't known Katia. At least, Anya had never been told she did. The sensible thing would have been to call the police. Anya almost laughed. The police did not solve problems that had Bratva fingerprints on them. They photographed them, filed them, and sometimes quietly returned them. No, if the ring belonged to Katia, there was only one place it could go. Back to the Volkovs. Back to him. Anya turned the ring once more, watching the diamond catch a blade of light. Her reflection warped across the stone in dark fragments. Wide brown eyes, hair twisted carelessly at her nape, mouth pressed into a line too stern for a woman who had spent the last 2 years teaching herself softness again. You wanted answers, she whispered to the empty room. Fine. Her voice sounded braver than she felt. By noon, Anya had showered, dressed, and locked the ring inside the zippered pocket of her black wool coat. She wore tailored trousers, low heels, and a cream blouse buttoned to the throat, the outfit of a woman walking into a professional appointment, not an old wound. She twisted her hair into a sleek knot and applied lipstick with the kind of precision that made her feel armored. In the mirror, she looked like someone Mikhail Volkov should not be able to hurt twice. That helped. A little. The jewelry shop sat in Brighton Beach between a bakery with fogged windows and a private bank whose door had no signage. Volkov & Co. fine jewelry looked legitimate from the street. Polished glass, discreet gold lettering, a display of diamond bracelets on black silk. Nothing about it said Bratva except the stillness. The street had noise, traffic hissing over wet asphalt, a vendor arguing in Russian, gulls screaming somewhere toward the water. But the shop itself seemed to absorb sound. Even the bell above the door gave only a delicate chime when Anya stepped inside. Warmth kissed her face. Amber light pooled over glass cases. Diamonds glittered with clean, expensive innocence. A woman behind the counter looked up. Appoint me. And tea. No, Anya kept her voice even. I need to see Mikhail Volkov. The woman's expression did not change, but something behind her eyes shut like a door. Mr. Volkov is not available. He'll want to be. Your name. Anya hesitated. Pride told her to leave the ring on the counter and walk away. Curiosity told her to dig her nails into the past until it bled. Anya Bell. The woman went very still. There it was. Recognition. Not surprise. Not confusion. Recognition. Anya's stomach tightened. The woman reached beneath the counter, pressed something Anya could not see, and said, "One moment." A door opened at the back of the shop before the woman had finished speaking. Mikhail Volkov stepped out of the shadows in a dark suit and white shirt open at the throat, as if he had been carved out of every mistake Anya had ever wanted to repeat. 5 years had changed him in unfair ways. He had always been imposing, but age had sharpened the threat in him. 34 now, maybe. Broad shoulders, black hair cut shorter than before, jaw shadowed, mouth severe. A thin scar marked the edge of one eyebrow, pale against olive skin. His eyes were the same impossible gray, cold enough to make people confess, and warm enough once to make Anya forget self-preservation. He saw her. Everything in him stopped. Not his body. Mikhail Volkov was too controlled for that. But Anya knew stillness. She had learned it from him. The way predators stilled before they struck. The way wounded men stilled when pain found a new place to live. Anya, he said. Her name in his mouth was a locked room opening. She hated that she felt it. Hated the small, traitorous pull low in her belly. Hated the part of her that remembered his voice at midnight, his rough laugh against her ear, the careful way he had touched her the first time she had said, slower, and he had obeyed as if her wanting was law. That man was gone. Maybe he had never existed. Mikhail, she slid one hand into her coat pocket and curled her fingers around the ring. I have something that belongs to your family. His gaze dropped to her hand. The air changed. It wasn't dramatic. No gasp. No visible shock. Just a nearly invisible tightening around his mouth, a shift in his weight, a flare of darkness in his eyes. He looked at the woman behind the counter. Lock the door, Inessa. Anya's pulse kicked. The woman moved immediately, flipping the sign, turning the lock, lowering a shade. The clean little shop became a sealed box of gold light and glass. Anya took a step back. No. Mikhail's gaze returned to her. No. You do not lock doors around me. Something moved across his face then. Not anger. Not quite regret. Something more dangerous because it looked like pain. He spoke to Inessa without looking away. Go downstairs. Mikhail. Now. The woman disappeared through the rear door. Anya heard the click of another lock. The silence that followed was intimate in the worst way. Mikhail took one step closer. Anya lifted her chin. Stay where you are. He stopped. That too was unfair. His obedience, the way it reached back into memory and touched places she had spent years making numb. I'm not here for whatever this is. Her voice stayed steady because she forced it to. I found something in my mother's belongings. I recognized it. I'm returning it. Then I'm leaving. Show me. She withdrew the ring. Mikhail went pale. Not dramatically. Not like a man in a romance novel. All shattered composure and trembling hands. He simply lost color beneath the skin, and for a second, the notorious Volkov enforcer looked less like a weapon, and more like a brother staring at a grave. Where did you get that? He asked softly. I told you, my mother's jewelry box. Evelyn had this. Anya's heart knocked once hard. Evelyn, not your mother. Evelyn, you knew her. Mikhail's jaw flexed. The first lie arrived in his eyes before it reached his mouth. No. Anya laughed once without humor. Try again. His gaze cut to the windows, the covered door, the dark reflection of the street beyond the glass. Mikhail. His eyes came back to hers. For one reckless second, she saw him as he had been in memory. Sleeves rolled up, hands stained with motor oil after fixing her car in the rain. Mouth curved when she mocked his terrible coffee, body going still when she touched the small scar beneath his ribs and asked who had hurt him. He had never answered that either. "No more lies," she said. "Not today. I knew of her. That's a politician's answer. I am not a politician. No, politicians usually pretend to be harmless." His mouth almost moved. Almost. Then his attention snapped past her shoulder. The change in him was instant and chilling. The man in front of her vanished. In his place stood something built for violence, every muscle controlled, every sense sharpened. "Move away from the window," he said. Anya turned. A black SUV sat across the street. She would not have noticed it if he hadn't looked. There were plenty of cars parked along the curb, plenty of tinted windows in this neighborhood. But this one had not been there when she arrived. She was sure of it. The driver's window lowered 2 inches. A red dot appeared on the glass display case beside her. For one frozen heartbeat, Anya stared at it without understanding. Then Mikkel hit the lights. The shop plunged into shadow. Glass exploded. Mikkel crossed the space between them with terrifying speed, seized her around the waist, and took her down behind the counter as bullets punched through the front window. Diamonds scattered like ice. Anya's shoulder struck the floor. His body covered hers, heavy and hot, one hand cradling the back of her head before it could hit tile. The sound was monstrous. Gunfire had a way of stripping the world down to animal truth. No past, no pride, no heartbreak, just breath and blood and the violent demand to live. Anya clutched the ring in her fist so tightly, the band bit into her palm. Mikkel's mouth was at her ear. "Are you hit?" She couldn't answer. Her breath had gone missing. "Anya," his voice sharpened. "Look at me." She turned her face. Even in the dark, his eyes found hers. "Are you hurt?" "No," the word came out thin. She swallowed. "No." His gaze dropped fast over her face, her throat, her shoulders, checking anyway. His hand did not linger, did not take, did not claim. It assessed and moved. Another shot cracked through the window. Anya flinched. Mikkel's arm tightened around her for 1 second. Not enough to trap, enough to shield. Then everything went quiet. Too quiet. Mikkel reached beneath the counter and withdrew a gun. Anya stared at it. Of course he had won. Of course the jewelry shop had a weapon hidden beneath the velvet and diamonds. Of course she had walked into a Bratva front carrying a murder victim's ring, and somehow still thought she would be allowed to leave by lunchtime. "Stay down," he said. "Do not give me orders." His eyes flashed to hers. "Then stay alive." He rose in a low, controlled movement and looked over the ruined counter. Anya heard an engine roar outside. Tires screamed. The SUV was gone by the time he stood fully. Inessa burst through the back door with a second man behind her, both armed. "Basement," Mikkel said. "Now." Anya pushed herself up on one elbow. I'm not going to your basement. Mikkel turned to her, and the look on his face would have frightened a wiser woman into silence. Anya was not feeling wise. I brought you the ring, she snapped. Whatever this is, whatever Bratva nightmare just came through that window, it is not mine. It became yours the moment you touched it. That is not how ownership works. That is how murder works. The word landed between them. Murder. Her fingers tightened around the ring again. Mikkel looked at her fist. Give it to me. No. His stare lifted slowly. Anya's heartbeat hammered against her ribs, but she did not open her hand. Maybe it was foolish. Maybe it was survival. She had spent 5 years replaying the moment Mikkel left, hating the fact that she'd had no choice, no explanation, no power. She would not hand him the only leverage she had and let him disappear behind another locked door. This belonged to Katia, she said. My mother had it. Someone just shot at me because of it. You don't get to say murder and then take the only proof I have that I'm not insane. Mikkel's expression hardened. You think I would make you feel insane. I think you are very good at making women live with silence. Inessa inhaled softly behind him. Mikkel did not look away. There a wound. She had hit it. Good. It hurt her too. His voice dropped. This ring is evidence in my sister's murder. The shop seemed to tilt. Anya had known it. Some part of her had known since the moment she saw his face. But hearing, the words turned suspicion into weight. Katia was murdered. His face gave her the answer before his mouth did. The official story was a robbery, he said. A driver found her car near the pier, door open, purse gone, ring gone. Anya looked down at the black diamond in her palm. The stone no longer looked like a threat. It looked like an eye. Who killed her? If I knew, he would already be dead. The simplicity of it chilled her, because he meant it without performance. Anya should have recoiled. Instead, grief rose unexpectedly, sharp and hot. She had not known Katia well, not really. A handful of meetings. A few conversations while Mikkel took calls in Russian and pretended not to watch Anya from across the room. But Katia had been kind to her in a world that had treated kindness as weakness. Anya remembered Katia's hand closing around hers in a club restroom. Cool fingers, diamond ring gleaming. Do not let my brother hide behind protection. He thinks love is something he must survive. Anya drew a careful breath. Why would my mother have it? That is what I need to know. His wording caught her. Not what we need to. No, what I need. As if he still thought every dangerous truth belonged to him first. Anya stood slowly, knees unsteady, but spine straight. Broken glass glittered across the floor around her heels. Then we have the same question. Mikkel's gaze narrowed. This is not a negotiation. No, it's a partnership. No. The word was immediate, flat, absolute. It hit too close to old bruises. Anya stepped over a scatter of diamonds and lifted the ring between them. You lost the right to make decisions for me when you left. His eyes darkened. Inessa shifted near the back door. The armed man looked anywhere but at them. Mikkel moved closer, slow enough not to startle her, dangerous enough to make the air press against her skin. You have no idea what you walked into. Then explain it. I will, before or after you lock me in a basement. His jaw worked. Another woman might have missed the restraint in him. Anya didn't. She knew his temper, though he had rarely shown it to her. Mikkel did not explode. He contained. He compressed. He turned anger into decisions other people had to survive. But he was not touching her. He was not forcing the ring from her hand. That mattered. She hated that it mattered. Anya, he said, quieter now. Men who shoot through windows at noon do not stop because they miss once. Then call the police. He gave her a look. Right, she muttered. Stupid idea. Not stupid, useless. I'm glad you still know the difference. His mouth tightened again, almost like he wanted to say something that was not about murder or guns or orders. Something softer. Something 5 years too late. The front door rattled. Everyone froze. A white envelope slid beneath the ruined frame and skidded across the floor. The armed man raised his gun. Mikkel moved first. He caught Anya's wrist, not hard, not painful, but firm enough to draw her behind him. The contact jolted through her before fear could. Warm fingers, familiar strength, a memory her body recognized without permission. She pulled back. He released her instantly. The absence was somehow worse. Inessa crossed toward the door, but Mikkel stopped her with one raised hand. He picked up the envelope himself, using a silk display cloth, then opened it. A photograph fell out. Anya recognized her mother's bedroom. Her breath stopped. The jewelry box lay open on the bed, exactly as she had left it that morning. Written across the photo in black marker were 5 words. She brought us the ring. For a moment, no one spoke. Anya heard only the faint ringing in her ears from the gunshots and the brittle tick of a wall clock that had somehow survived the bullets. Someone had been inside her mother's apartment. Today, after she left, Mikkel turned the photograph over. There was more writing on the back. Midnight, Old Pier. Bring the woman to. Anya's skin went cold. Mikkel folded the photograph once, very carefully. The room around him seemed to darken. No, Anya said before he could speak. He looked at her. No, she repeated. Whatever you're about to say, no. I am not being hidden somewhere while you handle this. You are being hunted. I noticed, then noticed this. They knew where you were this morning. They knew where you came next. They know your mother is dead. They know the ring was hidden, and they want you alive enough to bring to the pier. Alive enough. The phrase crawled under her skin. Anya looked toward the shattered window. Across the street, the bakery owner stood frozen behind his counter, phone pressed to his ear. People had started to gather, cautious and curious. Sirens would come eventually. Too late, probably, but they would come. Her old life was already breaking open. She thought of her apartment, her office, her mother's things, every place that had seemed safe because Mikhail Volkov was no longer in it. "What do they want from me?" she asked. Mikhail's gaze fell to the ring in her hand. "I think," he said, "they believe you know what your mother knew. But I don't. They may not care." A bitter laugh escaped her. "That sounds familiar." Pain crossed his face so quickly, she nearly missed it. "Nearly. Anya." "No," she stepped back. "You do not get to say my name like that." "Like what?" "Like you have rights to it." The words struck him. She saw it this time. A small flinch buried deep but real. Good, not good. God, she was tired of wanting to hurt him and wanting him to feel it, because maybe that meant he had cared. Mikhail's voice lowered. "I never stopped having rights to my regrets. That should not have gotten through." It did. For a second, she saw the years on him. Not the polished suit, not the dangerous reputation, the exhaustion at the edges. The man who had looked at Katia's ring like a grave had opened in his hand. Anya closed her fist around the diamond. "My mother knew your sister." "Yes." The answer came too fast to take back. There it was, the twist in the blade. Anya stared at him. "You lied." Mikhail looked toward Inessa and the guard. "Leave us." Inessa did not argue this time. The guard followed her downstairs, shutting the door behind them. Mikhail and Anya stood alone in the ruined jewelry shop, while daylight spilled through bullet holes. "You said you knew of my mother." "I said what I could say before I understood how much danger you were in." "That's not an answer. That's another locked door." His gaze held hers. Then he reached into his jacket slowly and withdrew a small leather wallet. Not a gun, not a phone. He opened it and removed a photograph creased at the edges, softened by time. He handed it to her. Anya took it without letting their fingers touch. 3 women stood in the photograph outside what looked like a church basement. Her mother, younger by at least 15 years, smiling tensely at the camera. Katia Volkov beside her, one hand resting over a coat pocket. And a third woman Anya did not recognize, turned partly away, dark hair covering her face. On Katia's finger was the black diamond ring. Anya's throat tightened. "My mother never showed me this." She could not. Why? Because the night after this photograph was taken, Katia came to her for help. The ring in Anya's hand seemed to grow heavier. What kind of help? Mikhail looked at the destroyed shop window, but Anya knew he was seeing something else. My sister was afraid of her husband. Anya's anger shifted, not gone, but knocked off balance by something uglier. Katia's husband. The outline of a man Anya barely remembered from those old days. Blonde, charming, always smiling too hard. Victor, not Mikhail. Another Volkov ally. Another shark in a well-cut suit. She told your mother she had proof he was working against my family, Mikkel continued. Proof hidden in something he would never destroy because he thought it belonged to him. Anya opened her hand. The black diamond stared back. The ring, she whispered. Yes. Then why didn't my mother go to you? His expression shuddered. Anya knew that look. It meant the answer had teeth. Because Katia begged her not to. Why? Because she believed I would kill Victor before I could prove anything. She was probably right. Anya absorbed that. The truth was brutal because it sounded like love. Not clean love, not safe love, but love all the same. And after Katia died, the ring vanished. Your mother denied knowing anything. I believed her. Did you threaten her? His eyes came back to hers, sharp with offense. Anya lifted her chin. Answer me. No. The word was iron. She believed him. That annoyed her. I asked Evelyn once, he said. Only once. She looked me in the eye and told me she had already buried too many women under men's secrets. Then she shut the door in my face. A laugh broke out of Anya before she could stop it. Fragile and almost fond. That was her mother. Then grief came with it, and the laugh died. She had this all these years, Anya said. She never told me. She was protecting you. Everyone keeps saying that like it makes betrayal polite. Mikkel's face tightened again. The sirens grew louder outside. He slipped the photograph back into his wallet, but Anya caught something before he closed it. Another photo tucked behind the first. She saw only an edge. A woman in a blue dress, dark hair loose, a smile she didn't recognize at first because it had been years since she'd worn it. Hers. Anya went still. Mikkel noticed too late. What is that? He closed the wallet. Nothing. Her pulse changed. Nothing. The most dangerous word a man could use while hiding evidence. Show me. No. No. It is not part of this. It's my face in your wallet. His silence condemned him. Anya's heart began to beat in slow, hard strokes. 5 years. 5 years of being left. 5 years of thinking she had been easy to abandon. 5 years of turning him into the villain because that was simpler than missing him. And he had been carrying her photograph. The knowledge did not soften anything. It made everything worse. Why, she asked. Mikkel slid the wallet back into his jacket. His hand lingered there for a moment, over his heart, as if the photograph burned. Because I am a selfish man. That's not enough. It is all I have. No, it's what you're willing to give. His eyes cut into hers. You want truth in a room with broken glass and police coming. I wanted truth 5 years ago. The sirens wailed closer. Mikkel stepped toward her, then stopped himself. His restraint was almost physical, a leash pulled tight in his own fist. 5 years ago, he said, truth would have gotten you killed. The words struck hard. Anya stared at him. There it was, the old wound, reopened with one clean cut. What does that mean? Outside, brakes screeched, doors slammed, voices rose. Mikkel looked toward the street, then back at her. It means you have two choices. Walk out that front door, talk to police who may or may not already be paid, go home to an apartment someone has entered, and wait for men who want you at midnight. And the second, come with me. A laughless breath left her. To your basement, to a safe house. No, Anya, no. She shoved the ring into her coat pocket, kneading it away from her skin. You do not get to disappear, return as a gunfight, and then expect me to climb into your car because you say danger in that voice. What voice? The one that makes people obey because they want to survive you. His gaze darkened with something that was not anger now. Do you? Do I what? Want to survive me? Her breath caught. The question should have been theatrical. From him, it was raw. Beneath the danger, beneath the control, something else waited. A confession not spoken. A warning. Anya's body remembered him with humiliating clarity. His hand braced beside her head. His breath uneven when she touched him. The way he had once asked, "Tell me yes or no, Katianak," and waited, shaking with restraint, until she chose. He had never frightened her in bed, only in life. That depends, she said, voice quieter than she meant it to be. Are you still the kind of man who makes choices for me and calls it love? Something in him broke. Not visibly. Mikkel was too disciplined, but she felt the crack in the silence. No, he said. She wanted to believe him. That was the most dangerous thing in the room. The front door burst inward as two uniformed officers entered with weapons drawn, shouting commands. Behind them, people craned for a look at the bloodless crime scene. Mikkel lifted his hands slowly, calm as stone. Anya did the same. One officer looked at Mikkel and went pale. The other looked at Anya. Ma'am, step away from him. Anya almost did. Then the officer's gaze flicked, just once, to her coat pocket. Not her face, not the broken window, the pocket where she had put the ring. Cold certainty moved through her. Mikkel saw it too. His voice was barely audible. Anya. The officer raised his gun a fraction higher. Hands where I can see them. Anya's hand hovered near her coat. The officer's eyes sharpened. Mikkel shifted, only an inch, placing himself between her and the barrel. The officer said, "Give me the ring." The shop went silent. Anya's blood turned to ice. Mikkel smiled then, but there was no warmth in it. Only the old Bratva darkness, polished and lethal. "Officer," he said softly, "I do not believe she mentioned a ring." The man's mistake hung in the ruined shop like smoke. Anya understood in the same instant Mikkel moved. Not toward the officer, toward her. He caught her hand. And this time she did not pull away because the back door behind them opened and Inessa shouted, "Now." Mikkel dragged Anya through the rear of the shop as the officer yelled and glass cracked under their feet. They ran down a narrow hallway, through a steel door, into the cold breath of an alley where a black car waited with the engine alive. Anya stumbled once. Mikkel caught her at the waist, steadying her before releasing her. Even fleeing a corrupt cop, he remembered not to hold too long. That absurdly almost undid her. The driver's door opened. A man with a shaved head looked at Mikkel. Boss. Boss. The word slammed into Anya harder than the gunfire. Mikkel was not only an enforcer anymore. Something had changed. Something big. Mikkel opened the back door and looked at her. Choose. Police shouts echoed behind them. The photograph of her mother. The ring. Katia's murder. Her apartment violated. A cop who knew too much. Mikkel's old secrets and the hidden photo of her he had carried like a punishment. Every safe choice had already been taken from her. Anya climbed into the car. Mikkel followed, shutting the door just as the first officer burst into the alley. The car shot forward. Anya grabbed the seat as the city blurred past the tinted windows. Her breath came too fast. Her palm ached where the ring had bitten into it. Mikkel sat beside her, close enough that she felt the heat of him, far enough that the space between them felt deliberate. Respectful, agonizing, she stared straight ahead. You said you weren't a politician. I am not. That man called you boss. Mikkel said nothing. Anya turned her head. His profile was all hard lines and shadow, but his eyes, reflected faintly in the window, were fixed on her. What are you now, Mikkel? For the first time since she had walked into his shop, he looked away. The city swallowed them street by street, dragging her deeper into the world she had sworn never to enter again. Finally, Mikkel answered, the man who should have stayed away from you. The car turned sharply toward the water. Anya reached into her pocket and closed her hand around the black diamond ring. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out with numb fingers. Unknown number. One message. We know she is with Volkov. Midnight still stands. Bring the ring, or we send you your mother's other secret piece by piece. Chapter 2. Safe House of Old Sin. Anya's mother had another secret. The message sat on her phone like a blade laid flat against skin, silent and shining and impossible to ignore. For 3 seconds, the city outside the tinted window blurred into nothing. Not streetlights, not traffic, not the dull gray wash of afternoon over Brooklyn. Only those words. Your mother's other secret. Piece by piece. Anya read it once, twice, a third time, though the letters had already burned themselves into her brain. Beside her, Mikkel went still, not the stillness of surprise. He had that controlled long before the world reached him. This was worse. This was the kind of stillness that happened before a man decided whether the room needed mercy or blood. Give me the phone, he said. Anya's fingers tightened around it. No. His gaze cut to hers. Anya, you don't get to take things from me. I'm not taking it. I'm tracing it. Can you? His silence answered before his mouth did. Eventually, he said. Eventually isn't very reassuring. Neither is arguing while we are exposed. We're in a moving car with windows, tinted windows. Glass still breaks. The driver glanced in the mirror and immediately looked away when Mikkel's eyes lifted. Anya almost laughed again, but the sound caught somewhere below her ribs and turned sharp. She had been shot at, dragged through a Bratva jewelry shop, chased by a corrupt cop, and now sat beside the man who had once disappeared from her life without explanation, as if fate had mistaken her for someone much better trained for violence. Her hand began to shake. She lowered the phone into her lap before Mikkel could see. Of course, he saw anyway. He always saw too much and explained too little. We are 5 minutes out, he said, voice lower now. I didn't ask. No, you don't ask when you are afraid. You fight. She turned on him. Do not analyze me. I'm not analyzing. What would you call it? Remembering. That landed where it shouldn't have. Anya looked back down at the phone. The message glowed against the dark screen, cruelly ordinary. Unknown number. No dramatic threat carved in blood. No villain's flourish. Just words typed by someone who knew her mother was dead, knew where Anya had been, knew what she carried, and knew exactly which wound to press. She swallowed hard. What other secret? She asked, though she wasn't sure whether she was asking him or the ghost of Evelyn Bell. Mikkel did not answer fast enough. Anya looked at him. His jaw had locked. There it was again. A door, a wall, a safe inside a man who had once kissed her like honesty might kill him. You know something, she said. I know your mother moved in dangerous circles before she became the woman you knew. Anya stared at him. My mother worked at a legal aid office and collected ceramic birds. She also helped women disappear. The words stole the air. For a moment, the low hum of the car seemed to vanish. Anya heard only her own heartbeat. No, she said. Mikkel's gaze stayed on her. Yes. My mother volunteered at shelters. Yes. That is not the same as helping women disappear. Sometimes it is exactly the same. Anya looked toward the window. The city slid past in gray blocks and graffiti and winter bear trees. Her mother had made chicken soup when Anya was sick. Her mother had ironed napkins for holidays no one came to. Her mother had kept coupons in envelopes and emergency cash in books, and once cried when a stray cat froze outside their building. Her mother had hidden a murdered woman's ring. Her mother had known Katia Volkov. Her mother had secrets worth killing for. The black diamond in Anya's coat pocket seemed to pulse against her thigh. Tell me everything, she said. I will tell you what I know. Know everything. That may not be the same thing. She turned back to him, anger a welcome heat against fear. You are impossible. I have been called worse. By women you abandoned. Something flashed in his eyes. Gone almost instantly. Good. No, not good. She was tired of throwing knives, just to prove he could bleed. The car turned off the main road, entered a narrow service lane between two warehouses, and slowed in front of a metal gate. A camera tilted down. The gate opened without a sound. Anya sat straighter. The property beyond was not the underground bunker she had imagined. It was a converted brick warehouse set back from the street, its windows blacked from the inside, its entrance guarded by two men in dark coats who looked less like thugs and more like former soldiers pretending to be furniture. Snow from last week lingered in dirty ridges along the walls. A thin strip of water glittered beyond the far fence, the river dull and silver under the sky. Safe house? She asked. One of them. Of course you have multiple. One safe house is only safe until someone knows about it. That almost sounds like wisdom. It is paranoia with better manners. The driver stopped beneath a covered Entra. NCE. Mikkel opened his door, then paused before stepping out. When we go inside, you stay near me. Anya's mouth twisted. Was that an order? It was advice. Your advice sounds familiar. Then I will try again. His gaze held hers, and something in his voice changed. It lost the boss, the enforcer, the man accustomed to obedience. Please stay near me until I know who inside has been cleared. Please. The word moved through her like an unexpected hand against a bruise. Anya hated how easy it would be to soften. So she didn't. Fine, she said, but I walk on my own. I know. Mikkel stepped out first. Cold air swept into the car. Anya followed, chin high, legs steadier than she felt. The two guards at the entrance looked at Mikkel, then at her, then very carefully at nothing. If they had questions, they valued their lives enough to keep them private. Inside, the warehouse was warmer than expected and far more elegant. Concrete floors polished to a low shine. Exposed brick walls. Steel beams overhead. Security monitors along one side manned by a woman with silver blonde hair and a headset. The main living space stretched wide and open. Low leather couches, a long dining table, a kitchen of black stone and stainless steel. No clutter, no softness, everything expensive, everything ready to be abandoned in under 5 minutes. It smelled faintly of coffee, gun oil, and cedar. A home for men who didn't believe in homes. Anya stepped in and immediately counted exits. Front door behind her. Hallway to the left. Staircase ahead. 2 steel doors on the right. Windows too high to reach. Cameras in the corners. 1 guard near the kitchen. Another at the far hall. Mikkel noticed her looking, and for some reason his expression softened. You always did that, he said. What? Looked for ways out. Maybe I was practicing for you. His face closed. She regretted it instantly, which made her angrier. A tall man in a charcoal sweater came down the staircase, phone in hand. He was lean where Mikkel was broad, with dark auburn hair and clever blue eyes that took in the room too quickly. He looked familiar in the way dangerous people did when they belonged to the same nightmares. Mikkel, he said, the shop. Compromised, I gathered from the police scanner. His gaze moved to Anya, curious but not disrespectful. And this is Anya Bell. The man's eyes sharpened with recognition. Anya had learned to hate that look today. She removed her coat slowly, partly because the warehouse was warm, and partly because she needed something to do with her hands. It seems everyone knows my name except me. The man inclined his head. Lev Morozov, security and logistics. Bratva translation. His mouth curved faintly. I make problems arrive late. I'm the problem today. Mikkel answered before Lev could. No. The speed of it silenced the room. Anya looked at him. Mikkel was staring at Lev, not her. But the line had been drawn all the same. Lev's smile faded into something more measured. No insult meant. Then don't imply one. Mikkel, Anya said quietly. He looked at her. She didn't know why she said his name. Maybe because the air had tightened. Maybe because she could feel men in the room shifting around his temper. Maybe because some foolish part of her wanted to know if her voice could still reach him. It did. He took one breath, slow and controlled. Trace this number. Anya still hadn't given him the phone. Mikkel held out his hand. Their eyes locked. Not without me, she said. Lev's eyebrows lifted slightly. Mikkel didn't blink. You want to stand beside the person, tracing a burner number through 3 dead ends. Yes, it will be dull. So is being managed. A beat passed. Then he gave one short nod. Lev looked between them like a man watching a lit match drop into spilled liquor. This way. They moved to the security station. The silver-blonde woman surrendered her chair without being asked, though she gave Anya a quick, sympathetic look that vanished when Mikkel approached. Anya handed Lev the phone, but stayed close enough to read the screen. Lev connected it to a laptop with a cable. Code bloomed across a black screen. Anya understood none of it, which irritated her. She understood contracts, court filings, state procedure, the tiny ways legal language could save or ruin someone. But this world had its own language. Silence, weapons, men who said please like it cost them, women behind headsets tracking threats through electric ghosts. Burner, Lev said after less than a minute. Mikkel's mouth tightened. Location. Bounced. Lev typed faster, but sloppy in one place. Whoever sent it hit a relay near Red Hook for half a second. The pier. Maybe, or they want us to think so. Midnight still stands, Anya murmured. Both men looked at her. She hated that too. Being treated as if repeating the words might make her break. Your mother's other secret, Lev said carefully. Any idea what that mean? No. Mikkel's gaze lowered to her hand, where her fingers had curled into her palm. Think. She laughed, cold and sharp. What an excellent strategy. I hadn't tried that. I mean before she died. Anything unusual? Visitors, calls, things she moved or destroyed. Anya closed her eyes for 1 second. The last month of her mother's life, unspooled in fragments. Evelyn at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around tea gone cold. Evelyn turning off the television when Russian came through a news broadcast. Evelyn saying, if anything happens, don't trust men who arrive with flowers. Evelyn refusing to explain. Evelyn making Anya promise to check the storage unit if the apartment ever flooded. Such a strange thing. Anya had laughed then, told her she was being morbid. Her eyes opened. Mikkel saw it. What? Storage unit. Where? Queens. She kept old case files there. Holiday decorations. Things she said didn't fit in the apartment. Anya frowned. But she told me to check it if the apartment flooded. Lev stopped typing. Flooded. She said that exactly. Yes. Mikkel looked at Lev. Lev's expression changed. Water damage, destroyed paper, hidden files. Or a warning code, Mikkel said. Anya looked between them. A code for what? Evelyn worked with women at risk, Mikkel said. People like her used phrases that sounded ordinary. Flood could mean exposed. Leaking. Information no longer secure. A chill moved over Anya's skin. My mother was afraid her files would be exposed. Or already were, Lev said. Mikkel turned on him. Find the storage unit. I'll need location, company name, anything. Anya gave what she remembered, and Lev's fingers moved again. Mikkel's phone buzzed. He checked it, expression unreadable. What? She asked. Police report from the shop is already wrong. How wrong? No mention of the officer demanding the ring. No mention of the SUV. Witnesses being told it was a robbery. Anya's stomach dropped. They're burying it. Trying. Can they? Mikkel's eyes met hers. Not if I bury them first. The brutality of it should have shocked her. It didn't. That worried her more. Lev cleared his throat lightly. Found the unit. It was accessed yesterday. Anya went cold. By who? Not Evelyn Bell. Lev turned the laptop slightly. Access log says Alina Ward. Anya frowned. I don't know that name. Mikkel did. His face changed so subtly, no one else might have caught it. Anya did, because she had spent too much of her life studying what he hid. Who is Alina Ward? She asked. Mikkel's silence was immediate and damning. Lev leaned back in his chair. For the first time, he looked uncomfortable. Anya turned fully toward Mikkel. Who is she? A lawyer. Helpful, try again. She was connected to another case. Katia S. No. My mother S. Possibly. You're doing it again. His gaze sharpened. Doing what? Deciding how much truth I can handle. Truth is not always useful all at once. To whom? To people trying not to drown in it. Anya stepped closer, lowering her voice, because the room had gone very quiet around them. Do not make my grief sound like weakness. His eyes darkened. "I know grief," he said. The simple statement took some of the heat from her anger. Of course he did. Katia, maybe others, maybe pieces of himself. Anya drew a slow breath, then stopped using it as a leash. Mikkel looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded once, like something had been decided inside him. Elena Ward was a legal courier who delivered sealed files for your mother's old network after Evelyn retired. 2 months ago, Elena was targeted by men tied to Victor Orlov. Anya caught the name. Victor, Katia's husband. Yes, and Elena. She is alive, protected. By you. His mouth hardened. By someone who owed me a favor. There were layers there. Anya could hear them. Another story. Another woman caught in the machinery of violent men. Another secret her mother had brushed against. Why would Elena access my mother's storage unit yesterday? That is what we need to ask her. Then call her. She is not easy to reach. Anya stared at him. Because she's protected. Because she disappeared from protection 3 days ago. The safe house seemed suddenly less safe. Lev's phone rang. He answered, listened, then looked at Mikkel. We've got a car circling the outer block. Same plate twice. The room shifted instantly. The woman at the security monitors began switching camera feeds. One guard moved to the front entrance. Another disappeared down the hall. Mikkel's body angled toward Anya without touching her, placing himself between her and the largest open space. She noticed. She wished she didn't. I thought no one knew about this safe house, she said. No one should. That word is doing a lot of work today. Mikkel looked at Lev. Lock down. Lev nodded and spoke into his phone, crisp and low. Metal shutters began to descend over the high windows. Somewhere deep in the building, locks engaged with heavy mechanical thuds. The warehouse changed around her, from elegant fortress to sealed cage. Anya's pulse picked up. Mikkel turned back to her. Breathe. I am breathing. Not well. I'm sorry my panic lacks technical polish. His gaze moved over her face. You don't panic. You don't know me anymore. The words escaped before she could stop them. He absorbed them in silence. No argument, no denial. That hurt more than it should have. The monitor woman spoke. Vehicle stopped. Everyone looked at the screens. A dark sedan idled at the end of the service lane outside the gate. Not close enough to challenge, close enough to be seen. The rear window lowered. A hand emerged and dropped something onto the ground. Then the sedan drove away. No shots. No dramatic chase. Just a small object left in the dirty snow beyond the gate. Mikkel swore in Russian. Lev said, could be explosive. Or a message. Messages can explode. Scan it. A guard went out with a device that looked disturbingly professional. Anya stood beside Mikkel, arms wrapped around herself, watching the monitor. The guard approached the object slowly, checked it, then spoke into his radio. The monitor woman translated without being asked. Not explosive. Envelope. Mikkel's expression hardened. The envelope was brought inside sealed in a clear evidence bag. It was cream-colored, expensive, slightly wet at one corner. On the front, written in neat black ink, was Anya's full name. Anya Bell. Not Ms. Bell, not a threat. A correspondence. Her stomach turned. Mikkel took the bag before anyone else could hand it to her. Anya held out her hand. It's addressed to me. It could be contaminated. With what poison? Yes. She stared at him. He did not look even remotely embarrassed. Lev took the envelope and tested it with a small kit from a drawer while Anya paced 3 steps away, because if she stood still, she might start screaming and not stop. Her life had become absurdly practical in the face of nightmare. Check for poison. Trace the burner. Lock down the fortress. Discuss murder over polished concrete. All clear, Lev said. Mikkel opened the envelope carefully and removed a single sheet of paper. He read it first. Anya saw the muscle in his jaw move. She reached for it. He hesitated. Don't, she warned. He handed it over. Anya recognized her mother's handwriting immediately. Not the careful handwriting of grocery lists or birthday cards. This was rushed, uneven. The letters slanted hard right, like her mother had written while running out of time. My Anya, if you are reading this, then the ring has found its way back to the men I spent years trying to outrun. I am sorry. I told myself silence would protect you, but silence only teaches monsters where to hide. Do not trust the first man who offers safety. Do not trust the police if they ask for the ring. Do not trust Victor Orlov. There is another copy. The rest of the page had been torn away. Anya's breath left her in a slow, broken exhale. There is another copy. Another copy of what? Proof, evidence, her mother's other secret. She stared at the torn edge of the paper. The rip was fresh enough to leave fibers raised. Someone has the rest, she said. Mikkel's voice came from close behind her. Yes. She turned. Did you know? No. The answer was immediate. And this time she believed him. Maybe because he looked furious. Maybe because beneath the fury there was something like sorrow. Anya looked down again. Do not trust the first man who offers safety. A strange laugh escaped her. Mikkel understood instantly. I am not asking for trust. No, just proximity, obedience, and my phone. His mouth tightened. Fair. The fact that he admitted it took some of the bite out of her retort. She hated that too. Lev read the letter over her shoulder from a respectful distance. There's another copy of whatever was hidden in the ring. Anya reached into her coat pocket and took out the black diamond. The room's attention shifted to it, like iron filings to a magnet. Mikkel's hand twitched once at his side. Anya saw it. You really want to take it from me, she said. I want it somewhere. No one can cut it off your hand. The words chilled her. Then anger rose again, protective and bright. I am not wearing it. Not yet. Not ever. Mikkel's gaze snapped to hers. Something charged the air between them. Not danger this time. Memory. A black diamond ring. His sister's murder. A message demanding Anya wear it as bait, her mother's warning. And beneath all of it, the old ghost of what rings meant when men like Mikkel gave them. Not romance first. Claim. Alliance. Vow. Possession if love was rotten. Protection if love had learned humility. His voice was quiet. I would never put a ring on you as a chain. No, she said. You prefer invisible ones. Lev suddenly found the laptop fascinating. The monitor woman did not move, but Anya could feel her listening. Mikkel's eyes didn't leave Anya's. I deserved that. You deserve more than that. Yes, the word landed softly. It stole the rhythm from her anger. Anya looked away first, because she could not afford whatever was happening in her chest. We need to know what's inside the ring, she said. Mikkel held out his hand, palm up. She looked at it. Broad palm. Scar across the base of his thumb. The hand that had pulled her behind a steel door shielded her skull from tile, released her whenever she resisted. The hand that had once learned her like she was a language he wanted to speak correctly. She placed the ring in his palm. His fingers closed around it for only a moment before he set it on the table between them. Not in his pocket, not away from her. Between them, partnership maybe, or the closest a man like him could come without choking on the word. Lev brought tools from a locked drawer. For the next 20 minutes, the room narrowed around the black diamond. Mikkel worked with magnifying lenses and a jeweler's precision that seemed bizarrely gentle in such large hands. Anya stood close despite herself, watching him turn the ring under white light. You made jewelry? She asked before she could stop herself. Mikkel didn't look up. My father owned a pawn shop before he owned men. The answer was so bleakly delivered that she almost missed the wound beneath it. That's where you learned. My mother taught me. She said a man who knew how to repair delicate things might hesitate before breaking them. Did it work? His hands stilled. Then he resumed, not often enough. Anya wished he hadn't answered honestly. Honesty made him harder to hate. The lens light caught the scar at his eyebrow. The dark fan of lashes lowered in concentration, the stern line of his mouth. He looked like a contradiction built for her ruin. Violence in a tailored suit. Patience in a room full of guns. A man who had left her, but kept her photograph in his wallet. The memory rose again, unwanted and intimate. 5 years ago. Her tiny kitchen. Rain against the fire escape. Mikkel standing near the stove, too large for the room, holding a mug of terrible coffee she had made just to tease him. You do not cook, he'd said. I survive. This is not survival. This is chemical warfare. She had laughed, and he had looked at her like the sound hurt him. Later that night, he had kissed her for the first time, not like a Bratva man, not like someone taking, like someone asking a question he feared she would answer kindly. Anya pulled herself back to the present as Mikkel made a low sound. "What?" she asked. "There is a seam." Lev leaned in. "Compartment." "Maybe." Mikkel adjusted the tool. Minutes passed. The pressure in the room built until Anya felt it under her nails. Then the ring clicked. A tiny section beneath the black diamond lifted. Anya stopped breathing. Inside was not a flash drive, not a folded note, nothing modern. It was a small metal capsule, no longer than a grain of rice. Lev whistled softly. Old school micro storage. Mikkel's expression went darker. Katia was always careful. "Can you read it?" Anya asked. "With the right equipment," Lev said. "Not here." Mikkel looked at him. "Bring it here." "That could take hours." "Then start." Lev nodded and left the table, phone already to his ear. Anya stared at the tiny capsule. All this death, all this fear for something so small. "My mother had this for years," she said. Yes, she knew what was inside. Maybe, maybe not. Would Katia have told her? Mikkel's face shifted. Katia trusted women faster than men. Smart woman. She was. His voice was rougher now. Too smart for the husband we let near her. The word carried guilt like a body. "You blame yourself," Anya said. Yes. She hadn't expected the answer. That easy. There is nothing easy about it. The quiet between them changed. Anya should have stepped back. Instead, she stayed beside him, looking at the open ring and the grief he did not know how to set down. "What was she like?" she asked. Mikkel's gaze lifted to hers, wary. "Katia," Anya said. "I only met her a few times. She was kind to me." His eyes moved to the ring. For a while, she thought he wouldn't answer. Then he said, "She cheated at cards. Badly. She pretended she was subtle, but she smiled every time she had a good hand. She hated vodka, loved awful American pop songs. When she was 12, she broke a boy's nose because he called me a bastard." Anya felt something twist inside her. She sounds brave. She was angry. Bravery came later. That counts. He looked at her then. Really looked. The room felt suddenly smaller. "You met her the night she warned you about me," he said. Anya went still. "You knew about that." "She told me." "She told you what she said." "She told me if I touched your life, I should do it with clean hands, or not at all." A faint, painful smile touched Anya's mouth. "And you chose not at all." "No," his voice dropped. "I chose with dirty hands, and then hated myself for it." The words entered her too quickly to block. Outside, wind pressed against the warehouse. Somewhere down the hall, men spoke in low Russian. The safe house had locked itself around them, but this felt more dangerous than the men outside. This felt like truth edging close enough to touch. Anya crossed her arms, Don't. Don't what? Say things that sound like regret when you still haven't told me why. His eyes darkened. I told you there were threats. That is a headline, not a confession. A shadow moved through his expression. Then his phone rang. He looked at the screen and went still. Anya knew before he spoke that whatever fragile human moment had existed between them was over. He answered yes. The voice on the other end was muffled, fast male. Mikhail listened without interruption. Then he said, alive. A pause. Where? Another pause. His gaze cut to Anya. Her stomach tightened. Send it, he said, and ended the call. What? Mikhail didn't answer. His phone buzzed with an incoming image. He opened it. Anya stepped closer and saw a blurry surveillance still of a woman standing outside a subway entrance. Dark hair, pale coat, one hand pressed to her side as if she was hurt. Even with the poor image quality, there was something familiar about her profile from the photograph in Mikhail's wallet. Not Katia, the third woman from the church basement photo. The woman turned partly away. Alina Ward, Anya asked. Mikhail nodded once. Spotted 20 minutes ago. Where? 3 blocks from your mother's storage unit. Anya's heart lurched. Then we go. No. Mikhail. No, his voice was flat again. It could be bait. Everything is bait. The ring is bait. I'm bait. Apparently, my entire inheritance is bait. His eyes flashed. You are not bait. Tell that to the people who invited me to the pier at midnight. I am not them. No, you're the man who wants me locked in a safe house while everyone else decides what my mother died protecting. The words hit the room hard enough that the monitor woman looked away. Mikhail stepped closer. If Alina is injured and being watched, sending you near her is exactly what they want. Or she has the torn half of my mother's letter, or a gun to her head. Then she needs help. She needs extraction. Great, extract her. I will. I'm coming. No. Anya stared at him. We are back to that. We never left it. She felt a wild surge of fury. Not clean this time, not controlled. It came from fear and grief, and 5 years of swallowed questions. It came from being treated like a precious object men could hide for her own good, while women like Katia and Evelyn, and maybe Alina, paid the price for secrecy. You do not own the danger, she said. You do not own the dead. You do not own my mother's choices just because they touched your family. Mikhail's eyes went flat with warning. Careful. No, you be careful. I walked into your shop with a ring, and my life detonated. Maybe I don't know your world, but I know what it feels like to have men make decisions in quiet rooms and call the damage protection. His face changed. The room went too still. She had crossed into something deep, something old, not just about him, about his father maybe, his family, the Bratva, the machinery that had shaped him until he mistook control for tenderness. Good, let him feel it. But then his voice came out soft. I know exactly what that feels like. Anya's anger faltered. Mikkel looked away first, toward the blacked windows. When I was 19, my father offered me my first choice: kill for him or watch him punish Katia for my refusal. He called that family. He called that protection. He called that love. His gaze returned to hers. So when I tell you I do not want you making choices with a gun pointed at your grief, I am not trying to own you. Anya could not speak. His confession sat between them like something alive. The magnetic, terrifying man she knew had not emerged from nowhere. Someone had built him out of impossible choices and called him loyal when he survived. She hated him less in that moment. She didn't want to. Then give me a real choice, she said, quieter now. Mikkel's throat moved once. Lev returned before he could answer, carrying a tablet. He glanced between them and clearly decided whatever he'd interrupted was above his hazard pay. Car is ready, Lev said. Team can move in 4. Mikkel didn't look away from Anya. Prepare armor for her. Lev blinked for Anya. She's coming. Anya's breath caught. Mikkel's face remained unreadable, but his eyes held hers with something like resignation. Not because I think it is safe, because you are right. It is your mother. The concession should have felt like victory. It felt heavier. Anya nodded once. Thank you. A strange expression crossed his face at the words, as if gratitude was another kind of wound. Lev cleared his throat. Then we need rule. I hate this family already, Anya muttered. Mikkel almost smiled. Almost. Lev brought her a fitted protective vest and a dark coat to wear over it. The vest was heavier than expected, stiff against her ribs, making every breath feel deliberate. The monitor woman, whose name was Sira, adjusted the straps with efficient hands. You ever worn one of these? Sira asked. No. Best advice, don't test it. I'll try to resist. Sira's mouth curved. You're taking this well. I am absolutely not. That's taking it well. Anya looked at the other woman, surprised into a small laugh. It felt strange in her mouth, but not unwelcome. Across the room, Mikkel watched while pretending not to. Sira lowered her voice. He won't let anything happen to you. Anya's humor faded. That's what worries me. Sira's expression shifted with understanding. Because men like him think keeping you breathing is the same as keeping you whole. Anya looked at her sharply. Sira finished tightening the vest. I've worked for dangerous men. Mikkel is better than most because he hates what he is. But hating it doesn't always stop the damage. Anya didn't know what to say. Sira stepped back. There, you can move. Thank you. Don't thank me. Come back alive and make him apologize for whatever he did. The whole building could use the entertainment. Despite everything, Anya smiled. Then Mikkel approached, and Sira disappeared with the smooth timing of a woman who understood dangerous rooms. His gaze moved over the vest, the coat, her face. too tight. It's fine. Can you breathe? Yes. Move your arms. Anya obeyed, then narrowed her eyes at him. That was not symbolic. No, it was practical. Just checking. He reached toward her shoulder strap, then stopped before touching. May I? The question struck through her irritation. Such a small thing. May I, not an assumption, not a command. She nodded. His fingers adjusted the strap near her collarbone. The touch was minimal. Barely anything. Fabric between them, his knuckles brushing her coat, his focus entirely on making sure the vest sat correctly. Her body reacted anyway. A slow heat unfolded beneath fear, unwelcome and undeniable. Not the bright, foolish desire of 24, when she had mistaken chemistry for fate. This was deeper, angrier. It had memory in it, grief in it, the knowledge that he could stand between her and bullets, then ask permission to fix a strap. Mikkel's hand stilled. He felt it. Of course he did. His gaze lifted to hers. The safe house noise faded. Anya, he said, voice low. Don't. I wasn't going to. But he was looking at her mouth. She hated that she noticed. She hated more that she wanted him to. This changes nothing, she whispered. His thumb withdrew from the strap slowly. No. Whatever this is, adrenaline, old habits, trauma doing something stupid. His gaze sharpened faintly. You think wanting me is stupid? Yes. Then we agree. The answer should have cooled her. It didn't. It made heat lick higher. Because he wanted her to. Not assumed. Not demanded. Wanted and withheld. That restraint had always been the most dangerous part of him. Other men had tried to impress her by taking up space. Mikkel had undone her by holding himself back until she chose to cross it. She looked away. We have somewhere to be. Yes. Neither moved. Then Lev called from the door, Boss. Mikkel stepped back. The moment broke, but it did not disappear. It followed them like a second shadow. The car that waited in the rear garage was not the same one from the alley. This one was armored, matte black, with dark windows, and a back seat that smelled of leather and cold metal. Lev drove. Sira sat in front with a tablet. Mikkel and Anya sat in the back, separated by 6 inches that felt both too much and not nearly enough. No one spoke for the first few blocks. The city thickened around them, warehouses giving way to laundromats, delis, apartment buildings, with fire escapes like black ribs. Anya watched pedestrians move through ordinary life and felt strangely distant from them. A woman tugging a child's mitten back on. A man carrying flowers wrapped in brown paper. A cyclist swearing at a cab. People with errands, dinners, grievances that did not involve murder rings and corrupted police. She had been one of them this morning. Maybe that was the lie. Maybe her mother's secrets had always been beneath her feet, and she had simply never heard the floor crack. Mikkel's phone buzzed again. He read the message. No movement at your apartment. 2 men watching the building. Anya went still. Your men. No. Fear touched the back of her neck with cold fingers. My things are there. Things can be replaced. My mother's things can't. His expression shifted. I'll send a team when it is clear. You can't just send armed men into my apartment. I can send unarmed men. That is not what I meant. I know. Do you? Yes, his gaze held hers. You mean Yo. Her life is not mine to enter without permission. The words were too precise. Anya looked away first. Outside, the car slowed near a row of storage facilities wedged beneath elevated tracks. Rain had started, thin and silver, tapping against the roof. Neon flickered in the windows of a nearby pawn shop. The sky had gone dark early, clouds pressing low over the city. Sira studied the tablet. Alina was last seen at the subway entrance 2 blocks east. Storage unit is here. Unit B214. Cameras, Mikkel asked. Facility feeds are down. Lev snorted. Convenient. Too convenient, Mikkel said. Circle once. They drove past the facility without stopping. Anya leaned forward, scanning the sidewalk. A man smoking under an awning. A delivery van. A couple arguing near a bus stop. Nothing obvious, which she was learning meant nothing. On the second pass, Lev parked behind a closed tire shop. Mikkel checked his gun. Sira handed Anya a small device. If separated, press this, Sira said. Tracker and panic signal. Anya took it. Separated sounds bad. It is. At least you're honest. I'm paid to be accurate. Honesty is occasional. Mikkel looked at Anya. Stay behind me, but not close enough that one shot hits both of us. The instruction was so horrifyingly practical that she forgot to object. He noticed her face. We are not going in if you cannot do this, he said. I can do this. I need truth, not pride. She met his eyes. I'm scared, I'm angry. I might throw up later, but I can walk through that door. His expression changed again, softening at the edges. Good. Don't sound proud of me. I am. Her throat tightened without warning. How dare he? Lev opened the doors. Cold rain hit Anya's face as she stepped out. The vest was heavy, her coat unfamiliar. The ring now sealed in a small evidence case inside Mikkel's inner pocket, because the capsule had been removed and secured separately at the safe house. She had agreed to that arrangement after making Lev document it on video, which Mikkel had accepted without complaint. Partnership, a shaky one, still something. They crossed the street quickly. Mikkel moved with controlled ease, not rushing, not hesitating. Anya stayed behind him, aware of Lev several steps back and Sira somewhere she could not see. The storage facility's front office was dark. A keypad glowed near the gate. Mikkel punched in a code. Anya looked at him. Should I ask? Lev found it. Of course. The gate clicked open. Inside, Narrow corridors stretched under harsh fluorescent lights. Rows of orange doors, concrete floor, the faint smell of damp cardboard and metal. Every sound echoed too much. Anya's pulse grew loud. B214 was on the second level. They climbed metal stairs. With each step, Anya thought of her mother carrying boxes here, hiding pieces of lives in cardboard and duct tape. Had Evelyn been scared? Or had she gotten used to fear, folded it into errands like everyone else folded receipts? Mikkel stopped outside the unit. The lock was missing. Anya's stomach dropped. He held up one hand, then lifted the door slowly. The unit was dark. Mikkel entered first, gun low. Lev followed. Anya waited exactly 2 seconds before stepping in too. Inside, chaos. Boxes had been ripped open. Papers scattered. An old lamp lay smashed beside a plastic Christmas wreath. Her mother's handwriting labeled several boxes: winter clothes, case notes, tax records, kitchen. The ordinary labels made the violation worse. Anya knelt beside a torn box and picked up a ceramic bird with one wing broken off. Her mother had kept it on the kitchen shelf for 20 years. A ridiculous little bluebird. Anya's eyes burned. Mikkel crouched beside her, not too close. "I'm sorry." She nodded, because words would cost too much. Then she saw blood, a small smear on the concrete near the back of the unit. "Mikkel." He followed her gaze and instantly shifted. Lev moved past them, gun drawn, fresh. Anya stood behind a stack of overturned boxes. Something moved. Mikkel pushed Anya back with his forearm. Not hard, just enough to put her behind him. A woman's voice whispered, "Evelyn." Anya's heart slammed. "Elena," Mikkel said. Silence. Then weaker, "No police." Mikkel lowered his gun slightly. "No police." "Volkov." "Yes." A woman crawled from behind the boxes, pale and shaking, one hand pressed to her side. Dark hair stuck to her face. Blood soaked the edge of her coat. Anya recognized her now from the photograph and surveillance still. Elena Ward. She looked at Anya and began to cry. Not loudly, not dramatically, just tears slipping down a face too exhausted to hide them. "You're Anya," Elena said. "Yes." Elena reached into her coat with shaking fingers. Mikkel's gun came up. "Slowly," he warned. Elena froze. Anya stepped forward. "She's hurt. She also may be armed." Elena gave a small, bitter laugh that turned into a gasp of pain. "I wish." She withdrew a folded piece of paper, stained at 1C. "Orner." Anya knew before she took it. The missing half of her mother's letter. Her fingers trembled as she unfolded it. There is another copy. Not in the ring. In the place where Anya learned what love costs. Trust no one who knew about the church basement photograph except Mikkel Volkov, because he was there the night Katia died. Anya stopped breathing. The paper shook in her hand. Mikkel went utterly still. Elena looked between them with fear sharpening through pain. You didn't tell her. Anya turned slowly to Mikkel. The storage unit seemed to narrow around them. The smashed boxes, the blood, the broken bluebird, her mother's handwriting. Mikkel's face, suddenly as closed and pale as it had been when he saw the ring. You were there, Anya whispered. His jaw tightened. Anya. No, her voice broke on the word, and she hated that. No more locked doors. No more half-truths. Were you there the night Katia died? Mikkel's eyes held hers. Rain hammered faintly against the roof. Somewhere outside, a train screamed over the tracks. Yes, he said. The world tilted. Anya stepped back from him, the torn letter clutched in her hand. Alina made a small sound. We have to leave. Victor's men followed me. Mikkel didn't look away from Anya. Anya, listen to me. But the corridor outside the unit creaked. Lev swore. The lights went out. In the sudden dark, a man's voice echoed from the hallway. Give us the ring, Volkov, and maybe the women leave breathing. Chapter 3. The Sister's Secret. The darkness swallowed Mikkel before Anya could decide whether to hate him or run toward him. For one impossible second, there was only black, Alina's ragged breathing, the chemical smell of old cardboard and fresh blood, and the man in the corridor saying women, as if Anya and Alina were items on a list he might cross off when finished. Then Mikkel moved, not away from her, in front of her. She felt him more than saw him. A wall of heat and controlled violence in the dark. His shoulder brushing hers for half a heartbeat before he shoved her down behind an overturned file box. Stay low, he breathed. This time she did. Not because he ordered it, because bullets had no respect for pride. A shot cracked through the storage unit door. The sound punched the air apart. Alina cried out, and Anya lunged toward her, crawling over spilled case folders and broken ornaments until her hand found Alina's sleeve. Mikkel fired once into the corridor. The flash lit him in fragments, hard jaw, steady arms, eyes like winter steel. Then blackness again. Lev cursed somewhere to the right. 3 in the hall, maybe 4. South stair, Mikkel asked. Blocked. North. Unknown. Another shot. Metal screamed as a bullet struck the unit's rolling door. Anya's heart beat so hard she could taste it. Alina's hand clamped around Anya's wrist. Don't let them take the paper. I won't. They don't care if I die. Anya gripped her tighter. I do. Alina made a sound that might have been a laugh if there had been enough breath in it. Mikkel's voice cut through the dark. Lev, smoke. Something small clattered across the concrete. A hiss followed. The air turned bitter. Smoke rolled through the unit, thick and gray, crawling over the floor and pouring toward the corridor. Anya covered her mouth with her sleeve. Alina coughed, doubling over. Mikkel appeared out of the haze and crouched beside them. His face was close enough that Anya could see the thin white scar at his brow. His gaze moved over her fast, Hurt? No, Elena. She's bleeding. I can walk, Elena said, though her voice proved otherwise. Mikkel looked at Anya. Can you help her? Yes. No argument. No wasting time. Just the question, the answer, and his trust that she meant it. That trust landed in the middle of everything else between them. The torn letter, the words he was there, the confession waiting like a loaded gun. Anya pushed it down. She could bleed later. They all could. Mikkel reached into his jacket and pressed something into Anya's palm. Not the ring. A knife. Small, folded, heavy. Her fingers curled around it. He saw her expression. Only if there is no other choice. I know what a knife is for. I know you do. Something about the way he said it made her throat tighten. But there was no room for softness. Lev appeared at the doorway, a shadow with a gun. North corridor is clear for 6 seconds. Then move, Mikkel said. Elena leaned on Anya with a gasp of pain, and together they stumbled through the ruined unit. Smoke burned Anya's eyes. The hallway beyond was lit only by emergency strips along the floor, painting everything in a low red glow. It looked less like a storage facility now, and more like the inside of a wound. Mikkel went first. Lev came behind. Anya kept one arm around Alina's waist, the other clutching the folded letter inside her coat pocket. The knife pressed against her palm. Every few steps, Alina's weight sagged harder. Sorry, Ale. Nell whispered. Apologize when we're somewhere boring. I used to dream about boring. Me too. They reached the end of the corridor. A man stepped from behind a row of lockers. He had a gun raised. Mikkel shot him before Anya finished inhaling. The man dropped. Not theatrically. Not with a villain-esque speech. Just a brutal collapse of body onto concrete. Anya froze. Mikkel turned back instantly. Eyes on me. She looked at him, because the alternative was looking at the man on the floor. Anya, he said, voice calm in a way that held her upright. Move. She moved. That was the strange horror of it. Life did not pause after violence. The body fell, the heart recoiled, and the feet kept going because stopping meant becoming the next shape on the ground. The north stairwell door was chained from the outside. Lev swore they sealed it. Mikkel took one look, stepped back, and fired twice into the lock. The sound in the enclosed space was deafening. Anya flinched, but kept Alina standing. Mikkel kicked the door open, and cold, rain-washed air rushed in from somewhere above. They climbed. Every step was a negotiation with Alina's pain. By the third flight, her breath came in broken pieces. By the fourth, blood had warmed the side of Anya's hand where she gripped Alina's coat. Mikkel, Anya said. He turned immediately. She can't make another floor. Alina shook her head. I can. No, you can't. A burst of shouting echoed below them. Lev glanced over the rail. They're coming. Mikkel crossed to Alina. May I carry you? Even now, even here. Alina stared at him as if the question startled her more than the gunfire. Then she gave a shaky nod. Yes. He lifted her with frightening ease, one arm beneath her knees, the other around her back. Alina's face twisted, but she swallowed the cry. Anya took the lead for 3 steps before Mikkel's voice stopped her. Behind me. Mikkel. I'm carrying her. If they shoot first, I am the largest target. It was awful. It was practical. It was exactly the kind of statement that made arguing feel childish and obedience feel like betrayal. Anya fell back behind him, with Lev covering the rear. They burst through a rooftop exit into rain and wind. The sky had gone nearly black. The elevated train thundered nearby, sparks flashing in the distance. Rooftops stretched around them in uneven levels of tar, vents, rusted ducts, and water towers. Sira's voice crackled from Lev's earpiece. You have company on the west stair, and 2 vehicles pulling in front. I can get you 6 minutes if you go across the roof. Lev looked at Mikkel. Across. Mikkel's gaze swept the rooftop. Across. Anya followed his stare and saw it. A gap between buildings. Not huge. Maybe 4 feet. Maybe 5. A narrow alley below filled with black water, garbage bins, and metal that would not forgive a fall. Her stomach dropped. No. Mikkel turned to her. Rain darkened his hair, ran down the hard line of his cheek. Alina lay pale and limp in his arms. I'll take her first, he said. That is insane. Yes. He stepped toward the edge. Anya's hand shot out and gripped his sleeve. Mikkel. He stopped. Their eyes met in the rain. For a second, the rooftop disappeared, and they were back in the shop. Back in the moment before she climbed into his car. Back in the terrible space where every choice felt like another door locking. I have her, he said, and the words were not reassurance. They were a vow. I have you too, but you must jump when Lev tells you. I hate this. I know. I hate you. His expression shifted. Not hurt exactly. Acceptance. I know, he said again. Then he turned and ran. Anya's heart leapt into her throat as Mikkel launched himself across the gap with Alina in his arms. For one suspended instant, he was only shadow and rain and impossible strength. Then he landed hard on the opposite roof, dropping to one knee to absorb the impact while keeping Alina braced against his chest. Anya exhaled a sound that was almost a sob. Lev grabbed her elbow. Your turn. I can jump. Good, do it now. Anya backed up 3 steps. Her shoes slipped slightly on wet tar. Below, something crashed in the stairwell they had just left. Men. Coming. She ran. Fear made the gap wider. Anger made her faster. She pushed off at the edge and flew with the city opening beneath her, a black slice of air and falling. And every promise her mother had never explained. Her foot hit the far roof wrong. Pain flashed through her ankle. She pitched forward. Mikkel caught her. not by dragging her into him, not by grabbing blindly. His hands closed around her upper arms, firm and careful, taking her weight without crushing her. Alina had been lowered beside a vent stack, one of Mikkel's men now kneeling over her with a medical kit. He had set her down to catch Anya. Of course he had. Of course the detail mattered. "Are you hurt?" he asked. "Ankle," she gasped. "I'm fine." "That is not the same answer." "I landed, didn't I?" His mouth tightened. "This is not the moment to be impressive. I wasn't trying to impress you. You never had to." The words slid between them before he could cage them. Anya looked up. Rain ran down his face. His hands were still on her arms. His breath came a little harder than usual, though whether from carrying Alina or fear, she couldn't tell. The rooftop around them was chaos. Lev jumping the gap behind her. Sira's voice directing extraction, distant shouts. Alina groaning as someone pressed gauze to her side. But for one dangerous heartbeat, the only thing Anya felt was Mikkel's grip, holding her steady. And the truth she did not want. She had never hated him cleanly. That was the problem. Hate should have been simple. A closed door, a dead language. Instead, it had roots tangled around longing, grief, questions, and a body that remembered safety in the same man who had taught her abandonment. Mikkel released her first. "Can you walk?" "Yes." "Truth." She tested her ankle. Pain sparked but held. "Yes," slowly. He nodded and turned to the medic. "Alina." "Through and through," the man said. "She's losing blood, but she'll live if we move now." Alina's eyes opened. She searched the rain until she found Anya. The paper. Anya touched her coat pocket. Safe. Alina's gaze moved to Mikkel. "You need to tell her." His face hardened. "Not here." Alina coughed, a wet, painful sound. That's what everyone said to Evelyn. Not here, not now, not safe. Then Katia died. Mikkel went very still. Anya felt those words like fingers around her throat. Then gunfire cracked from the rooftop behind them. Lev returned fire. Move. They ran, or something close to running. Anya limped. Mikkel stayed beside her without touching, adjusting his pace to hers, while Lev and another man moved Alina toward a service ladder connecting to the next building. A black SUV waited in the alley beyond, barely visible through rain. A bullet struck a vent behind Anya and sprayed sparks. She stumbled. Mikkel's arm went around her waist. This time, she let it stay until she found her footing. Only until then. He released her the instant she steadied. The SUV doors flew open below. Sira leaned out with a gun in her hand, hair plastered to her face. Hurry. They descended the ladder one by one. Alina first, lowered carefully. Anya next, teeth gritted against ankle pain. Mikkel came last, dropping the final few feet and landing between her and the mouth of the alley. Men appeared at the far end. Mikkel raised his gun. Sira shouted, "In." Anya climbed into the SUV. Alina was already stretched across the rear bench, the medic working over her. Mikkel shoved in beside Anya as Lev slammed the door. The vehicle lurched forward before everyone was seated. Bullets struck the armored glass with sickening cracks. Anya did not scream. She wanted to. Instead, she gripped the folded letter in her pocket until her knuckles ached and stared at the spiderweb marks spreading across the window. Mikkel spoke into his phone in Russian, low and lethal. She understood none of the words, but she understood the tone. Someone was going to die for this. Maybe many someones. That should have frightened her more than it did. The SUV sped through back streets, turned twice, then slid into a delivery entrance beneath an unmarked building 10 minutes later. No one spoke until the metal gate closed behind them. Alina was rushed out first. The medic and Sira took her through a steel door toward what looked like a private clinic. Lev followed, still on the phone. Anya moved to climb out after them, but her ankle betrayed her. Pain shot up her leg and she hissed. Mikkel reached for her, stopped, and clenched his hand once at his side. "May I?" he asked. Anya was too tired to pretend the question didn't affect her. "Yes." He helped her from the SUV with one hand at her elbow and the other hovering near her waist without touching until she swayed. Then he caught her, steady and warm, not claiming, supporting. The distinction mattered so much. She almost hated him for learning it now. They were in a lower-level garage converted into another fortress. Medical equipment lined one wall. Weapons cabinets lined another. A freight elevator stood open. Everything here was cleaner than the storage facility, but colder than the safe house. All function and no comfort. Mikkel guided Anya to a metal chair near a workbench. "I can walk," she said. "I saw." He crouched in front of her. The sight did something dangerous to her pulse. Mikkel Volkov, on one knee, had no business looking like a dark vow. He lifted her injured foot carefully, his fingers wrapping around her ankle with infuriating gentleness. Anya sucked in a breath. His eyes lifted, pain. "Yes, bad, manageable." He removed her shoe with slow precision. His thumb skimmed the side of her ankle, not sensuous, not intentionally. A check, a touch. Still, heat moved beneath her skin, unwanted and immediate. His gaze. He sharpened. "You're swollen. Thank you for the diagnosis, doctor. I was a field medic for 2 years. That startled her when, before you, as if his life had a clean division, as if she had been an era. She looked away. "I didn't know that. There were many things you didn't know, because you didn't tell me." "Yes." No defense, just truth. It kept knocking her off balance. He wrapped her ankle with efficient hands, while rainwater dripped from both of them onto the concrete. His hair was wet. His shirt clung to his shoulders beneath his open coat. A bruise had begun to rise along his jaw, probably from the rooftop jump or something in the storage unit. He looked brutal and exhausted and painfully alive. Anya watched his hands instead of his face. "You were there when Katia died," she said. His fingers paused only for a second. Then he finished the rap. "Yes, Alina said you need to tell me." "Yes, are you going to?" His gaze lifted, gray and unreadable. "Yes." A strange calm spread through her. Not comfort, the stillness before impact. "Now," she said. Mikhail looked toward the clinic door where Alina had disappeared. "You should have your ankle properly checked first." "No, Anya, if you say not now, I will walk out of here on one foot." His mouth tightened. "You would?" "Yes." He stood slowly. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he removed his wet coat and draped it over the back of a chair, not around her shoulders, not as another silent claim. He understood that much. He poured water from a bottle into a glass and handed it to her. She took it because her throat felt scraped raw. He dragged another chair closer and sat across from her. Not too close, close enough to stop pretending distance could make any of this safe. "Katia called me the night she died," he said. Anya's fingers tightened around the glass. She was scared, not hysterical. Katia hated giving anyone the satisfaction. She said she had proof Victor was moving money through Volkov accounts, selling family roots, arranging alliances behind my uncle's back. He planned to use her name, her marriage, to protect himself. Anya swallowed, and the ring. She said the ring held the proof. Not because she trusted the ring, because Victor did. He had it made for her. He thought it marked ownership. She turned it into a blade. A fierce ache went through Anya. Katia Volkov, smiling over cards, cheating badly, hiding evidence inside the very symbol meant to trap her. "She asked me to meet her," Mikhail continued. "Alone. She said she did not know who was loyal. I went." His face had changed. The emotion did not break through in obvious ways. It retreated, leaving him colder, more controlled, as if the memory could only be survived from behind steel. "Where?" "Near the old pier." "Midnight." "Old pier." Anya's skin prickled. When I arrived, her car was there. Door open. No Katia, no driver. I found blood on the ground. He stopped. His jaw worked once. "I found her near the water." Anya closed her eyes briefly. "I'm sorry," she whispered before she could stop herself. Mikhail looked at her as if the words hurt. "She was alive," he said. Anya's eyes opened. "Barely. She had the ring in her hand. She tried to give it to me. I didn't take it fast enough." "What does that mean?" His hands curled into fists on his knees. "Someone fired from the dark. I covered her. When I looked again, the ring was gone." Anya frowned. "Gone?" "Yes." "How?" "I don't know. I was hit." Her gaze dropped over him involuntarily. "Where?" He touched his side, low beneath his ribs. She remembered that scar, the one she had once traced with her fingertips in bed, while he went still and silent beneath her. The one he never explained. That scar, she said. Yes. The room seemed to tilt around the old memory. You told me it was from a knife. I lied. Of course you did. I could not tell you the truth then. Why? Because by the time I met you, I had already failed my sister. There were men watching anyone connected to Katia, anyone connected to me. And then you walked into my life with your mother's eyes and Evelyn Bell's name, and I realized the ring had not vanished into Bratva hands after all. Anya went still. What? Mikkel's gaze held hers. I saw your mother that night. The garage seemed to hum louder. You said you asked her after Katia died. I did, but you saw her that night. Yes. Anya stood too fast. Pain shot through her ankle, but she ignored it. You knew. I suspected. You knew my mother was involved, and you came into my life anyway. His face hardened with pain. No. I met you by accident. She laughed once. You expect me to believe that? No, but it is true. Anya shook her head, stepping back, though her ankle screamed. You don't get to make that sound romantic. You don't get to say accident when my mother had your sister's ring hidden in a jewelry box. Mikkel rose. I did not know she had it, but you suspected enough to stay close to me. No. Then why? His restraint cracked, not into anger at her, into something rawer. Because I wanted you. The words hit the concrete between them. No poetry, no excuse, no safe phrasing. Just truth, ugly in its simplicity. Anya's breath caught. Mikkel took one step closer, then stopped himself. I saw you in a legal aid office, arguing with a landlord twice your size. You were wearing a yellow dress and cheap shoes that hurt your feet because you took them off under your desk when you thought no one could see. She remembered that day. She had been 24, furious, overworked, and carrying too many files because her mother had asked her to help with translation for a tenant who didn't trust anyone else. Mikkel had been there, in the waiting room. She remembered a man in a black coat standing near the door, speaking quietly with her mother. She had not seen his face clearly. She had only remembered the feeling of being watched. That was you, she said. Yes, and you didn't tell me. No. Why? Because your mother asked me not to. Anya went still. The answer slipped beneath her anger and found the place where grief lived. My mother knew we were seeing each other. Not at first, but later. Yes. Anya pressed a hand to her mouth. The garage blurred for a second. Her mother had known. Evelyn had looked Anya in the eye through dinners and phone calls and ordinary Sunday mornings, and never said Mikkel's name. Never warned her. Never confessed that she and Mikkel were connected by a dead woman, a hidden ring, and a night by the water. Why? Anya whispered. Why would she let me get near you? Mikkel's face twisted. She didn't want to. We fought about it. You and my mother. Yes, the image was so impossible and so painfully believable that Anya almost sank back into the chair. What did she say? She said men like me mistook restraint for goodness. She said if I cared for you, I should leave before you learned to care back. Anya's chest tightened. And you didn't. No, until you did. He closed his eyes briefly. Yes, the word was almost silent. Anya sat down because her ankle could not hold grief and rage at the same time. Mikkel remained standing, hands at his sides, as if waiting for a sentence. Tell me the rest, she said. He opened his eyes. When Katia died, Victor accused thieves. My uncle accepted the official story because it was convenient. A dead daughter was tragedy. A son-in-law exposed as traitor was war. Evelyn denied having the ring. I believed she was protecting someone, but I did not know who. I watched her for months, then years. Nothing surfaced. And me. He looked away. No, Anya said. Do not look away now. His gaze returned. You became my weakness. The words were quiet, but the effect was violent. Anya felt them in the base of her throat, in her palms, in places memory had no right to touch. That is not an answer. It is the only honest one. I told myself I was staying near you because of Evelyn, because of the ring, because of Katia. Then I watched you build a case for a woman whose husband had locked her out in winter, and I wanted to put him through a wall. I watched you fall asleep over paperwork and wanted to carry you home. I watched you laugh with a man at your office and hated him so much I had to leave the room. His mouth tightened. None of that was noble. None of it was safe, but it was true. Anya stared at him, heart pounding. 5 years ago, she would have wanted that confession. 5 years ago, it might have undone her. Now it made her ache in older, sharper ways. You should have told me. Yes, you should have let me choose what to risk. Yes, you should have trusted me. His voice broke slightly on the answer. Yes. Silence fell. Not empty silence. Crowded silence. Anya looked down at the folded letter in her lap. Her mother's handwriting seemed different now. Not less loving. More human. Evelyn Bell had not been a saint. She had made choices. She had withheld, protected, manipulated by omission, perhaps, or survived the only way she knew how. Anya wanted to be angry at her. She was. She wanted to forgive her. She did. Neither feeling asked permission from the other. The clinic door opened. Sira stepped out, wiping her hands on a towel. Alina is stable. She's asking for Anya. Mikkel's attention snapped to Anya's ankle. She needs. I'm going, Anya said. He stopped, then nodded. I'll wait here. The surprise must have shown on her face. His mouth hardened with self-mockery. I can learn. Anya didn't trust herself to answer. Sira offered an arm. Anya accepted, limping through the clinic door into a bright, sterile room that smelled of antiseptic and warm metal. Alina lay on a narrow bed, pale but conscious, an IV in her arm and bandages wrapped around her waist beneath a hospital gown. Without the coat and blood, she looked younger than Anya expected. Early 30s, maybe. Tired, in the way people became when survival had been their full-time job too long. Her eyes found Anya immediately. "He told you. Some. Enough to hate him." Anya moved to the chair beside the bed. "I didn't need new material for that." Alina's mouth curved weakly. "Good. Hate keeps women alive until truth catches up." Anya sat carefully, easing weight off her ankle. "You knew my mother." "Yes." "How?" Alina glanced toward Sira, who stood near the counter. Sira said, "I'll be outside," and left without needing to be asked. Alina watched the door close. "Your mother saved my life." Anya's fingers curled into the edge of the chair. "When?" 6 years ago. I was working as a courier for a private legal firm. Very clean on paper, very dirty underneath. I carried sealed documents. No questions. Then one night, I opened something I shouldn't have. Katia's evidence. No, something adjacent. Victor's money routes. Names of judges, officers, businessmen. Enough to understand I was carrying a map of rot. Anya swallowed. "I ran," Alina said, "badly. Victor's people found me within a day. Evelyn got me out. My mother, she had contacts. Old shelter networks, church basements, women who knew how to move other women without leaving a trail. She wasn't flashy, wasn't fearless either. That's what made her brave. She was scared all the time and did the thing anyway." A sharp ache opened in Anya's chest. That sounded like her mother. Not the secrets, maybe, but the stubbornness, the moral spine disguised as ordinary practicality. Why didn't she tell me? Alina's eyes softened. Would you have stayed away if she had? Anya had no answer. Alina looked toward the ceiling. She said you had a rescuer's heart and a lawyer's temper. Dangerous combination. A laugh broke out of Anya, then cracked into something too close to tears. Alina reached weakly for her hand. Anya took it. "Evelyn didn't hide the truth because she thought you were weak," Alina said. "She hid it because she knew you were strong enough to run toward it." That hurt worse. "Did she know Katia?" Anya asked. "Yes." "How well?" "Well enough to risk everything." Alina's fingers tightened around hers. "Katia came to Evelyn before she died, not just to hide the ring, to ask for a way out." Anya went very still, out of her marriage. "Yes." "From Victor." "Yes." The word settled like a stone. Katia was going to leave him, Alina said, but not empty-handed. She wanted to expose him first, not because she cared about Bratva politics, but because Victor had begun targeting women connected to rival families, using marriages, debts, immigration threats, business pressure. Not trafficking, not chains, nothing so visible. He was smarter than that. He trapped women legally, financially, socially, then called it alliance. Anya's stomach turned. A different kind of cage. A clean one, with paperwork and signatures, and men shaking hands over dinner. She wanted to stop him, Anya said. She wanted to burn his entire network. And my mother helped her. Alina nodded. Evelyn knew how to document patterns. She knew which women would talk if they felt safe. She helped Katia make a copy. The other copy. Yes. Where is it? Alina's expression tightened with pain and fear. I don't know. Anya leaned closer. Alina, I swear I don't. I had the torn letter because Evelyn gave it to me with instructions. If Anya finds the ring, give her the rest. That's what she said. When? 3 weeks before she died. The room cooled around Anya. My mother knew she was going to die. No, but she was afraid. Of Victor, of whoever had started asking old questions. Anya's throat tightened. Who? Alina looked away. Alina, I don't know the name. Evelyn wouldn't say it. But she said something had changed inside the Volkov house. Someone had started cleaning up old sins. Anya thought of Mikkel being called boss. What does that mean? Alina's gaze returned, searching her face. Mikkel didn't tell you. Tell me what? Mikkel took control of the Volkov organization 6 months ago. The words landed hard. Anya stood too quickly and winced as pain flashed up her leg. Alina tried to sit up, careful. 6 months. Yes. Anya gripped the chair back. He said he was the man who should have stayed away. He did not say he was now the head of the Bratva family that got his sister killed. Alina's expression tightened. He took it to find the truth. Did he? I think so. You think? Alina's face sharpened despite exhaustion. Anya, I've known men like Victor. Mikkel is dangerous, yes. Violent, yes. But Victor smiles while other people bleed. Mikkel bleeds first and calls it strategy. That was too close to what Anya had already seen. Too close to the way he had crossed a rooftop with Alina in his arms. The way he had asked permission before lifting her. The way he had offered truth, but only after being cornered. A good man would have been easier to trust. A bad man would have been easier to leave. Mikkel was neither. That was the problem. Anya lowered herself back into the chair. My mother's letter said to trust no one who knew about the church basement photograph except Mikkel, because he was there the night Katia died. Alina frowned. That's not what it meant. Anya went still. What? It didn't mean don't trust him. It meant he is the only person from that photograph's circle who can confirm what happened that night. Anya pulled the torn letter from her pocket and unfolded it again. Rain and her own handling had softened the paper, but the words remained. Trust no one who knew about the church basement photograph except Mikkel Volkov, because he was there the night Katia died. She had read it in fear, in accusation, but punctuation mattered. Context mattered. Her mother's legal mind would have made it matter. Except Mikkel Volkov, not including him. Trust no one except him. Anya felt suddenly lightheaded. damn her, she whispered, but there was more grief than anger in it. Alina's eyes softened. Evelyn trusted him with you. No, she told him to leave me, because she knew he would if it protected you. That is not comforting. No, Alina said, it's not. Anya laughed once, exhausted. Everyone around me has terrible ideas about love. Alina smiled faintly. We learned from dangerous people. The clinic door opened before Anya could answer. Mikkel stood there. He did not enter fully. He stayed at the threshold, as if the invisible line mattered. Alina, he said, you're stable. Disappointed. Relieved. You always sound the same. I don't. You do, like a funeral wearing a suit. Anya glanced at him, despite herself. His mouth twitched, a tiny, unwilling curve. It vanished almost instantly, but it had existed. God help her. She wanted to see it again. Then she remembered what Alina had said, and the warmth died. You're packin' now, Anya said. The room went silent. Mikkel's gaze shifted to Alina, then back to Anya. Yes, one word. No excuse. No dressing. Anya stood, slower this time. When were you going to tell me? When it became relevant. It became relevant when a corrupt police officer asked me for a murder ring in your jewelry shop. His jaw tightened. Yes. Or when your driver called you boss. Yes. Or when you brought me to a safe house full of armed people who obey you. Yes. She stepped toward him, pain in her ankle grounding her anger. You are not bad at truth because you don't know when to tell it. You are bad at truth because you keep deciding you deserve one more minute of control before someone else gets to choose. The words struck him. His expression did not change much, but his eyes did. Alina looked away. Giving them privacy, she could not physically leave. Mikkel's voice dropped. You are right. Anya wanted to throw something. Stop agreeing like that. You prefer I lie. No, I prefer you had learned honesty before it cost me everything. His face darkened with pain. It has not cost you everything. My apartment is watched. My mother's storage unit is destroyed. Her secrets are being delivered to me in pieces. Men shot through a window because I returned your sister's ring. Her voice shook now, and she hated it, but she did not stop. And the only person who knows the shape of this nightmare is the man who taught me love could disappear overnight. Mikkel took one step into the room, not toward her, just in. I did disappear, he said. I will not defend it. Good, but I did not stop loving you. The words hit with such force that Anya forgot what came next. Alina closed her eyes, as if praying for patience. Mikkel looked like he had not meant to say it there. Not in a clinic with fluorescent lights and bloodied bandages, and the past standing open between them. But he did not take it back. Anya's throat tightened. Don't, she whispered. I know. No, you don't. You don't get to say that because I'm scared and tired and trapped in your world again. I know. You don't get to make me remember. His gaze held hers. and for the first time all day, he looked less like a man in control than a man hanging on by torn fingers. "I never forgot," he said. "That was worse, so much worse," because the photograph in his wallet said the same thing. The silence grew too thick. Alina broke it with a weak, irritated sigh. "For the love of all exhausted women, could you too postpone the romantic tragedy until after we stop Victor from killing us?" Anya almost laughed. Mikhail actually blinked. Then Lev appeared behind him, tablet in hand, expression grim. "You need to see this." The reprieve ended. Mikhail turned. "What?" "The capsule from the ring. We pulled partial data before the old reader overheated. It's damaged, but there's enough." Anya's pulse changed. Alina tried to sit up again. "What enough?" Lev looked at Mikhail first. Mikhail's voice sharpened. "Say it." Lev turned the tablet so they could see. The screen showed a G. Rainy video still. A dark room. A table. Victor Orlov, younger but recognizable, seated beside two men Anya did not know. Katia stood in the background near a half-open door, face turned slightly toward the camera, one hand hidden at her side. Recording. Katia had recorded him. Lev swiped to another file. A ledger. Names, dates, payments, judges, officers, shell companies. Then one line, highlighted in red. E-bell transfer confirmed. Package moved. Anya's breath caught. "My mother." Mikhail took the tablet, his face murderous. "Date. 2 days before Katia died," Lev said. Anya gripped the bed rail to stay steady. "Package means the ring." "Maybe," Lev said. Alina shook her head weakly. "No. Evelyn didn't have the ring until the night Katia died. Package might mean another copy." "The other copy," Anya whispered. Lev looked grim. "There's more." He tapped the screen. A second image appeared. A scanned document. Church basement volunteer list. At the bottom, in her mother's handwriting, a location had been circled. Briar House. Anya frowned through the fog in her mind. What is Briar House? Alina went pale. Mikhail noticed immediately. Alina. She closed her eyes. "No." "What is it?" Anya asked. Alina's voice was thin. "A women's shelter that officially closed 7 years ago." Anya looked at her. Officially. It became a safe transfer point. Evelyn used it for emergencies. Alina swallowed. Katia went there the day she died. Mikhail's face went utterly still. "No," he said. Alina opened her eyes. "I'm sorry." "What?" Anya looked between them. "What does that mean?" Mikhail didn't answer. Lev did quietly. Briar House burned down 5 years ago. Anya's skin went cold. 5 years ago when? Lev's gaze flicked to Mikhail. Anya already knew. She knew because Mikhail's face had become the face of a man standing in front of a grave. "The week you left me," she said. Mikhail's silence confirmed it. Her heart seemed to fold in on itself. What happened at Briar House? Mikhail looked at her, and there was no wall left now. Only ruin. After the fire, Victor sent me a photograph of you outside your office, he said, with the message that Briar House could happen again anywhere. Your apartment, your workplace, your mother's home. Anya's knees weakened. He stepped forward, then stopped before touching her. I left that night, he said, because I believed distance was the only thing I could give you that might keep you alive. The explanation she had wanted for 5 years stood in front of her at last. It did not heal. It detonated. Anya gripped the rail harder. You should have told me. Yes, you should have let me decide. Yes, you let me think I was nothing. His face changed. That one got through like a bullet. No, he said, voice rough. Never nothing. But you let me believe it. He looked like he had taken the words physically. Yes. A sound escaped her, half laugh, half sob, all fury. I hate you for that. I know. I hate that you had a reason. I know. I hate that it sounds like love. His eyes burned into hers. It was love, he said. Badly done, cowardly done, but love. Anya's throat closed. The clinic, the data, Alina, Lev, the dead, the living. The years, all of it pressed in until she couldn't breathe. Then Alina whispered, Anya. Anya turned. Alina's hand shook as she pointed at the tablet. Briar House. Lev enlarged the scan. The circled location had a handwritten note beside it, one Anya hadn't noticed before. Her mother's writing. 3 words. Where Anya learned. Anya stared. In the place where Anya learned what love costs. The missing half of the letter. Where Anya learned, she repeated. Mikkel's gaze sharpened. Learned what? Anya went cold. Not law school. Not love. Not heartbreak. When she was a child, her mother used to take her to a community center after school, while Evelyn volunteered. Anya had learned to read there, sitting under a window with peeling green paint, while women came and went quietly through the back door. She remembered donated books, apples cut into slices, her mother's hand smoothing her hair while whispering, "This is a place where people begin again." She had not known it was Briar House. "I've been there," Anya said. Everyone looked at her. When I was little, my mother took me there after school. Mikkel's gaze narrowed. You know the building. I knew it before the fire. Her mind raced, pulling at scraps. There was a room in the back, a library, sort of, green window, bookshelves, a broken radiator. My mother used to hide spare keys in a hollow dictionary because she said no one ever opened dictionaries anymore. Lev was already typing. Building records show property condemned after fire, but never demolished. Ownership transferred twice. Currently held by Shell Company. Mikkel's voice was lethal. Victor. Probably. Anya stared at the tablet. The other copy is there. Alina's eyes filled. Evelyn always liked hiding things where N thought nothing valuable remained. Mikkel looked at Lev. Address. Lev gave it. The moment he did, Mikkel's phone rang. No caller ID. The room went silent. Mikkel answered on speaker. For 2 seconds, there was only static. Then a man's voice, smooth and amused, filled the clinic. Mikkel, you always did run toward old fires. Victor Orlov. Anya knew without being told. Mikkel's face became stone. You're late. A soft laugh. No, I am exactly on time. I hear you found Alina. Touching. She was always so sentimental about dead women's paperwork. Alina went rigid in the bed. Mikkel said nothing. Victor sighed theatrically. And Anya Bell, Evelyn's little girl, not so little anymore, I assume. Your mother was very brave, very inconvenient. I sent condolences, you know. Anya's blood turned cold. Mikkel's eyes snapped to her, warning her not to speak. She stepped closer to the phone anyway. My mother was worth 10 of you, Anya said. A pause. Then Victor laughed softly. Ah, there she is. Fire in the voice. Mikkel always had such predictable tastes. Mikkel's expression darkened, but his voice stayed flat. Say what you want. The ring, the capsule, the woman, midnight at the pier. You know the arrangement. That arrangement ended when your men shot at her. My men, dangerous accusation. You sent a corrupt cop. Many men are corrupt, Mikkel. Some simply need less persuasion. Anya's stomach twisted. Victor continued, voice almost gentle. Bring the ring, bring Anya, and perhaps I let old ghosts stay buried. Refuse, and I release what I have on Evelyn Bell. Anya's heart slammed. Mikkel's gaze sharpened. What you have, he asked. Another soft laugh. Ask Anya if she knows how her mother paid for all those disappearances. Anya went still. Mikkel's eyes cut to hers. Lies, Alina rasped. Is Alina there? Victor sounded delighted. Tell her I still remember how she begged. Not prettily, but sincerely. Mikkel reached for the phone, as if he could strangle Victor through it. Anya spoke first. You sound afraid. Silence. Mikkel looked at her. She didn't look back. Her eyes stayed on the phone. Victor's voice cooled by a degree. Careful. No, Anya said, and something inside her steadied. You are threatening dead women and wounded ones because a ring you thought you owned came back to life. That sounds like fear. Mikkel's stare burned against the side of her face. Victor was quiet long enough that she knew she'd struck something. Then he said, Wear the ring tonight, Anya. I want to see how it looks on a woman who still has a pulse. Mikkel's hand closed around the edge of the counter hard enough that his knuckles whitened. Anya felt the threat crawl over her skin, but she made her voice steady. You'll have to come close enough to look. Victor chuckled. Oh, I intend to. The line went dead. No one moved. Then Mikkel turned on Lev. Find his location. Already trying. He wants us at the pier, Sira said from the doorway. So he can send men to Briar House while we're distracted. Yes, Mikkel said. Anya looked at him. Then we go to Briar House first. No. The word came instantly. Her eyes narrowed. He looked at her and exhaled through his nose, as if he heard himself too. Not no, he corrected, voice tight. Not without a plan. Despite everything, Alina smiled faintly from the bed. Progress. Anya almost smiled too. Almost. Then the weight of the situation returned. Briar House. The other copy. Victor's threat. Her mother's name used like leverage. Mikkel's confession still raw between them. The midnight exchange waiting like a noose. Lev's tablet pinged. He looked down, then swore. What? Mikkel asked. I have movement at Briar House. Heat signatures. At least 6. Victor's men. Already there. Anya's hand went to her pocket. The torn letter was still there. Her mother's secret. Katia's secret. Mikkel's wound. All of it leading to a burned building where Anya had once learned to read. Mikkel looked at her. She saw the war in him, the instinct to lock her away, the promise to let her choose, the terror of repeating his old mistake, the man he had been, and the man he was trying, painfully, imperfectly, to become. You cannot ask me to stay behind, Anya said. His jaw tightened. I know, and you cannot decide this for me. I know, you can be afraid. His eyes flickered. That S aloud, she said, quieter now. But you don't get to turn fear into a cage. For a moment, the room held its breath. Then Mikkel nodded once. Armor stays on, he said. You listen when there is active fire. You do not move alone. You do not trade yourself for a document, a ring, Alina, me, or the ghost of your mother. If you freeze, you tell me. If you are hurt, you tell me. If you want out, I get you out. Anya studied him. Terms, not orders. A plan shaped around her survival, without erasing her choice. All right, she said, and my terms. His gaze did not waver. Name them. No. More lies. Yes. No more partial truths. Because you think timing is inconvenient. A muscle moved in his jaw. Yes. And when this is over, I decide what happens between us. Something dark and wounded crossed his face. Yes, he said, you decide. The words should have brought relief. Instead, they opened a door she wasn't ready to walk through, because part of her wanted to decide things that would ruin her all over again. Sira reappeared with a fresh coat and a smaller, lighter firearm in a secured holster. She offered it to Anya. Anya stared. I don't know how to use that. Then you don't carry it, Mikkel said. Sira nodded once and took it back without argument. Good. Panic device stays on you. Knife. Anya lifted the one Mikkel had given her. Sira checked it, then handed it back. That you can use to cut zip ties, tape, fabric, seat belts. People only if there is no other option. That's what he said. Mikkel occasionally makes sense. I heard that, he said. You were meant to, Sira replied. For half a second, the room almost felt human. Then Lev said, we have another problem. Mikkel turned. Lev held up the tablet. The security feed showed the exterior of the building they were in. A dark sedan had stopped across the street, not attacking, waiting. The rear window lowered. Anya knew before anything emerged. A hand extended from the car and dropped something onto the curb. An envelope. Again, Mikkel's face went cold. "No one goes out," he said. Sierra zoomed the camera. The envelope lay in the rain, cream-colored, familiar, addressed in black ink. But this time, it was Anya's name. It was Mikkel's. Lev sent a small rolling device through the garage exit to retrieve it. The next 3 minutes stretched like wire. No explosion. No poison detected. No shots. When the envelope was brought in, Mikkel opened it himself. A photograph fell onto the counter. Anya stepped closer. It was old, printed on glossy paper, edges worn. A church basement. Her mother, Katya, Elena, and in the background, half hidden by a doorway, a younger Mikkel stood in shadow. He had been there, not the night Katya died. Before, at the beginning, on the back, Victor had written one sentence. Ask him what he promised Katya before he promised you nothing. Anya looked up slowly. Mikkel's face had gone unreadable in the worst way. Not because he was hiding, because whatever this was had hurt him too deeply for expression. "What did you promise her?" Anya asked. His eyes lifted to hers. Outside, rain lashed the building. Across the city, Victor's men searched a burned shelter for the secret Katya, and Evelyn had hidden. Midnight crept closer. The black diamond ring waited in a sealed case like a curse. Mikkel's voice was rough when he answered. "I promised Katya I would get her out before Victor could kill her." The words settled between them. Then he added, barely above a whisper, "And I was too late." Chapter 4. What he never told her. Mikkel's confession did not sound like guilt. It sounded like a sentence he had been serving for 5 years. "I promised Katya I would get her out before Victor could kill her. And I was too late." Anya stared at him across the harsh clinic light, the old photograph lying between them like a grave marker. Rain battered the building above, steady and cold, turning the windows into black mirrors. In the reflection, she saw herself pale and wet-haired, a woman wearing body armor beneath a borrowed coat, one ankle wrapped, one hand curled around the torn half of her mother's letter. Behind her, Elena lay on the medical bed with her eyes closed, but not sleeping. Lev stood near the monitor, jaw tight, while Sierra watched the security feed with the stillness of someone waiting for the next disaster to introduce itself. No one spoke, maybe because there was nothing merciful to say. Anya looked down at the photograph again. Her mother younger, stern around the mouth even while smiling. Katya with the black diamond ring on her finger, chin lifted, lovely and doomed. Elena turned partly away, as if already practicing disappearance. And Mikkel in the background, not hidden by accident. He was watching the door, guarding them. Younger, harder in a different way, before the years had carved restraint into him. He had been there from the beginning, not adjacent, not later, not as a man drawn in by grief after the blood had dried. "There, why didn't you tell me?" Anya asked. Her voice was quiet, which somehow made everyone in the room go more still. Mikkel's gaze stayed on hers. "Because once I began, I would have had to tell you everything, and that was worse than letting me find out like this." No, his jaw tightened. It was easier. The honesty hit harder than an excuse would have. Anya almost hated him more for not lying. "Easier for you?" "Yes." The word landed with no defense around it. She swallowed, but the ache in her throat stayed. "Katia asked you to help her leave Victor." "Yes." "And my mother was involved." "Yes." "And you knew that before you ever touched my life." He flinched at that, just once. Small, controlled, but real. "I knew Evelyn was part of the network," he said. "I did not know she had the ring. I did not know she had hidden evidence. I did not know she would later become your mother in my life instead of Katia's last contact. My mother did not become anything in your life. She was already my mother." "I know." "No, you don't." The words came sharper now, the calm cracking. "You keep talking about her like a piece of a case file. Evelyn, contact, network, witness. She was my mother. She made terrible tea and watched crime dramas with the volume too loud. She kept birthday candles in a biscuit tin. She called me too much and asked if I'd eaten even when she knew I was 30 years old and capable of operating a spoon." Her breath trembled. Mikkel's face changed. Not with pity. If he had pitied her, she might have slapped him. It was recognition. The unbearable human shape of loss. "She was not a file to me," he said. "Then what was she?" He looked at the photograph. "A woman braver than most men I have served." That quieted something in her, unwillingly. Alina opened her eyes. "He's telling the truth." Anya turned toward her. Alina's voice was weak but steady. "Evelyn scared him." Mikkel's gaze cut to Alina. She ignored him. Not physically, morally. Men like Mikkel are used to threats. They know what to do when someone reaches for a gun. Your mother looked at him like he was still responsible for the pieces of himself he thought the Bratva had killed. That kind of look is much harder to survive. Anya looked back at him. Mikkel did not deny it. That too was a confession. Lev's tablet pinged. He checked it, then looked at Mikkel. Heat signatures still active at Briar House. More vehicles now, at least 8 men. Mikkel's expression hardened, grief sealing itself behind strategy. "Victor knows. We found the note." "Or he wanted us to," Sira said. "Both," Mikkel replied. Anya picked up the photograph and turned it over again. "Ask him what he promised Katia before he promised you nothing." Victor knew exactly where to press. Katia's death, Mikkel's failure, Anya's abandonment. He was not merely threatening them. He was arranging their wounds like furniture in a room. He expected them to die inside. Anya slid the photograph into her coat pocket beside her mother's letter. "We're going to Briar House." Mikkel's eyes lifted to hers. For once, he did not say no. The absence of the word shifted something in the air. We move in 2 teams, he said. Lev takes the east entrance. Sira covers roof and rear. I go through the front. With me, Anya said. His jaw tightened, but he nodded. With you. Sira glanced between them, one brow lifting faintly. That was almost healthy. Mikhail ignored her. Lev did not. Don't encourage him, it's new. Anya would have smiled if fear had not settled so deeply under her ribs. Alina struggled to push herself higher on the bed. There's something else. Mikhail turned. You need to rest. Everyone keeps telling women to rest right before men make mistakes. Alina's eyes moved to Anya. Briar House has a basement. I remember stairs, Anya said slowly. Near the kitchen. There are 2 basements, Alina said. The visible one and the old coal room behind the shelves. Evelyn used the hidden room twice that I know of. If she hid another copy, it would be there. Anya reached back through childhood memory. Briar House had smelled like dust, old books, soup, and radiator heat. There had been a pantry off the kitchen where her mother kept donated cans labeled by month. Anya remembered sitting on the floor outside that pantry, coloring on scrap paper, while women spoke in low voices beyond the wall. A hidden room. Had her mother been 10 feet away, hiding evidence that would someday drag them all into this? Can you draw it? Mikhail asked. Alina gave him a look. I was bleeding dramatically 5 minutes ago. Can you describe it? Yes. Lev pulled up a building plan, and Alina spoke in short, precise details, pausing when pain took her breath. Mikhail listened without interrupting, absorbing every word. Anya watched him, resentment and reluctant admiration tangling inside her. He was good at this. That was one of the worst parts. If he had been careless, arrogant, cruel without contradiction, she could have kept the shape of him simple. But Mikhail at work was a terrible kind of beautiful. Focused, controlled, protective without wasting motion. A man who had been turned into a weapon and then taught himself to aim at monsters, though the damage of the making remained in every line of him. Her mother had trusted him, except Mikhail Volkov. The corrected meaning of the letter still sat uneasy inside Anya. Trust no one except him. Evelyn Bell, who had warned Anya about dangerous men, had chosen this dangerous man as the exception. Anya D. I didn't know whether to call that wisdom or desperation. 20 minutes later, she stood beside the armored SUV in the lower garage, while Sira tightened the straps of her protective vest and handed her a small flashlight. No gun, Sira said. I remember. No heroics. I make no promises. Sira's mouth curved. That's what worries me. Mikhail approached with a black coat, dry this time, and a pair of boots with better support than Anya's shoes. He set them on the bench near her. For your ankle. Anya looked at the boots, then at him. You had women's tactical boots in my size lying around. No. Then how? Sira guessed. Sira lifted a hand. I'm excellent. Anya sat, changed the shoes without help, and tightened the laces. The boots were slightly stiff, but secure, holding her ankle better than her heels had. She stood and tested her weight. Pain throbbed, but duller now. Better? Mikkel asked. Yes. He nodded once, so careful, so contained, as if any uninvited tenderness might drive her away. Maybe it would have. Maybe it would have undone her. He turned to speak with Lev, but Anya said, Mikkel. He looked back immediately. The garage noise seemed to dip. If we find whatever my mother hid, she said, I see it first. A flicker of something crossed his face. Instinct, maybe. The old urge to shield, to review danger before letting it touch her. Then he said, yes. No copies removed. No files hidden. No Bratva decisions before I know what's in it. Yes, and after tonight, no one touches my mother's apartment without me there. His eyes held hers. Agreed. She studied him, searching for the seam in the promise. There wasn't one. That scared her too. Good, she said. Mikkel stepped closer, slow enough that she could step back. She didn't. His voice lowered. If anything happens inside Briar House, if I tell you to run, I need you to know it will not be because I think you are weak. Anya's heart beat once hard. It will be because standing still may get you killed, he said. But I will try to give you the why. Every time I can. Every time I can. Not perfection. Not romance wrapped in pretty lies. A man trying to unlearn the language that had raised him. Anya nodded. Then if I say no, you listen. I listen, no matter how afraid you are. His gaze dropped briefly to her mouth, then returned to her eyes. Especially then, something warmed beneath her ribs, dangerous and unwelcome. She looked away before he could see too much. Briar House stood on a forgotten street, in a part of the city that looked abandoned only to people who didn't know how many lives hid in damaged places. The building had once been red brick, 3 stories with arched windows and a narrow front stair. Now soot stained the upper floor. Plywood covered most windows. Vines crawled over a rusted side fence. A faded sign still clung near the front entrance, its lettering nearly gone beneath smoke and weather. Briar House Community Center. The SUV stopped 2 blocks away. Anya saw it through the rain-smeared windshield and felt childhood rise like a ghost. Green window. Apples cut into slices. Her mother's hand warm on her shoulder. A woman crying quietly in the hallway while Evelyn knelt in front of her, not touching, just speaking softly until the woman looked up. Anya had been too young to understand, old enough to feel that the building held secrets adults carried in their bones. Mikkel sat beside her in silence. He could probably see that memory had taken her. He did not interrupt. Lev's voice came through the comm system. 2 at front, 1 in the alley, 3 inside, maybe lower level. Unknown heat distortion in the basement. Fire damage, Sira asked. Maybe, or generators. Mikkel checked his weapon. We do not engage unless fired upon. Objective is the basement room and extraction. Anya looked at him. Victor's men won't just let us take it. No, you sound calm about that. I am not calm. She turned her head. His profile was hard, controlled, rain shadowing the window beside him. But his right hand flexed once around the grip of his gun. Not fear exactly, but pressure seeking release. You hide it well, she said. I have had practice. That isn't comfort. No. He looked at her then, in the dim vehicle, with danger waiting outside, and the past breathing through the ruined building ahead. His eyes were not cold, not even close. They were full of things he had spent years burying alive. I am afraid every second you are near this, he said. The confession landed quietly. No manipulation, no demand, just truth. Anya's throat tightened. I'm afraid too. I know. No, I mean, she inhaled, hating the vulnerability before she even offered it. I'm afraid of them. Victor, the shooting, all of it. But I'm also afraid that, when this is over, I won't know what part of my life was real. My mother, you, me. Mikkel's eyes softened with something that looked painfully close to tenderness. You were real, he saw. Every moment I had with you was real. It was the only real thing I had no right to touch. Her heart clenched. That sounds like another excuse. No, it is a confession. Before she could answer, Lev's voice cut in. Front guards moving. Window for entry, 30 seconds. Mikkel's face closed around the moment. Back to survival. He opened the door. Cold rain swept in. They moved fast through the alley, boots splashing through shallow puddles. Anya stayed behind Mikkel, not because she liked it, but because there were men inside, and he was the one with the gun and the ruthless competence. Lev vanished toward the east side with 2 men. Sierra moved like a shadow along the fence line. The front steps of Briar House sagged beneath them. Anya's chest tightened as Mikkel eased open the door. The smell hit first. Burned wood, mold, old smoke that had never fully left. Inside, the lobby lay in ruin. Charred beams crossed part of the ceiling. Graffiti marked the far wall. Broken tiles crunched beneath their boots. A reception desk sat overturned, one side blackened. The air felt damp and dead. Anya stepped inside and felt the past collapse over the present. Her mother had stood here. Katia had walked through this door. Mikkel had failed to get there in time. And somewhere below them, if Evelyn Bell had been as careful as everyone claimed, there was a secret men had killed to erase. Mikkel glanced back. You good? The question was low, practical, not patronizing. Anya drew a breath through the dust and rot. No. His gaze sharpened. But I can move, she said. He nodded. They crossed the lobby toward the hallway Anya remembered. It looked smaller now. Everything from childhood did. The walls were blistered. Doors hung crooked. Rain dripped through the ceiling somewhere deeper inside. A slow tap, tap, tap that sounded too much like a clock. Voices came from below. Russian. Mikkel stopped, one hand lifting. Anya froze. He listened, then whispered, 2 in the kitchen. 1 lower. How do you know? They are bored. She almost asked how boredom sounded in Russian. But another voice came from the rear hallway. English this time. Victor says no fire until we find it. Anya's blood cooled. No fire. They meant to burn Briar House again. Mikkel's expression changed. It wasn't rage, not visibly. It was worse. A kind of absolute focus that made the man beside her feel less human and more inevitable. He touched his earpiece. Sira. On it, Sira whispered back. A thud sounded outside, then another. The voices in the kitchen stopped. Mikkel moved. The next 30 seconds happened in fragments Anya would later remember out of order. Mikkel crossing the hallway like a shadow. A man turning, eyes widening. Mikkel's hand striking fast and brutal. The gun knocked away before it could rise. The second man lunging. A muffled grunt. Lev appearing through the rear door. A body hitting the floor. No shots. No screams. Violence controlled so tightly it seemed choreographed. Anya stayed pressed to the wall, breathing through her mouth, hating the efficiency and grateful for it. Mikkel returned to her, not even winded. Clear for now, he said. For now is my least favorite phrase. It should be. He led her into the kitchen. Anya stopped at the doorway. The room was destroyed, but memory supplied what fire had taken. The long table where donated groceries had been sorted. The old refrigerator that hummed too loudly. The pantry where her mother kept cans, notebooks, keys. The corner where Anya had sat with picture books and apple slices while women came and went through the back door with new names folded into their pockets. She stepped inside slowly. The floor was blackened in patches. Cabinets hung open. A rusted sink dripped brown water. The pantry door had burned away, leaving only a warped frame and the smell of wet ash. Mikkel watched her face. Anya, I'm okay. You don't have to be. That almost broke her. She swallowed hard and went to the pantry. The shelves were half collapsed, but the back wall remained. Alina said there was a hidden room behind the shelves. Anya shone her flashlight over the charred wood, looking for anything that matched childhood memory. Her mother's hands, hollow dictionary, broken radiator, green window. There, she whispered, near the lower left shelf, a patch of wall looked wrong. Not visually, exactly. More like memory caught against it. When she was 6, she had watched her mother press something there and open a hidden cabinet to get extra blankets. Anya had thought it magic. She crouched, ignoring the protest in her ankle, and brushed ash away. A small metal plate sat beneath the soot. Mikkel crouched beside her. May I? She nodded. He pressed the plate. Nothing happened. Fire warped it, he said. Anya ran her fingers along the edge, feeling for the old trick. Her mother had never simply pressed the plate. She had pressed and slid. Anya pushed down, then left. A click sound. Ed behind the shelves. For one suspended second, she was 6 years old again, delighted by magic. Then Mikkel grabbed her and pulled her back as the wall shifted inward with a low groan. Dust poured out. A narrow opening appeared, barely wide enough for one person at a time. Lev's voice came through the earpiece. "We have movement outside. 3 minutes." Mikkel looked at the black opening, then at Anya. "I go first," she almost argued, but the room beyond was dark, burned, unknown. "Fine." His eyebrows lifted faintly. "Don't get used to it," she muttered. He disappeared inside, flashlight cutting through the dark. A moment later, his voice came back. Clear. Anya followed. The hidden room was smaller than she expected. Not a basement exactly, but a narrow storage space behind the pantry wall, with brick on 3 sides and a low ceiling. Smoke had touched it, but not consumed it. Metal cabinets lined one wall. A broken radiator sat beneath a tiny window blackened from the outside. Green window, now painted over with soot. Anya's breath caught. "I learned to read here," she whispered. Mikkel turned to her. "My mother used to sit there." She pointed to a spot near the radiator. "She said the light was better. She gave me old dictionaries and told me words were keys." Mikkel's face softened. "Evelyn would." Anya looked at him. "You sound like you miss her." "I do." The answer was so simple it hurt. She turned away first and opened one of the metal cabinets. Empty. The second held moldy blankets. The third stuck until Mikkel forced it with a pry tool from his belt. Inside were old files sealed in plastic, names written in code, dates, locations, evidence of women moved safely, men avoided, new starts built from terror and paperwork. Anya touched the folders carefully. Her mother had left an entire, hidden life behind, but not the copy. "Here," Mikkel said. He was kneeling by the radiator. Anya joined him. Behind the pipe, taped to the brick, was a plastic-wrapped dictionary. Her throat closed. A hollow dictionary. Evelyn Bell had trusted old habits because old habits had kept women alive. Anya pulled it free with shaking hands. The cover was damaged, but intact. Webster's Collegiate Dictionary. Inside, the pages had been cut into a rectangular cavity. There was a small drive and a letter. This one was sealed, not torn, not addressed to Mikkel, to my Anya. For a moment, all the danger outside faded. Anya's fingers trembled over the envelope. Mikkel rose and turned away slightly, giving her the privacy he could in a hidden room full of ghosts and approaching killers. That small courtesy nearly undid her. She opened the letter. "My Anya, I hoped you would never read this." That is a selfish sentence, because it means I hoped the truth could die with me and leave you untouched. But the truth does not die. It waits. Sometimes it waits inside a ring, sometimes inside a house that burned once and should have been allowed to rest. If you found this, then Katia's evidence has surfaced, and so have the men who fear it. I knew Katia Volkov. I knew her fear. I knew her courage. She came to me because she wanted to leave a man who believed marriage meant ownership and silence meant consent. She wanted proof enough to stop him from destroying other women through money, threats, papers, and family pressure. She was brave enough to save herself and furious enough to save strangers too. I helped her because no woman should be trapped by a man's name. I did not tell you because I was a coward in the way mothers are sometimes cowards. I told myself I was protecting you. Part of that was true. Part of it was my inability to bear the thought of you looking at me and seeing all the danger I had brought into our home. Mikhail Volkov was there the night Katia died. He failed to save her, but he did not betray her. I watched him crawl through blood to carry his sister away from the water. I watched him come to my door after, wounded and shaking with rage, and I lied to him about the ring because Katia had begged me to keep the proof away from every man until I knew who could be trusted. Years later, I saw how he looked at you. I hated him for it. Then I saw how he stepped back when you stepped away, how he listened when you said no, how he looked at you like wanting was a burden he was terrified of placing on your shoulders. I still told him to leave. I believed love near violence becomes another hostage. Maybe I was right. Maybe I was wrong. I know this. He left because Victor threatened you, and because I asked Mikhail to do the one thing I knew would hurt him enough to keep him away. I told him if he loved you, he would vanish. I thought I was saving you both. I see now that pain is not always protection. Sometimes it is only pain. I am sorry. I am sorry for every secret. I am sorry for the years you may have spent thinking you were abandoned because you were easy to leave. You were never easy to leave. Not for me. Not for him. The drive contains the second copy. Use it carefully. Trust your own mind first. Trust no man because he says he is protecting you. Trust action. Trust truth. Trust the person who gives you a choice, even when fear begs him not to. And if you choose love one day, choose one that does not ask you to disappear. All my love. Mom. Anya could not breathe. The letter blurred. Her mother's voice filled the hidden room so clearly that for one impossible second Anya expected to look up and see Evelyn Bell standing by the radiator, cardigan sleeves pushed up, eyes tired and fierce, waiting for forgiveness she had not lived long enough to request. Anya pressed the letter to her mouth. A sound broke out of her, not a sob exactly, something rougher, something that had been trapped beneath shock all day and finally found a crack. Mikhail turned. He did not come closer. She almost wished he would. She almost hated him for knowing not to. Anya, he said quietly. She asked you to leave, Anya whispered. His face changed. She wrote it. Anya lowered the letter, tears cooling on her cheeks. She told you to vanish. Mikkel's throat worked. Yes. And you listened to her instead of me. I thought he stopped. No, say it. He looked at her, and she saw the cost of obedience in him. Not to her, to truth. I thought your life mattered more than your happiness. Anya's laugh cracked. You arrogant, tragic bastard. His mouth tightened. Yes. You both decided my heart was acceptable collateral. His eyes closed briefly. Yes. She hated that yes. She needed it. Outside the hidden room, a faint shout sounded. Lev's voice came through the calm. Company, we need to move. Mikkel held out his hand, palm up. Drive. Anya looked at him. He immediately dropped his hand slightly. Or you keep it. The choice stood there, small and enormous. Her mother's words echoed. Trust the person who gives you a choice, even when fear begs him not to. Anya placed the drive in his palm. Copy it, she said. Do not hide it. His fingers closed around it. Never again. Another shout outside. Gunfire cracked from somewhere near the front entrance. Mikkel's posture changed. Behind me. Anya folded the letter and tucked it carefully inside her vest, close to her body. Yes. They emerged from the hidden room into chaos. Smoke had begun to curl through the kitchen again, but this time it smelled sharper. Gasoline. Accelerant. Someone was trying to burn Briar House while they were still inside. Mikkel swore. Lev's voice snapped through the calm. Fire at rear. West Hall blocked. Sierra said, roof access open, but you've got two moving in from the alley. Mikkel grabbed Anya's hand. He didn't drag her blindly. He paused just long enough for her to tighten her grip back. Consent, even in running. The thought was absurd. It mattered. They ran through the kitchen as flames licked up one wall. Heat rolled across Anya's face. The old building groaned overhead, wounded twice by men determined to erase what women had hidden. Mikkel shoved a fallen beam aside and guided her over broken tile. Her ankle screamed, but she kept moving. A man appeared in the hallway with a gun. Mikkel pushed Anya behind a blackened support pillar and fired twice. The man dropped. Anya flinched hard, but not as badly this time. She hated that violence could become familiar. They reached the lobby. Smoke thickened, turning the air bitter. Sierra burst through the front door, Rain behind her, gun raised. 2 minutes before this place is a furnace, she said. Lev, Mikkel asked. East exit with the drive reader case. He's pinned, but moving. Anya grabbed Mikkel's arm. The files in the hidden room. His face tightened. We can't carry them. They'll burn. I know. My mother's work. Anya, his voice was sharp, then softened with visible effort. Look at me. She did. The lobby blurred with smoke, and tears, and heat. We have the drive, he said. We have the letter. The files will not matter if you die for paper. They're not just paper. I know, he said, and she believed him. but you are not one more woman this house fails to save." The words hit deep. Something crashed upstairs. Sparks rained through a crack in the ceiling. Anya nodded once. They moved. The front steps were slick with rain. Outside, Briar House burned behind them, flames reaching through broken windows like hands. Lev staggered from the east side, one sleeve torn, blood on his temple, but upright. He held the small, hard case with the equipment and the drive inside. "I have it," he said. Mikkel looked at Sira. "Car. Alley now." They ran toward the waiting SUV. Halfway there, Anya saw him. Across the street, beneath a dead street lamp, a man stood under a black umbrella. Victor Orlov, older than the photograph, but unmistakable. Blonde hair touched with silver. Beautiful suit. Calm smile. The kind of man who looked clean while buildings burned behind him. His gaze met Anya's. He lifted one gloved H, and in a small wave, Mikkel saw him a second later. Everything in him changed. He moved toward Victor. Anya caught his sleeve. "No." Mikkel stopped, but barely. Victor smiled wider. A gunshot cracked from somewhere above. The bullet struck the pavement near Anya's foot. Mikkel grabbed her and shoved her behind the SUV as Sira returned fire toward the rooftop. Lev yanked open the door. Another shot hit the vehicle, spiderwebbing the side window. Inside, Sira shouted. Mikkel looked back across the street. Victor was gone. Of course he was. The SUV tore away from Briar House as fire swallowed the old roof. Anya twisted in her seat, watching through the rear window until the building became only orange light and smoke in the rain. Her mother's hidden room burned. The place where Anya had learned words, where keys burned. But the drive was in Lev's case. The letter was against her heart, and Mikkel sat beside her, blood on his cuff, jaw locked around a violence he had not unleashed because she had said no. That realization moved through her slowly. He had stopped. For her, not because fear vanished, not because rage softened, because she had asked. The ride back was a blur of sirens in the distance, and Lev speaking into 3 phones at once. No one returned to the first safe house. They went instead to a different property across the river, a private residence hidden behind iron gates and old trees, the kind of place that looked inherited rather than purchased. A brownstone mansion with shuttered windows, warm interior lights, and guards who did not need instructions to understand a crisis had arrived. Mikkel led Anya inside through a rear entrance, not touching her now. Maybe he had learned her too well. Maybe he was afraid he would not stop if he started. The house was nothing like the warehouse. This place had history. Dark wood floors, Persian rugs, bookshelves, a fireplace already lit in a sitting room with deep green walls and old oil paintings. It smelled of cedar, rain, and something faintly sweet, like tobacco long absorbed into the bones of the house. "Whose place is this?" Anya asked. "Mine," She looked at him, his mouth curved faintly, without humor. One of them. Of course, but this one is not a safe house. He paused. It is my home. The word did something unexpected. Home, for Mikhail Volkov. She tried to imagine him here alone, moving through these polished rooms with all his ghosts. She could, too easily. Lev took the drive to a secure office with Sira. Alina had been transported separately and was stable, Sira reported. Victor's men were off the immediate tail. Police scanners were filled with false reports of a gang fire at Briar House. The world, as always, rearranged itself to hide rich men's sins. Anya stood in the entryway, suddenly unable to move. The adrenaline began to leave her body all at once. Her hands shook first, then her knees. Mikhail noticed instantly. He stepped closer, then stopped. Anya, I'm fine. No. Her laugh came out broken. I know. I just don't have a better answer. He looked toward a nearby door. There is a room upstairs. Private. You can shower, change. No one will enter. I don't have clothes. I'll have Sira bring options. Or you can wear mine, or stay exactly as you are. Your choice. Choice. Again, the word had become a key and a wound. Anya nodded, a shower. He gestured toward the staircase, but did not place his hand on her back as he might have once. He walked beside her, slower for her ankle, up the wide stairs to a quiet hallway. At the end, he opened a door and stepped aside. The bedroom beyond was large, dim, and painfully masculine without being cold. Charcoal walls, heavy curtains, a bed with dark linen, a leather chair near the window, books stacked on the nightstand. No photographs, no softness except the fire burning behind glass in a small hearth. His room. Anya knew it before he said anything. This is yours, she said. Yes. Why bring me here? Because it is the most secure room in the house. That's the only reason. No. She looked at him. The hallway light cut across his face, making his eyes darker. I wanted you somewhere no one else had a claim, he said. No guards, no cameras inside, no ears. Her pulse changed. He seemed to realize the possible implication and stepped back immediately. Not for that. I only mean privacy. The door locks from the inside. You can lock me out. The clarification should not have warmed her. It did. Anya stepped into the room. Where will you be? Outside, like a guard dog, like a man trying not to repeat old mistakes. She turned. He stood at the threshold, wet hair drying in uneven waves, blood on one sleeve, soot on his throat. The head of a Bratva family, the brother who failed, the man her mother had trusted and banished, the lover who had left, the danger who now stood outside his own bedroom waiting to be told whether he could cross the line. Anya hated the tenderness, that R. Ose in her. You're hurt, she said. It's nothing. That answer annoys me when I use it too. His mouth almost moved. Almost. She stepped closer and touched the blood on his cuff. Is it yours? Some. Mikkel. A graze my arm, not serious. Show me. His eyes lifted to hers. That charged silence returned, immediate and alive. Anya, show me. He entered slowly, leaving the door open behind him. He removed his coat first, then unbuttoned his cuff and rolled his sleeve with one hand. A shallow cut marked his forearm, bleeding sluggishly. Not deep, not nothing. Anya exhaled. You need to clean that. I can. I didn't say you couldn't. His eyes held hers for a moment. Then he nodded toward the bathroom. First aid kit under the sink. She brought it back, set it on the dresser, and pointed at the edge of the bed. Sit. One brow lifted faintly. Don't start, she said. He sat, the sight of him obeying her in his bedroom, on his bed, with that restrained heat in his eyes, sent a pulse of awareness through her that fear should have killed hours ago. It hadn't. Maybe danger stripped people down to what was truest. Maybe near death made the body greedy for proof it still existed. Maybe she had wanted him since the moment he stepped out of the shadows in the jewelry shop. And everything since had only added grief, fury, tenderness, and truth to the wanting, until it became impossible to separate one from another. Anya cleaned the cut with antiseptic. Mikkel did not flinch. Of course not. You can react, she said. I am. Internally. Yes. Despite herself, she huffed a small laugh. His eyes warmed. There, that almost smile again. Barely visible, devastating, because it made him look like the man in her memory, and the man in front of her at once. She focused on bandaging his arm. You stopped, she said, at Briar House, when I grabbed your sleeve. You wanted to go after Victor. Yes, but you stopped. You said no. The words were simple. Her fingers stilled against his skin. He looked down at her hand, then up at her face. That should not surprise you. It does. Pain flickered in his expression. I did that. Yes, I am sorry. She finished the bandage slowly. You've said that before. I will say it until it becomes too little to matter. It already is too little. I know. She taped the edge of the bandage and stepped back, but not far enough. Mikkel remained seated, looking up at her. The position should have made him seem less dangerous. It didn't. It made the danger quieter. A wolf lying still because he had chosen not to bare his teeth. Anya's gaze dropped to his mouth. She saw the exact second he noticed. His entire body went still. Anya, he said, the name rougher now. Don't say it like a warning. It is one. For me. For both of us. She should have moved away. Instead, she said, do you want to kiss me? His jaw flexed. The silence stretched. Truth, she said. His eyes darkened. Yes. Her breath caught. Do you want me to? He asked. The question moved through her, with more force than any touch. Not assumption, not seduction sharpened into pressure. A door opened with her hand on the handle. "I don't know," she whispered. Mikkel nodded once, accepting it instantly. "Then I don't." The ache that followed was almost unbearable. Not rejection, restraint, respect. She closed her eyes. The problem was that part of her did know. Her body knew. Her anger knew. Her grief knew. The version of her who had loved him at 24 knew, and had been waiting in some locked room of the heart, furious and starving. But knowing want wasn't the same as trusting it. Anya opened her eyes. "I want to want it without hating myself." His face changed, the words hitting him somewhere deep. "I don't want your regret," he said. "I know. I don't want to be another thing that happens to you tonight." That almost undid her, because he could have been. If he were less controlled, less careful, less painfully aware of all the ways power could rot desire, he might have used the adrenaline, the grief, the old chemistry. He might have stepped into the space she didn't know how to close. Instead, he sat still and let her choose. Anya touched his jaw, just her fingertips. Mikkel closed his eyes. The reaction was so restrained, so reverent. That heat moved through her in a slow wave. Not reckless, not the young, frantic wanting she remembered. This was darker, deeper, heavy with every truth between them. His beard shadow rasped softly beneath her fingers. "Look at me," she said. He did. She bent and kissed him. Not hard, not yet. Her mouth touched his, and for a moment neither of them moved. It was barely a kiss. A question pressed into skin. A memory testing whether it still had a body. Then Mikkel inhaled. The sound was wrecked. Anya pulled back an inch. "Is this okay?" A flash of something like pain crossed his face. "You ask me that?" "Yes." His voice dropped. "Yes, God, yes." Her heart kicked. "Don't make me feel fragile," she whispered. "I couldn't if I tried. Don't make decisions for me. No, don't lie. Never again." She kissed him again. This time he kissed back, carefully at first, as if she were flame and he deserved to burn. His mouth moved against hers with controlled hunger, warm and firm, waiting for her rhythm before deepening. Anya's hand slid to the back of his neck. His breath shuddered. His hands remained at his sides. Stubborn man. She broke the kiss enough to speak against his mouth. "Touch me." His eyes opened, dark and searching. "Where?" The question sent heat through her. "My waist." His hands came to her waist, over the vest, gentle despite their size. She almost laughed because body armor was between them. A ridiculous barrier in a moment that felt anything but safe. Mikkel noticed. "This is not how I imagined kissing you again." The admission sparked through her. "You imagined it." His gaze burned. For 5 years. The room seemed to tilt. Anya kissed him harder. The leash on him frayed. His hands tightened at her waist, still careful, still giving her room, but the hunger under his restraint finally showed itself. He angled his head and took the kiss deeper, not taking over so much as meeting her where she surged toward him. Anya made a sound into his mouth, half anger, half relief, and felt his entire body react. He pulled back immediately. More. Yes. Say stop, and I stop. I know. I need you to know. The rawness in him steadied her. I know, she said, and kissed him again. This time, she stepped between his knees. His hands slid around to her back, still over the vest, holding her like he was memorizing the fact that she was there. Anya pressed closer, then hissed when her ankle objected. Mikkel stopped instantly. Ankle. I'm fine. His eyes narrowed. She sighed. It hurts. He shifted his hold. Sit. Bossy. Practical. Annoying. Yes. He guided her carefully onto his lap, slow enough that she could refuse, angled so her injured ankle rested safely along the bed. The intimacy of it stole her breath, not because it was new, because it was, because her body remembered the shape of him beneath her, the heat of his thighs, the way his chest rose when she touched him. But they were not those people anymore. That made it more dangerous. Mikkel's hands rested on her hips, not moving, waiting. Anya looked down at him. You're thinking too much. I am trying to think enough. The answer softened something she had not meant to soften. She touched the scar through his eyebrow. Who gave you this? Victor's man, 3 years ago. For what? Asking old questions. And you kept asking. Yes. Her fingers moved to his temple, his cheek, the line of his mouth. Why take over the Volkov family? His gaze stayed on hers. Because men obey titles faster than grief. That's not the whole answer. No. Tell me. His hands tightened slightly, then relaxed. Because I was tired of asking permission from cowards. Because Katia's death was treated like an inconvenience. Because my father built a house of rot and my uncle decorated it with silence. Because if I became Pakin, no one could tell me to stop looking. And did becoming Pakin change you? A bitter curve touched his mouth. Power always changes the room. The question is whether it changes what you will do to leave it. Anya studied him. Did it? His eyes held hers. Not in the ways I fear most. What do you fear most? His voice went quieter. That one day I will make a cruel choice and call it necessary because enough men around me nod. The honesty chilled her and moved her. You need people who don't nod, she said. I had Katia. Anya's chest ached. Then you had my mother. Yes. And now, his gaze moved over her face, not claiming, not assuming. Now, he said, I am hoping I have the chance to deserve being told no by you. That was not a romantic line. Not clean, not easy. It reached her anyway. Anya kissed him again, slower now. The heat changed shape. Less frantic, more devastating. His hands slid up her back, stopping at the straps of the vest. He broke the kiss. "May I take this off?" Her breath caught. The question was simple. The meaning was not. Removing the armor meant trusting the room. Trusting him. Trusting herself not to mistake vulnerability for surrender. "Yes," she said, "the vest. Nothing else unless I say." His eyes darkened. Understood. He lifted her carefully from his lap and stood with her, steadying her when her ankle touched the floor. Then he moved behind her, fingers working the vest straps with precise care. The loosened weight fell away from her body, and she inhaled fully for what felt like the first time in hours. He set the vest on the chair. When he turned back, he did not step close. Anya did. She took his hand and placed it at her waist over her sweater. His breath changed. "Still okay?" he asked. "Yes." She slid her hands beneath his open collar and pushed the ruined shirt off his shoulders, careful of the bandaged arm. The sight of him hit her harder than memory. He was broader now, marked by years she had not witnessed. Scars along his ribs. One pale line low on his side from the night Katia died. Another near his shoulder. A life written in wounds. Anya touched the scar at his side. "The bullet," she said. "Yes." "You were bleeding when you came to my mother." "Yes." "And she still lied to you." She was protecting Katia's choice. Anya's fingers lingered. "And you forgave her?" "No." He looked down at her hand against his skin. "Then yes. Then no again when she told me to leave you." Grief is not consistent. A small, sad laugh escaped her. "No, it is." He lifted one hand and touched her hair, then paused. "May I?" She nodded. He slid the pins free one by one, setting them on the dresser. Her hair loosened over her shoulders. His fingers barely combed through it, reverent and restrained. "I dreamed of this," he said. Anya's pulse warmed. "My hair. You safe in a room with me." The softness of it cut. She looked away, but he gently caught her chin, giving her time to pull back. She didn't. "Not untouched by pain," he said. "I am not stupid enough to dream that. Just safe. Angry if you needed to be. Far from me if you chose. But breathing. You have very depressing fantasies." His mouth almost smiled. "You are in some of the better ones." Heat flared again, and this time it came with a laugh, small but real. Mikkel's eyes changed at the sound, as if the laugh was precious, as if he had no right to hear it, and would remember it anyway. Anya lifted onto her toes and kissed him, her hands sliding over the hard planes of his chest. He answered with a low sound that vibrated through her palms. His hands held her waist, then her back, then stopped each time his hunger tried to outrun permission. She could feel his control, could feel what it cost. The knowledge was intoxicating in a way that power alone never could be. His strength did not arouse her because he could overpower her. It moved her because he would not. Because every inch of closeness was offered back to her for approval. "Tell me what you want," he said against her mouth. The question shook her, not because she had no answer, because she had too many. "I want tonight not to be only fear," she whispered. His forehead touched hers. "Yes, I want to remember I'm alive. Yes, I want you." The words came out before she could tame them. "And I am still angry." His eyes closed briefly. "Both can be true. If I say stop, I stop before the word is finished. If I cry, I ask why. If I change my mind, I thank you for telling me." The ache in her chest broke open. She kissed him fiercely then, because tenderness was too dangerous unless wrapped in heat. He understood, or maybe he simply knew her. His mouth met hers with restrained hunger, deep and slow and devastating. He backed her carefully toward the bed, checking her ankle, guiding her down only when she nodded. There was no rush after that. That almost hurt most. She had expected desperation, the kind that burned away thought. But Mikkel gave her time. Time to pull him down. Time to touch and be touched. Time to say yes to his mouth at her throat, yes to his hands over her sweater, yes to the slow unfastening of barriers that had nothing to do with fabric. When he asked more, she answered. When she said, "Wait," he froze. When she pulled him back, he came with a sound like prayer and ruin. The world narrowed to warmth, breath, rain against windows, firelight moving over his shoulders, the dark press of memory transforming into something they chose instead of something that happened to them. Their chemistry was no longer young and reckless. It had become heavier, almost solemn beneath the heat. Every kiss carried apology. Every pause carried permission. Every touch seemed to tie another knot between anger and longing, grief and hunger, past and present, until Anya could no longer tell whether the thing binding them was old love returning or something harder-earned being born from the wreckage. At one point, Mikkel lifted his head and looked at her with such open hunger that her breath caught. "Do not look at me like that unless you mean it," she whispered. His voice was rough. "I have meant it for years." The confession should have frightened her. It did. She touched his face. "Then stay here, with me, not in your head, not 5 years ago, here." He turned his mouth into her palm. "Here." The word became a vow. Later, when the fire had burned low and the rain softened against the windows, Anya lay wrapped in a blanket beside him, her head on his shoulder. One hand resting over the scar Katia's death had left in his side. They had not healed anything. Not really. Bodies could not do what truth still had to finish. But something in her had unclenched. Something that had been frozen since the morning he vanished. Mikkel's Fai, and Jers traced slow patterns over her hair, careful even now. "Regret?" he asked quietly. Anya considered lying. Not because she regretted him, because honesty made the room too intimate. "No," she said, "you." His chest rose beneath her cheek. "No, you sound sad. I am many things. That is not an answer. It is the safest one. She lifted her head and looked at him. His eyes met hers in the dim light. He sighed. I am trying to understand how I can feel peace with you while men are planning to kill us. That is dark, even for you. I know. She rested her chin on her hand. Maybe peace isn't the absence of danger. Maybe it's knowing who gets to stand beside you when it comes. His gaze moved over her face. You sound like Evelyn, he said. The words hit with unexpected tenderness. Anya swallowed. Don't make me cry after that, she muttered. His mouth softened. I wouldn't dare. A faint smile touched her lips. Then reality crept back in. The drive, she said. Mikkel's hand stilled. Yes, have they read it. Lev will come when he has something. You mean he hasn't, because he knows we're in here. Yes. Anya felt heat rise in her face and hated herself for it. Everyone knows. This house is trained not to know things. That is not comforting. It is useful. She sat up, pulling the blanket around herself. Mikkel looked away as she reached for her clothes, and that almost made her smile again. You can look, she said. His gaze returned slowly. Can I? She paused, sweater in hand. The question did something to her. Yes. His eyes moved over her, not like possession, not like entitlement, but like wonder restrained by respect. Heat flickered again, but she pushed it down. There would be time later if they survived. The if was not romantic. It was practical. They dressed quietly. The intimacy shifted rather than vanished. It lingered in the way Mikkel buttoned his shirt with one hand while she retied her boot. In the way he noticed her wince and silently brought the ankle wrap. In the way she let him kneel and secure it again, because this care no longer felt like control. When he finished, his hands rested lightly near her boot. You should not come to the pier, he said. Anya stared at him. He closed his eyes. I know. Do you? I said should, not will. I am allowed to want you safe. Yes, she said after a beat. You are, but wanting and deciding are different. I am learning. She touched his hair once, unable to stop herself. He went very still. Then a knock sounded at the door. Mikkel stood immediately. Come. Lev opened the door halfway and kept his eyes firmly on Mikkel's face. We have the drive. Anya stood, and Lev's expression was grim. You need to see it. They followed him downstairs to a secure office at the back of the house. Sira stood near a bank of monitors, arms crossed. On the main screen was a paused video. Victor sat at a table in a private room, younger, smiling, while Katia's hidden camera captured him speaking to two men whose faces had been sharpened by software. One was the corrupt officer from the jewelry shop. The other was older, heavyset, wearing a judge's ring. Anya felt her stomach turn. Lev pressed play. The audio crackled, damaged but clear enough. Victor's voice came through first. Marriage is clean. No one questions a wife signing what her husband explains. No one questions a daughter sent to settle a debt if both families call it tradition. Papers make cages respectable. Anya's skin went cold. Katia's camera shifted slightly, as if hidden in her bag or brooch. One of the men laughed, and the women. Victor's smile widened. Women adapt. Mikkel's hand curled into a fist at his side. Anya stared at the screen, horrified not by surprise, but by recognition. This was violence in polished language. Not chains, not alleys, legal documents, family pressure, immigration threats, debt, reputation. The kinds of cages men built in daylight. The video jumped. Katia's voice appeared, low and shaking, but furious. You won't use my name for this. Victor turned toward the camera. His smile disappeared. The video cut to static. Anya exhaled shakily. That was the night. No, Lev said. Timestamp is 3 days before she died. Sira tapped another file. There's more. Ledgers, transfers, names of shell companies, police payments, judicial favors. Enough to destroy Victor publicly and legally if we root it correctly. Publicly and legally, Mikkel repeated. Lev looked at him, or Bratva style. Mikkel's gaze moved to Anya. She understood the choice being offered. Not to him, to her. Her mother's voice echoed. Trust action, trust truth, trust the person who gives you a choice. Anya looked at the frozen image of Victor's face. I want him exposed, she said. Not just dead in an alley where men turn him into a rumor. I want every woman he trapped to know he is not untouchable. I want my mother's name clear. Katia's too. Mikkel nodded once. Then we expose him. Lev's eyebrows lifted slightly, but he said nothing. Sira did. Exposure takes time. Victor wants the ring at midnight. Anya looked at the clock. 10:42 p.m. Midnight was no longer distant. It was waiting. What does he think we have? She asked. The ring. Maybe the capsule. Not the drive, Lev said. If he knew we had the second copy, Briar House would have been a kill box, not a search. So we have leverage. Yes. Mikkel's eyes narrowed slightly. He still wants you wearing the ring. Anya looked at him. The room chilled. No, he said quietly. Anya said nothing. No, he repeated. And this time it was not an order. It was pain. Sira crossed her arms tighter. Lev found a sudden interest in the keyboard. Anya stepped closer to Mikkel. He needs to believe I'm the weak point. You are not. I know. He will aim for you. He already is. Mikkel's face tightened. Anya lowered her voice. You said at Briar House that I am not one more woman that House fails to save. Then, don't make me one more woman hidden while men decide how to use my mother's evidence. This is not about hiding you. Yes, it is, and I understand why. She touched his bandaged arm lightly. I do, but Victor expects fear. He expects you to react like a brother who failed once and a lover terrified of failing again. Mikkel went still. He is building the trap around your guilt, she said. So we build ours around his arrogance. Lev looked up then. She's right. Mikkel's gaze did not leave Anya. I know. The words seemed dragged from him. Not because he doubted her, because agreeing cost him. Anya slipped her hand into her pocket and took out the black diamond ring. It had been returned to her after the capsule was removed, sealed, documented, every condition honored. The ring sat cold and dark in her palm. Katia's cage, Katia's blade, her mother's secret. Anya slid it onto her finger. It fit too well. The room went silent. Mikkel's face changed in a way she would remember forever. Hunger, horror, grief, devotion, everything colliding as the black diamond caught the office light. Take it off, he said, voice rough. Anya held his gaze. No. His jaw tightened. She stepped closer until only the desk corner separated them. Not because Victor told me to wear it, because Katia used it. My mother hid it, and I choose what it means tonight. Mikkel's eyes dropped to the ring, then back to her. It is not a vow, she said. I know. It is not yours. I know. I am not yours. His face went still. Then he said, no. Anya's heart kicked. Mikkel stepped closer, slow, careful, stopping before he entered her space. You are not mine like property. Not mine like territory. Not mine because I want. If you are ever mine, it will be because you choose the word and define it yourself. The room seemed to hold its breath. Anya's throat tightened. And if I do, she whispered, then I will love you without owning the ending. That was the cruelest tenderness he could have offered, because she believed him. Before she could answer, Lev's system pinged. He turned to the monitor. Incoming message. The screen filled with a live video feed. Victor appeared seated in the back of a car, immaculate, amused. Behind him, darkness moved through the window. Mikkel, he said. Anya, how sentimental. You found the old house before it became ash. Mikkel's expression turned lethal. Victor. Anya stepped into view. Victor's smile sharpened when he saw the ring on her finger. There it is. Katia always wore it like defiance. You wear it like a question. Anya lifted her chin. Come close enough and I'll answer it. His eyes cooled. Careful, little lawyer. Mikkel moved half a step. Anya caught his hand under the desk. He stopped. Victor saw enough to smile. There is the old weakness, he said. I wondered whether 5 years cured you, Mikkel. Mikkel's voice was calm. Midnight, old pier. Yes, bring the ring, bring Anya. No soldiers. Sira muttered, idiot. Victor's smile did not fade. And because I know you are all very clever, let me add this. If anything I possess is released to press, police, rivals, or courts before I have the ring, Evelyn Bell's legacy becomes a different story. I have documents too. Some real, some improved. The dead make poor witnesses. Anya's fingers curled around Mikkel's hand. Victor looked directly at her through the camera. Your mother saved women with one hand and laundered Bratva money with the other. That is the story I will tell. And people love a fallen saint. Rage moved through Anya so cleanly it burned away fear. You don't know anything about saints, she said. No, Victor replied softly. Only sinners. Midnight, Anya, wear the ring. I want Mikkel to see what it looks like when history repeats. The feed cut. For a second, no one moved. Then Mikkel's hand turned beneath Anya's and gripped back. Not hard. Enough, Lev said. He's bluffing about some of it. Some, Sira said, not. All. Anya stared at the blank screen. Her mother's letter felt warm against her chest. The ring felt cold on her finger. Victor expected history to repeat. Katia trapped by a ring. Evelyn silenced by secrets. Mikkel broken by guilt. Anya hidden for protection. Or used as bait by men who thought they understood what love made women willing to do. No, not this time. She turned to Mikkel. He was already looking at her, waiting, afraid, trying not to turn that fear into command. Anya held up her hand, the black diamond gleaming like a dark star. We go to the pier, she said. Mikkel's eyes sharpened with pain, but he did not say no. And we make him believe he has won, she continued. Long enough for everyone else to see him lose. Lev leaned forward slowly. That could work. Sira nodded. If we control the angles. Mikkel's gaze stayed on Anya. And if he reaches for you. Anya stepped closer. This time, she touched his face in front of everyone, not caring who saw. Then you trust me to know when to run, she said. And I trust you to come when I call. His eyes closed for half a second. When they opened, the old darkness was there, but it no longer stood alone. There was trust in it now. Terrified, imperfect, chosen trust. Mikkel lifted her ringed hand and pressed his mouth to her knuckles, not the diamond. Her skin, not a claim, a promise. Call, he said, voice low enough that only she could hear. And I will tear the world open. Anya's pulse warmed despite the danger. Then Lev's phone rang. He answered, listened, and went pale. Mikkel straightened. What? Lev lowered the phone slowly. That was our man near the pier. And he found a body. Anya's blood cooled. Lev's gaze moved to her, then to Mikkel. Corrupt officer from the shop, he said, dead, ring box in his hand, and a note pinned to his coat. Mikkel's face hardened. What note? Lev swallowed. Anya already knew it would be for her. Lev read it aloud. Midnight comes early. Bring the bride. Chapter 5. The Bride of the Trap. Midnight came early because Victor Orlov wanted fear to arrive before the clock. Anya stared at Lev as the words settled in the office like ash. Bring the bride. For one awful moment, no one moved. The monitor screens glowed cold blue against the walls. Rain streaked the windows. The fire in the adjoining room cracked softly, obscenely domestic, while a dead man waited at the pier with a ring box in his hand and Victor's message pinned to his coat. Bride. The word was a hook beneath Anya's ribs. Not woman, not lawyer, not Evelyn's daughter. Bride, a title men like Victor used when they wanted a woman renamed as property. Mikkel's hand still held hers. At the word, his grip changed. Not tighter exactly, more absolute. Then, with visible effort, he loosened his fingers. Anya noticed. He noticed that she noticed. Something passed between them. A quiet acknowledgement in a room full of armed people and terrible news. He could want to lock the world away from her. He could ache with it. But he had promised not to turn fear into a cage. Lev looked down at the phone again. Our man says the officer's throat was cut. Clean, public enough to be found, controlled enough to be staged. No witnesses willing to admit they saw anything. Name, Mikkel asked. Officer Daniel Klein, 29 years on the force. Plenty of complaints. None that stayed alive. Sierra's mouth hardened. Convenient corpse. Victor kills his own loose end and sends us the bill. Not his own, Mikkel said. A rented one. That makes it better. No, it makes it easier for Victor to discard him. Anya looked at the black diamond on her hand. The ring seemed darker than before, as if it had absorbed every room it had passed through. Her mother's bedroom, the ruined jewelry shop, the storage unit, Briar House. This house, where Mikkel's past kept standing up from hidden corners and demanding to be named. Bride. Her skin prickled beneath the band. It's not an insult, she said. Everyone looked at her. Mikkel's gaze sharpened. Anya. Not only an insult, she corrected. It's strategy. Lev's eyes narrowed slightly, the way they did when he started rearranging danger in his mind. Explain. Victor knows the ring belonged to Katia. He knows what it meant in his marriage. He knows Mikkel will react badly to seeing it on me. Badly, Sierra repeated. That's one word. He wants Mikkel emotional. Anya forced herself to keep looking at the ring, not Mikkel's face. Not just angry, guilty, possessive, distracted. He wants to turn me into Katia and Mikkel into the brother who failed again. Mikkel's silence was so complete it felt like a closed fist. Anya finally looked at him. Pain had gone quiet in his face. That frightened her more than rage would have. Mikkel, she said. His eyes lifted to hers. You know I'm right. Yes. The word cost him. She felt it. Lev set the phone on the desk. Then we use it. Victor expects Mikkel to overprotect, overreact, maybe break formation. We build the exchange around that assumption. No, Mikkel said. The room went still. Anya's pulse kicked. His gaze did not leave hers. Then he said, not no to the plan. No to building around an assumption that I will fail to control myself. If we use his expectation, we make it look like I lose control. We do not let it become true. Sierra exhaled slowly. That is actually much better. Lev nodded. A controlled fracture. Anya watched Mikkel. The distinction mattered. He was not denying the weakness. He was naming it, caging it, offering the cage to the room. That was trust, too, in a man like him. A brutal kind. What does that look like? Anya asked. Lev moved to the screen and pulled up a map of the old pier. Victor chose the location because it's layered. Water on 3 sides. 2 vehicle routes. Warehouses nearby. Enough open space to see approach. Enough old structures to hide shooters. He'll assume we know all this and come anyway because he has Anya as emotional leverage. He doesn't have me, Anya said. No, Mikkel replied. He has the idea of you. She glanced at him. His voice had gone colder, tactical, but his eyes were still hers. Lev zoomed in on the pier. We put cameras here, here, and here. Sira's team controls rooftops. My people cut off the eastern vehicle route after Victor arrives. We feed the evidence to 3 separate legal contacts on a timed release. If I don't stop it manually every 15 minutes, the files go out. Anya frowned. Legal contacts. Lev glanced at Mikkel. Mikkel answered. Federal Corruption Unit. Investigative journalist your mother once trusted. And a judge who hates Victor more than he fears him. Anya's chest tightened at the mention of her mother. My mother had an investigative journalist. She had a long memory, Mikkel said, and better contacts than many governments. A strange ache moved through Anya. Evelyn Bell had been dead for 2 months and was still moving pieces on the board. Lev continued. Victor warned us not to release anything before the exchange. So we don't. We prepare it. The moment we have him on record confirming even part of the evidence, the timed release begins. On record how? Anya asked. Sira tapped the ring on Anya's hand lightly with 1 fingernail. Anya looked down. Mikkel went still. No, he said. Sira's eyes lifted. You promised not to say that. I am now saying it to technology, not to Anya. Creative loophole, Sira said. Still no. Mikkel's jaw tightened. Anya looked between them. What? Sira reached for a small case on the desk and opened it. Inside lay something tiny and black, no larger than a sesame seed, embedded in a thin crescent of transparent material. A microphone, Anya said. Micro-transmitter, Sira corrected. Short range, encrypted. We attach it beneath the lifted compartment where the capsule was hidden. Victor will expect the ring might be searched, but if he knows the capsule was removed, he may not look for new tech in an old hiding place. Mikkel's voice was flat. The ring will be on her hand. Yes, Sira said, which means if he suspects. He won't, Anya said. Mikkel looked at her. She held up the ring. Because he won't believe I'm dangerous enough to carry evidence against him. That is exactly why he is dangerous, Mikkel said. He underestimates women until after they are dead. Anya's stomach tightened. Katya, Evelyn, the hidden room burning. I'm not dead, she said. His face changed. "No," he said quietly, "you are not." Sira lowered her voice. "The transmitter is passive unless triggered. Anya can turn it on by rotating the ring twice." Anya practiced, thumb pressing the black diamond, turning the ring left, then right. It clicked faintly. The sound was small. The room heard it like a gunshot. Mikhail looked as if someone had asked him to watch history load itself. Anya stepped closer to him, away from the others by half a pace. Not privacy, not really, but a smaller circle. "I decide," she said softly. His eyes held hers. "Yes, I decide to wear it." His jaw flexed. "Yes, I decide to turn it on if Victor talks. Yes, and if it goes wrong." Mikhail's eyes darkened. "Then I get you out. Not I kill him." His silence was answer enough. Anya touched his bandaged arm. "Mikhail." His voice lowered. "I am trying to become a man who chooses correctly. Do not ask me to pretend the wrong choice is not breathing inside me." The honesty sank into her. There he was, not reformed by love in a single night, not washed clean by apology, still violent, still dangerous, still carrying a monster trained by other monsters, but naming it, watching it, refusing to hand it the reins just because fury made murder feel holy. Anya's fingers tightened gently on his arm. "Then I won't pretend either. A part of me wants him dead." His eyes searched her face. "For Katia," she said, "for my mother, for Alina, for every woman he turned into a contract, BT, an inconvenience. I want him to hurt." Mikhail's gaze turned almost tender in its bleakness. "That does not make you like him." No, what you do with the wanting decides that." She breathed out. The room around them remained busy. Lev giving instructions. Sira modifying the ring with unnervingly steady hands. Men moving beyond the office doors. The house preparing for war with the efficiency of people who had rehearsed survival too many times. But Anya felt suspended in a strange pocket of calm. Maybe because the worst truths had already arrived. Mikhail had left because her mother asked and Victor threatened. Her mother had lied because Katia begged and fear taught her secrecy. Katia had turned a ring into a weapon because her husband mistook ownership for power. Anya wore that ring now because the dead could not finish what they had started. The bride, Victor called her. No, a bride was not what a man named her. It was what she chose, if she chose it. And Anya had chosen a trap. Sira finished setting the transmitter beneath the ring's lifted compartment and sealed it with a near-invisible adhesive. Try it. Anya rotated the ring twice. A green light blinked once on Sira's receiver. Again, Anya repeated the motion. The light blinked. Sira nodded. Good. The range is limited, but with relays at the pier, we'll have clean audio. Lev looked at the clock. We leave in 30 minutes. The number landed in Anya's body differently than fear. practical, measurable, a corridor she had to walk. Mikkel's phone rang. He answered, listened, then said, "Put her through." Anya looked at him. A second later, Alina's voice came through on speaker, hoarse but alive. "Don't do it." Anya almost smiled despite everything. "Hello to you too." "Alina," Mikkel said, "you should be resting. If one more person says resting to me, I will tear out my IV and become everyone's problem." Sira murmured, "I like her." "Alina," Anya said, moving closer to the phone, "we found the drive." "I know. Lev told me. That's why I'm saying don't do it. Victor knows enough to expect a trap. Then he'll expect us to expect him to expect a trap," Lev said. There was a pause. Alina said, "That sounded more useful in your head, didn't it?" Lev blinked. Anya laughed once. A small burst of sound that seemed to surprise everyone, including herself. Mikkel looked at her like the laugh hurt and healed something at the same time. Alina's voice softened. "Anya, I have to." "No, you want to. There's a difference." "I know. Do you?" Anya looked down at the ring. "He called me the bride. He wants to use that word to make Mikkel see Katia and make me feel trapped. I won't let him have it." Alina was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Your mother would hate this." Anya closed her eyes. And Alina continued, "She would probably help you pick the safest shoes." A laugh broke in Anya's throat, sharp and wet. "I have boots," she said. "Good. Keep your weight on the uninjured ankle if you have to run. Don't let Mikkel shield you so completely that you can't see. Don't take Victor's hand if he offers it. Men like him love making women participate in their own cages." Mikkel's face hardened. Anya's voice steadied. "I won't." And Anya, "Yes, if you get him talking about Katia, don't ask why he killed her." "Why not?" "Because men like Victor expect that question. Ask him what he was afraid she would do." Anya opened her eyes. Sira nodded slowly. "That's good." Alina exhaled. "Fear makes vain men honest." Mikkel's gaze lifted to the monitor, to Katia's frozen image. "Yes," he said quietly. "It does." The call ended after Alina extracted 3 more promises from everyone and insulted Lev's operational logic twice. The house seemed colder when her voice vanished. Anya stepped away from the desk. "I need 5 minutes." Mikkel turned, alone. The question was careful. "Yes." He nodded immediately. "My study, no cameras, door locks." "Thank you." He did not follow. That mattered. Anya went down the hall to the study he indicated, closed the door, and locked it. For a few seconds, she simply stood there, one hand on the knob, breathing. The room was dark, except for a desk lamp. Books lined 3 walls. A decanter sat untouched on a side table. No photographs here either, except one on the desk turned face down. Anya knew she shouldn't. She did anyway. She crossed to the desk and lifted the frame. It was not her photograph. It was Katia. younger than in the church basement photo, laughing at something outside the frame, hair blown across her face, eyes bright and unguarded. On the back, someone had written in Russian. Anya couldn't read it, but she knew the handwriting was Mikkel's. She set it back carefully. A drawer on the left side of the desk was slightly open. Inside lay a stack of documents, a fountain pen, and a small black velvet box. Her heart stopped. No, she should not open it. This was not evidence, not the ring, not part of the case. This was private. The urge to look came not from suspicion, but from fear of what hope might do if it found another shape. Anya closed the drawer. Then she sat in Mikkel's chair and finally let herself shake. Not for long. There wasn't time, but she let it happen. The tremor in her hands, the pressure behind her eyes, the horrible knowledge that her mother had been brave and wrong, loving and manipulative, dead, and still somehow guiding her. The knowledge that Mikkel had loved her badly, left her brutally, and still stood outside doors, now waiting for permission like a man, trying to rebuild himself from the one promise he could keep. The ring felt heavy on her finger. Anya rotated it once, not twice. The transmitter did not activate. She stared at the black diamond. "What did you feel?" she whispered to Katia, though the room held no answer. "When he put this on you," had Katia smiled. Had she already known Victor's love was a room with no windows? Had she wanted to believe, the way women sometimes wanted to believe, that the beauty of a thing could change the hand offering it? Anya thought of Mikkel kissing her knuckles, not the ring. The difference mattered. Her phone buzzed. For one wild second, she thought it would be Victor again. It was. Unknown number. But this message was different. A photograph. Anya opened it. Her breath caught. It was a scanned page from her mother's files. A list of names, women, dates, locations, new identities maybe, or safe houses or cases. One name had been circled in red. Anya Bell. Her stomach dropped. A message followed. Ask Volkov why your mother put you on her own escape list. The room tilted. Anya stood too fast, pain stabbing through her ankle. No, 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 no. Her mother had put her name on a list. An escape list. The door opened under her hand before she remembered unlocking it. Mikkel stood in the hall, one fist raised as if he had been about to knock. He saw her face. What happened? She shoved the phone at him. This. He read the message. Something sharp moved across his face. Not surprise. Recognition. Anya's voice went cold. You knew. No. Do not. I knew there was a list. I did not know your name was on it. That is not enough of a difference. It is the truth. She searched his face. He looked stunned in a way Mikkel almost never looked. Not dramatically, but the shock had reached him before control could. You knew about an escape list, she said. Yes. What was it? Evelyn kept emergency relocation plans for women at immediate risk. And I was on it. Yes. Why? I don't know. Anya laughed, but there was no humor in it. Everyone knows everything until I ask the question that matters. Mikkel's eyes darkened. Anya, was my mother planning to send me away? I don't know. Because of you. The question landed between them. Mikkel's face tightened. I don't know, he said again. This time it sounded like it cost him. Sira appeared at the far end of the hallway, then stopped. Problem. Anya held up the phone. Victor sent another message. Sira came forward, took the phone, and swore softly. How is he getting through our filters? Lev arrived behind her. He is. These are not coming from Victor's current system. Mikkel turned. Explain. Lev studied the metadata. This was scheduled, possibly days ago. Maybe longer. Set to send when certain accounts came online. Anya went cold. My mother's accounts. Or someone monitoring them. Mikkel took the phone back and looked at the image again. This is from Evelyn's archive, which means Victor has part of it, Sira said. Or wants us to believe he does, Lev replied. Anya's patience snapped. Stop talking around the thing. They all looked at her. She pointed at the circled name. Why would my mother put me on an escape list? The silence that followed was answer enough. No one knew, or no one wanted to guess aloud. Mikkel was the one who finally spoke, because she believed one day someone might use you against her. Anya's chest tightened. That sounds like a guess. It is. A terrible one. Yes. Say the worse one. His jaw flexed. Sira crossed her arms, but did not intervene. Lev suddenly looked very interested in the wall. Mikkel's voice was rougher when he answered. Because she believed one day someone might use me against you. Anya went still. The hallway stretched around them. Too long, too quiet. The old house holding its breath. You, she whispered. He did not look away. If Victor discovered what you were to me, yes. What I was to you. Her voice sharpened because if she let it soften, she might break. Not what you were to me. Pain crossed his face. Both. Anya looked again at the circled name. Anya Bell. Her mother had built an emergency exit under her daughter's life. Perhaps because she saw love as another fire that might spread. And maybe she had been right. That was the cruelest part. Mikkel stepped closer, stopping when she stiffened. I did not know she had done this. Would you have told me if you did? He closed his mouth. There it was, the old version of him, still alive enough to hesitate. Anya's eyes burned. Mikkel saw it and looked stricken. Then he said, no. The honesty was a knife. I would have told myself it was safer if you didn't know. I would have thought knowing would frighten you. I would have kept it in my pocket like a weapon I hoped never to use. His throat moved, and I would have been wrong. Anya turned away because she could not bear his face in that moment. Not when he was finally doing what she had begged him to do 5 years ago. tell the ugly truth before it became another betrayal. "I hate this," she whispered. "I know. No, not just you. All of it. I hate that my mother loved me and still lied. I hate that you loved me and still left. I hate that Victor understands enough about love to use it like a knife." Mikkel's voice was quiet behind her. "So do I." She pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes. For a second, she wanted to be small, not weak, not helpless, just held away from consequence. She wanted her mother alive and wrong in the kitchen. She wanted Mikkel 5 years younger and brave enough to tell the truth before leaving. She wanted a ring to be only a ring. Instead, she had 30 minutes before midnight and a message calling her bride. She lowered her hands. "Add this to the plan," she said. Mikkel went still. "How?" "Victor thinks this will destabilize me." It did. She looked at him. Not enough. Something like pride moved through his eyes, fierce and painful. Sira nodded. "If he brings up the list, turn it on him. Ask why he kept your name." Lev added, "Or who gave him the file." Anya's gaze lifted. Who gave him the file? The new question moved through the hall like electricity. Mikkel turned to Lev. "Evelyn's archive was supposed to be secure. It was, as far as we knew." "As far as you knew," Sira said. "Or as far as Evelyn wanted you to know." Anya thought of her mother's letter. Trust action. Trust truth. Trust the person who gives you a choice. "My mother may have leaked pieces intentionally," Anya said. Mikkel looked at her. To draw Victor out, or to make sure if something happened to her, he would follow the trail she chose. Lev's eyes sharpened. "A dead woman's tripwire." "That sounds like Evelyn," Mikkel said softly. Anya's chest ached again. Yes, it did. The final half hour vanished into preparation. Sira fitted a second device under Anya's coat collar, a panic trigger sewn into the seam. Lev showed her the pier map until she could close her eyes and picture every exit, every likely shooter position, every place Mikkel wanted her not to stand, and every place she might need to run if the plan shattered. Mikkel said less than anyone. He watched, corrected only when necessary, and each time he did, he gave a reason. "Not there, the pier boards are rotten. If he asks you to step toward the water, refuse. He wants edges. If he offers his hand, keep yours visible. If I say down, that means a shooter has line of sight. If I say your mother's name, the plan is broken and you run for Sira." Anya listened to each instruction and felt something inside her shift. He was not ordering obedience for comfort. He was giving her a language for survival. That was different. Before they left, Mikkel stopped her near the back entrance. Lev and Sira went ahead, giving privacy without being asked. The corridor was narrow, lit by a single brass sconce. Rain tapped against the glass door. Mikkel stood before Anya in a black coat, gun hidden, face carved from restraint. "What?" she asked. His gaze moved over her face, as if memorizing it. "I need to say something before the pier." Her pulse changed. That sounds ominous. It is not goodbye. Good. The word escaped too fast. His eyes softened. Anya looked away, but he had seen. Of course he had. I will not offer goodbye again unless you ask for it, he said. Her throat tightened. He stepped closer, stopping just inside reach. I cannot promise a life without danger. I'd know you were lying if you did. I cannot promise I will never be afraid and foolish because of it. I'd know you were lying if you did. His mouth nearly softened. I can promise truth, choice, and that I will spend whatever life I have left learning how to love you without making a prison of it. The words moved through her slowly, finding every guarded place. This was not a proposal, not an apology polished for forgiveness, not a man asking her to make his guilt easier to carry. It was an offering, flawed, heavy, real. Mikkel, she whispered, you do not have to answer. I know. I should have said it before, even if you never wanted to hear it again. She looked at him then. His eyes were dark, steady, full of pain he had stopped trying to hide. I love you, he said, not cleanly, not well enough in the past, but completely. Anya's breath caught. The rye and G on her finger seemed suddenly heavier, colder, louder. She should say something. She had words for courtrooms, for grief, for anger, for men who tried to intimidate women into silence. But standing in a hallway with Mikkel Volkov loving her badly and better at once, she found none that felt safe. So she touched his chest instead, over his heart. It beat hard beneath her palm. I'm not ready to give you forever, she said. I know, but I'm not walking away tonight. His eyes closed for 1 second. When they opened, the emotion there was almost too much. Then tonight, he said. Tonight, she agreed. He lifted his hand, slow, giving her time. She met him halfway. The kiss was nothing like the one upstairs. No bed, no heat allowed to burn unchecked, no space for surrender. This was sharper, briefer, but it cut deeper. His mouth touched hers with all the restraint of a man about to walk into a trap, and all the hunger of one who had finally been given permission to hope. Anya kissed him back, fingers tightening in his coat, letting herself feel the solid warmth of him for 1 breath, 2, 3. Then she pulled back. He let her. Is this okay? He asked softly. Her heart twisted at the check-in, even now. Yes, still with me. She nodded, still with you. They left for the pier in separate vehicles. That had been Mikkel's concession to strategy and Anya's condition for sanity. She rode with Sira in a gray sedan that looked like every other unremarkable car in the city. Mikkel rode ahead in the black SUV with Lev. Through the windshield, Anya saw the dark shape of his vehicle 2 cars ahead, then lost it in traffic. Sira drove with 1 hand, the other resting near a concealed weapon. He hated this part. Separate cars, not having you within arm's reach. Anya watched streetlights smear across the wet glass, I know. But he agreed. Yes. Sira glanced at her. That matters. I know that too. The car passed under an overpass. For 3 seconds, darkness swallowed the windows. When they emerged, the river glittered ahead, black and restless under the rain. Anya looked at the ring. Did you know Katia? She asked. Sira's expression shifted. A little. What was she like? Annoying. The answer startled a laugh out of Anya. Sira's mouth curved. In the best way. She asked questions no one wanted to answer. Changed plans she thought were stupid. Hid knives in impractical dresses. Once told Mikkel he looked like a man who apologized to furniture after bumping into it, which nearly got 3 soldiers killed because they tried not to laugh. Anya smiled despite the ache. I wish I'd known her better. She would have liked you. Because I'm annoying. Because you ask questions no one wants to answer. Anya looked back at the river. That doesn't seem to end well for women in this story. Sira's voice gentled, then changed the ending. The pier appeared through the rain like a skeletal thing built from old wood and bad decisions. Warehouses lined the approach, most abandoned, some pretending to be. Sodium lights buzzed in the mist. Water slapped against pilings. The air smelled of salt, diesel, and rot. Midnight had not arrived, but Victor's message had been clear. Midnight comes early. Bring the bride. Sira parked near a warehouse 2 blocks out. Your earpiece. Anya fitted it in place. A second later, Mikkel's voice sounded in her ear, low and controlled. Do you hear me? Her breath caught despite herself. Yes. Good. Lev spoke next. All teams in position. Victor's car is on site. 4 visible men, probably more hidden. Officer's body has been removed. Anya went still. Removed by who? Victor's people, Sira said. He wanted us to see it, not police. Or he wanted police to find something else later, Lev added. Mikkel's voice cut in. Focus. Anya stepped out of the car. Rain touched her face, cold and needling. Her boots hit wet pavement. The black diamond caught a distant light and flashed like a warning. Sira stepped around the car and looked her over. Remember, rotate the ring twice when he starts talking. Keep him facing the waterline camera if possible. Don't stand near edges. Anya nodded. Sira's expression softened by a fraction. And if you get scared, I get scared. And I keep thinking. Good. Anya began walking. The street toward the pier seemed too long. Every step measured. Every shadow alive. Her ankle ached, but the boot held. The ring was cold. The letter from her mother lay folded against her heart, beneath her coat and vest. Mikkel's voice remained silent in her ear, which somehow told her more than words. He was giving her room. He was probably suffering for it. At the pier entrance, Lev stepped out of the shadows just long enough to fall into pace beside her. He wore a dark coat, no visible weapon, expression mild enough to be insulting to the danger. You okay? He asked. No. Excellent. People who say yes before traps are usually idiots. You're comfo. Arting. I make problems arrive late, not emotionally supported. A tiny laugh escaped her. Lev gave her a quick look. Keep that. What? Your ability to laugh while terrified. Men like Victor don't understand it. Then he disappeared again, melting into shadow behind a stack of shipping crates. Anya continued alone. Halfway down the pier, Mikkel waited. He stood under a broken lamp, black coat, moving slightly in the wind, hands empty at his sides. Rain darkened his hair. He looked like every warning her mother had ever given her, and every answer she had been denied. She stopped beside him. He did not touch her. I'm here, she said quietly. His gaze moved over her face. I see you. Not I have you. Not you're safe. I see you. Her throat tightened. At the far end of the pier, headlights flared. A black car waited near the water, engine running. 2 men stood beside it, 2 more near the warehouse entrance, all armed, though their weapons remained lowered. Victor Orlov stepped from the rear seat under a black umbrella held by another man. He looked untouched by weather. Of course he did. His suit was charcoal, his gloves black leather, his smile mild. He walked toward them with the ease of a man entering a restaurant where a table had been saved. Beautiful, Victor called. The dead do love symmetry. Mikkel's body went still beside Anya. Anya stepped forward before Mikkel could answer. Then you must feel very welcome here, she said. Victor's smile deepened. Evelyn's daughter indeed. She stopped 10 feet from him, close enough to see the silver at his temples, the fine lines at his eyes, the emptiness behind his charm. Mikkel remained half a step behind and to her left, not hidden, not crowding. Victor noticed. His gaze flicked between them. How modern, he said. The wolf lets the lamb stand in front. Anya rotated the ring, once under cover of adjusting her sleeve. Not yet. I'm not a lamb, she said. No, lambs are quiet. Then pick a better metaphor. Victor chuckled. I see why he suffered. Mikkel said nothing. That silence made Victor's eyes sharpen slightly. He had expected fury. He found restraint. Good. Anya let her hand lower. The ring gleamed openly. Victor's gaze dropped to it. For the first time, his smile altered. Not vanished. Altered. Possession flickered through his eyes. There it is, he said softly. Katia's little rebellion. Anya rotated the ring a second time. Click. In her ear, Sira whispered, live. Anya kept her face still. Victor stepped closer. Mikkel moved with him, one smooth shift. Victor's eyes lifted. Careful, Mikkel. I asked for the bride, not the grieving brother. You ask for many things that don't belong to you, Mikkel said. There was no heat in his voice, only ice. Victor sighed. You were always so dramatic about ownership. It is the simplest thing in the world. People belong where power places them. Anya's pulse quickened. Keep him talking. Is that what Katia was? She asked. Something power placed. Victor looked back at her. Katia was my wife. She was a person before she was your wife. A flash of irritation crossed his face. Small, there. People are roles, Miss Bell. Daughter, sister, wife, widow, bride. His gaze lingered on the ring. The intelligent ones learn which role keeps them alive. And Katia, she confused intelligence with defiance. Mikkel's hand twitched at his side. Anya felt it without looking. What were you afraid she would do? She asked. Victor's smile thinned. There, Alina had been right. Afraid, he repeated. You heard me. I was never afraid of Katia. No, Anya tilted her head. A woman with a ring scared you so badly, you're still chasing it years later. Behind Victor, one of his men shifted. The umbrella holder's fingers tightened. Victor's eyes cooled. Careful, he said. Anya stepped closer by a single inch. You keep saying that. I'm starting to think it means I'm right. Mikkel's voice sounded in her ear, barely audible. Anya. Not a command. A warning that she was near the edge. She held position. Victor lowered the umbrella slightly, as if the rain touching his coat offended him less than her question. Katia was impulsive, emotional. She heard fragments and invented crimes. The video says otherwise. Silence. The pier seemed to stop breathing. Victor's smile remained, but his eyes went flat. Mikkel did not move. Anya forced herself not to look at him. What video? Victor asked. The one where you talked about papers, making cages respectable. His smile returned too quickly. A forged file is easy to make. Then why burn Briar House? His jaw tightened. Why send men after Alina? His gaze sharpened. Why kill Officer Klein? That landed. For one fraction of a second, Victor looked toward Mikkel instead of her, as if checking where the true threat stood. Anya felt a surge of satisfaction, so fierce it almost steadied her. He still didn't understand. Mikkel was danger. She was evidence. Diff, rent weapons. Victor's voice lowered. You should not say names you cannot carry. I've been carrying dead women all night. One more corrupt cop won't break my back. Something like rage flickered beneath Victor's smooth face. Then he smiled again. I underestimated you, he said. Yes, and yet here you are, wearing my wife's ring because I told you to. Anya lifted her hand. The black diamond caught the pier light. No, she said. I'm wearing it because she can't. For the first time, Victor's expression cracked. Not much. Enough. Mikkel's voice in her ear was softer now. Good. The single word moved through her like warmth beneath armor. Victor looked at Mikkel. You let her speak for Katia now. Mikkel's voice remained cold. Katia does not need my permission. Victor laughed, but it was thinner. Ah, growth. Very moving. Did Evelyn teach you that before or after she laundered money through her little shelters. Anya's skin went cold, but she was ready. "My mother moved women," she said, "not money. Your mother took Bratva funds. She took blood money from men like you and used it to help women run." Victor's eyes narrowed. Anya took a breath. "This was the gamble, and I think that is what humiliated you," she said. "Not that she took it, that she used your own dirty money to undo your cages." In her ear, Lev whispered, "Careful, he's shifting right, trying to angle you toward water." Anya adjusted, stepping left instead. Victor noticed. His smile vanished. "You have learned quickly. I had good teachers. Your mother taught you secrets. Mikkel taught you abandonment. I wonder what I will teach you." Mikkel's restraint snapped just enough to show. "Nothing," he said. The word was deadly quiet. Victor's eyes gleamed. There he is. Anya's pulse spiked. "Do not let him pull Mikkel." She turned slightly, just enough to catch Mikkel's gaze. He looked at her. The fury was there. The old guilt, the brother, the lover, the killer trained by grief. But beneath it, he was still with her. She gave the smallest shake of her head. "No." His jaw tightened. He stayed still. Victor's amusement faded by degrees. He had expected to tug a chain and see blood. The chain did not move. "Touching," he said, voice colder now. "But time is short, the ring." Anya looked down at her hand. "Why do you want it? The capsule is gone. You know that by now." Victor's face did not change, but one of his men looked at him. There, a crack in their knowledge. He hadn't known, or hadn't known for sure. "Do not insult me," Victor said. I'm clarifying. You sent men to Briar House for the other copy. You burned it when they couldn't find it fast enough. You tried to scare me with my mother's files, but you still want the ring. Why?" His gaze hardened. "Because," he said, "men remember symbols longer than documents." Anya's stomach tightened. Victor stepped closer, his shoes silent on wet wood. "When Katia wore that ring, every man in our circle understood she was mine. When she defied me with it, she made me a story men laughed about in rooms where I had once been feared. When she died, the ring vanished, and with it, the ending that belonged to me. You killed her for an ending. I punished a betrayal." Mikkel went utterly still. Sira whispered in Anya's ear, "Got it." Victor continued, too consumed now by his own grievance to notice the trap closing. "Katia was given everything. My name, my protection, my patience. And she chose gutter women, church basements, your sanctimonious mother, and a brother too weak to keep his house in order." Mikkel's voice was low. "She chose herself." Victor laughed. "Women who choose themselves become cautionary tales." Anya's blood turned to ice. There it was, not an implication. Not enough for every legal consequence, perhaps, but enough. Enough to start the release. Enough to prove he knew. Enough to make him dangerous in public. Lev's voice came through the earpiece. Timed release initiated. 15-minute hold. Keep him occupied. Anya's heart slammed. Victor held out his gloved hand. The ring, Anya. No. The answer left her before strategy could soften it. Victor blinked. Mikkel's eyes cut to her. Victor's smile came back slowly. No. You heard me. You came here to give it to me. I came here to hear you admit you murdered your wife because she embarrassed you. His eyes went dead. The umbrella holder's hand moved toward his coat. Mikkel moved faster. Don't, he said. The man froze, not because Mikkel shouted, because he did not. Victor looked at Mikkel and seemed to reassess something. Then he sighed, almost disappointed. You think confession matters? Do you know how many men heard parts of this story and chose convenience? Do you know how many judges enjoy my dinners? How many officers take my calls? How many family heads want their daughters married into money and call coercion tradition when the table is set nicely enough? Anya's throat tightened with rage. He was telling the truth. Not morally, practically. The world did protect men like him. It had before. It would try again. But trying was not winning. My mother knew that, Anya said. So did Katia. That's why they made copies. Victor's face sharpened. And copies, she continued, have a way of becoming stories you don't control. His gaze flicked to Mikkel, then to her ring, then to her collar. Too late. He moved. Mikkel shouted down. Anya dropped. Gunfire shattered the pier. The world exploded into rain, muzzle flashes, splintering wood, and the roar of men who had stopped pretending this was an exchange. Mikkel hauled Anya behind a stack of rusted metal crates as bullets tore through the air where she had stood. She hit the wet boards hard, pain bursting through her ankle, but she kept hold of herself, kept hold of the plan. Victor's men fired from the warehouse. Sira's team answered from above. Lev's voice came through the earpiece, clipped and calm. East route blocked. 2 down. Victor moving toward the car. Mikkel crouched over Anya, gun in hand, body angled to shield without pinning her. Hit. No. Truth. No. He exhaled once, sharp. Then a bullet struck the crate above them and showered rust over her hair. Move on my count, he said. 3 steps left, then behind the piling. I remember. His eyes met hers. He heard more than her words. She was still thinking, still with him. Now, they moved. Anya ran low, ankle screaming, Mikkel beside, and slightly behind her now, because the angle required it. He trusted her to run where she'd been told. The realization cut through terror like light. They reached the piling as another volley ripped through the crates. Victor's voice carried through the chaos. Mikkel, you brought her into this and still cannot protect her. Mikkel's face changed. Anya grabbed his coat before he could rise. His eyes snapped to hers. No, she said. Just that. No. For a second, his fury burned so hot she thought he might not hear it. Then he lowered back down. breathing hard. With her. Good, she whispered. Something fierce crossed his face. Gone too fast to name. Lev's voice. Anya, Victor is not at the car. Decoy. He's moving under the pier. Anya's blood iced. Under the pier. Toward the water. Toward the old access. Stairs behind them. Mikkel heard it too. Stay here, he said, then caught himself before the order hardened. No. Can you make it to Sira's position? Anya looked across the rain-slick boards to the warehouse side, where Sira waited behind a concrete barrier 20 yards away. Maybe. With her ankle under fire, maybe not. Yes, she said. Mikkel's eyes narrowed. Truth. I can try. That is different. It's what we have. A bullet smashed into the piling. Mikkel swore. Then the boards beneath Anya's feet creaked. Not from gunfire. From below. A hand shot through a broken gap in the pier and seized her ankle. Anya screamed as she was yanked sideways. Mikkel grabbed her arm. Her injured ankle flared with white-hot pain as the man below pulled, dragging her toward the gap. She kicked with her free foot, striking wood, hand, bone. The knife. Where was the knife? Mikkel held her with one hand and fired through the boards with the other. The grip on her ankle vanished. A body hit water below with a splash. Mikkel pulled her back hard enough that she slammed against his chest. His arms closed around her for half a second, shaking. Just half. Then he let go enough to look at her. Anya, I'm here. Her voice trembled, but it worked. He touched her face once, fast, almost involuntary, then turned as footsteps thundered behind them. 2 men emerged from smoke near the warehouse. Sira took one down from the side. The other rushed Mikkel. They collided hard. Mikkel shoved Anya behind the piling and met the attacker with brutal, efficient violence. The man was large, but Mikkel was fury disciplined into muscle. A strike to the throat, a twist, a grunt. The man hit the boards and did not get up. Anya looked away before she could see too much. Her gaze caught movement near the access stairs. Victor. He had no umbrella now. Rain had soaked his perfect hair, flattened his expensive coat. Without the polish, he looked older, meaner, human in the ugliest way. His gun was in one hand. In the other, he held a detonator. Anya's heart stopped. Mikkel, she said. Mikkel turned. Victor smiled and lifted the device. Enough, Victor called. The gunfire slowed, then stopped unevenly. Men shifted positions in the rain, weapons still raised. Somewhere beneath the pier, water slapped against wood. Sirens wailed far away. Or maybe they were only in Anya's blood. Victor's eyes glittered. Under the warehouse, there are enough charges to send every file, every man, every inconvenient woman into the river. I prepared for sentiment. Lev's voice snapped in her ear. Scanning, hold. Mikkel's gun stayed trained on Victor. You prepared to die. Victor laughed. Oh, I prepared for you to hesitate. He aimed the gun at Anya. Mikhail moved instantly between them. Victor's smile widened. "There," he said softly. "Always so predictable." Anya's pulse roared. He was right. Mikhail had moved without thought. Love as reflex, fear as opening. Victor's thumb rested on the detonator. "Drop your gun," Victor said. Mikhail did not move. Victor's gaze slid to Anya. "Tell him." Anya's mouth went dry. Mikhail's voice was low. "Don't." Victor sighed. This is the part where the bride learns the cost of being cherished. Anya looked at the detonator. The angle of Victor's hand, the men behind him, the warehouse, the water, Sira's position. Mikhail's shoulders in front of her. Everything narrowed. Then Lev whispered in her ear, "No active signal yet. Detonator may be manual or fake. We can't confirm. Fake or real. A choice with lives attached." Victor said, "The gun, Mikhail." Slowly, Mikhail lowered his weapon. Anya's heart lurched. "No, Mikhail," she whispered. He didn't look back. "I failed Katia with a gun in my hand," he said, voice carrying just enough for her and Victor both. "I will not fail Anya because I could not drop one." The gun hit the wet boards. Victor's face lit with triumph. Anya felt the trap shift. Not Victor's, theirs, because Mikhail had not dropped the gun from surrender. He had dropped it to become what Victor expected: a brother haunted, a lover afraid, a man broken by the word bride. Victor stepped closer, gun still aimed past Mikhail at Anya. "Kick it away." Mikhail did. Victor looked at Anya. "Come here." Mikhail's entire body went rigid. "No," he said. Victor lifted the detonator slightly. Still no. Anya stepped out from behind Mikhail. His hand shot back, not grabbing, just a barrier. She touched his fingers once. "I choose," she said quietly. His face was agony, but he lowered his hand. Anya walked toward Victor. Every instinct screamed. Her ankle throbbed. Her ring felt like ice. Rain ran down her face and into her collar. Mikhail stood behind her unarmed, and she could feel his terror like heat against her back. Victor watched her approach with satisfaction. "Good girl," he said. Anya stopped. Mikhail's eyes went lethal. Anya smiled at Victor. "Not sweetly, not kindly. Call me that again," she said. "And I'll make sure the first headline uses the word pathetic." The smile vanished from Victor's face. Somewhere behind her, Sira made a tiny sound in the earpiece that might have been a laugh or a prayer. Victor recovered quickly, but not completely. The ring. Anya lifted her hand. He reached for it. Alina's warning flashed through her mind. Don't take Victor's hand if he offers it. Men like him love making women participate in their own cages. So Anya did not offer her hand. She removed the ring herself. Slowly, the black diamond slid over her knuckle, cold and reluctant. For a heartbeat, it rested in her palm exactly as it had in her mother's bedroom that morning. A threat, A promise, a key. She held it out between two fingers. Victor reached. Before he could take it, she let it drop. The ring fell through a gap in the boards. Victor lunged with a raw sound. For the first time all night, he looked truly afraid. Not angry, afraid. The ring hit a lower beam with a metallic ping and bounced, catching on the edge of a broken plank below, still visible in the shadows beneath the pier. Victor pointed the gun at her face. Mikkel moved. "Stop," Victor shouted, thumb pressing the detonator. Nothing happened. No explosion. No fire. No river swallowing evidence and bodies. For 1 second, everyone froze. Then Lev's voice came through the earpiece, almost cheerful. "Detonator signal blocked. Confirmed. He's holding plastic." Victor stared at the device in his hand. Anya's smile came back. "You really should stop underestimating women," she said. Sierra fired. The shot struck Victor's gun hand. He shouted, weapon falling to the pier. Mikkel surged forward. So did Victor's men. Chaos returned. But this time, the shape had changed. Sierra's team moved from the rooftops. Lev's men blocked the warehouse. Mikkel tackled Victor before he could reach the dropped gun, slamming him into the boards so hard Anya felt the impact through her boots. Victor fought like a man who had always paid others to be violent for him. Dirty, desperate, furious. He clawed for the edge, for the broken boards, for the ring below. Mikkel hit him once. Victor's head snapped sideways. He laughed through blood. "There he is," Victor gasped. "Katia's dog." Mikkel hit him again. Anya's stomach clenched. Mikkel. He did not hear her. Or he heard and could not stop. Victor smiled up at him, blood on his teeth. "Do it. Kill me here. Let them all see what love makes you." Mikkel's hand closed around Victor's throat. The world narrowed to that hand. That choice. Revenge beneath his fingers. Justice somewhere beyond them. Anya limped forward. Mikkel. This time his eyes flicked to hers. "Barely." Victor wheezed a laugh. "She'll see it eventually. The animal, the Bratva. The thing that left her once and will ruin her next." Mikkel's grip tightened. Victor's face darkened. Anya moved closer, heart pounding. "Mikkel, look at me." His eyes found hers. They were not empty. That was worse. They were full of Katia's blood, Evelyn's letter, Briar House burning, 5 years of guilt, every brutal lesson his father had ever carved into him. Victor had dragged him to the edge and placed revenge in his hand like a gift. Anya dropped to her knees beside them despite the pain. Not touching Mikkel. "Not yet." "Mikkel," she said, voice shaking but clear. "This is the choice." His breathing was harsh. Victor clawed at his wrist. "This is what he wants," she said. "Not because he deserves to live. Because he wants the story to end with you proving him right." Mikkel's face twisted. "He killed Katia," he said. "I know. He made her afraid in her own home. I know. He threatened you. I know. He burned what your mother built. I know. Tears blurred Anya's vision, but she kept her voice steady. And if you kill him like this, his trial becomes your violence. His network becomes rumor. The women become footnotes. Katia becomes motive instead of witness. Mikkel's hand trembled around Victor's throat. That is not justice, Anya whispered. That is him taking one more thing from her. The rain fell harder. For a second, Anya did not know what he would choose. Then Mikkel released Victor. Victor sucked in air, coughing, rolling onto his side. Mikkel stayed kneeling over him, shaking with restraint. Anya reached for him slowly. May I? His eyes closed. A single nod. She touched his hand. His fingers turned and gripped her so hard it almost hurt. Almost. Then he loosened immediately, even in the middle of breaking. I'm here, she said. His voice came out rough. I know. Sira and Lev closed in. Victor's men were down, disarmed, zip-tied, or bleeding, but alive. A distant siren grew louder. Not false this time. Not local cops alone. Lev's timed release had moved, and the world outside Victor's control had begun to wake. Lev stood over Victor with a phone in hand. Smile, you're famous. Victor spat blood onto the boards. You think files save you? No, Anya said, standing slowly. Truth doesn't save anyone by itself. People do. Victor looked at her with pure hatred. There he was, the real man, beneath the smooth voice. Anya lifted her chin. Katia was never yours. His eyes flicked toward the gap in the pier. The ring, still caught below. Mikkel rose beside her, not touching, but close. Victor smiled through blood. Then, why did you all come when I called? Anya did not answer. Because beneath the pier, near the access stairs, she saw movement. Not one of theirs. A man in black, reaching up through the broken boards for the ring. Mikkel, she said. Mikkel followed her gaze. Everything happened too fast. The man grabbed the ring and yanked it free. Sira shouted. Lev turned. Victor threw himself sideways into Mikkel's legs, buying the man a second. The man ran under the pier, toward the water access. Mikkel shoved Victor down and lunged after him. Anya moved too. Anya, no, Sira shouted. But Anya had already seen what no one else had. The man running beneath the pier was not holding only the ring. He had a small drive case clipped to his belt. Lev's case, the backup receiver, the timed release key. If he escaped, Victor still had leverage. Maybe not all of it, but enough to poison the truth. Enough to bury pieces. Enough to turn Evelyn into a criminal and Katia into a rumor. Anya ran. Pain tore through her ankle, white and vicious. But she kept going down the access stairs slick with rain. Mikkel was ahead of her, nearly at the bottom, when the man turned and fired upward. Mikkel ducked behind a piling. Anya froze halfway down. The man saw her. His gun swung toward her. Mikkel stepped out. "No," Anya shouted. The shot cracked. Mikkel jerked backward. For a second, the world stopped. Then he fell against the piling. One hand pressed to his side. The same side where Katia's knight had already marked him. Anya's scream tore from somewhere deeper than fear. Sira fired from above. The man with the ring staggered, but did not fall. He shoved through a rusted gate toward the lower dock, where a small boat waited with its engine coughing alive. Anya reached Mikkel as he slid to one knee. Blood seeped between his fingers. "No," she said. "No, no, no." His face was pale, but his eyes focused on her immediately. "Not fatal. You do not know that. I know where I am shot." "Of course you do. Of course you have expertise in being impossible." His mouth twitched, then tightened with pain. Above them, Victor laughed. The sound crawled down through the broken boards. Mikkel looked toward the fleeing man. The boat engine roared. Then Victor shouted from above, voice ringing with triumph, "Choose, Mikkel. The ring or the woman." The man with the ring reached the dock. The boat pulled close. Mikkel tried to stand. Anya shoved him back with both hands. "Don't. The drive key. I don't care. You do. I care about you breathing more." His eyes burned into hers. "Anya." No, her voice broke, but she held him down. "You do not get to die correcting the past." Above them, footsteps pounded. Sira and Lev were coming down. On the dock, the man with the ring climbed toward the boat. Mikkel's hand closed over Anya's wrist, bloody and shaking. "If he leaves with it, then we fight tomorrow." His face twisted. "Katia is still dead," Anya said, tears mixing with rain. "My mother is still dead. You bleeding out for a ring won't bring them back." The boat began to pull away. Mikkel looked from Anya to the water, torn so violently she could feel it in the grip on her wrist. Revenge, evidence, the ring, the past, her. Victor's laugh echoed again from above. "History repeats, brother." Mikkel's eyes closed. When they opened, they were on Anya. Only Anya. "Then no," he said, voice rough with pain. "Not this time." The boat disappeared into the rain with the black diamond ring. Mikkel stayed. Anya pressed both hands over his wound. As Sira dropped beside them with a medical kit, and Lev shouted into his phone for extraction. Above, Victor's voice cut off as someone forced him down. The pier swarmed with men, sirens, rain, blood, and the wreckage of a trap half sprung, half broken. Mikkel's hand found Anya, S through the blood. "Still with me?" he asked, the words ragged. Anya leaned over him, shaking, furious, terrified, alive. "Still with you," she said. Then Lev's voice came from the stairs, sharp with new horror. "Anya, Mikkel." The man who took the ring was Victor's. Anya looked up. Lev stood pale beneath the pier lights, phone in hand. "He's one of ours." Chapter 6. Blood, Diamonds, and Forever. Lev's words hit harder than the bullet. "He's one of ours." For a moment, Anya could not understand them. The rain beat against the underside of the pier in cold silver threads. Water slapped the pilings. Sirens wailed above. Sira's hands were pressed over Mikkel's wound, replacing Anya's shaking ones with professional pressure. And Mikkel's blood was warm against Anya's fingers, too bright even in the poor light. The man who had taken the ring was one of theirs, not Victor's. The betrayal did not enter her mind all at once. It slid in sideways, like a knife through a seam. Mikkel tried to sit up. Sira shoved him back down with one hand. Move again, and I'll sedate you with my fist. Name, Mikkel said. His voice was rough, but not weak. That almost broke Anya. He had been shot, and still the first thing he reached for was command. Lev came down the last steps, phone in hand, rain dripping from his hair, face pale in a way Anya had never seen from him. Nikolai. The name meant nothing to her at first. Then it did. The driver from the alley. The shaved head. The man who had looked at Mikkel and said boss before driving Anya away from the ruined jewelry shop. Mikkel went still, not angry, worse. Still, Nikolai took the ring. Sira asked, her eyes never leaving the wound beneath her hands. Lev nodded. Security feed from the lower dock. It's him. He switched coats with one of Victor's men during the firefight. Took the backup receiver case from my left kit when I was moving to cover the warehouse. He knew exactly where to look. Mikkel's jaw tightened, because he helped build the plan. No, Lev said, and his voice darkened with self-reproach. Because I trusted him near the kit. Anya looked toward the river, where the boat had already vanished into rain and black water. The ring was gone. The transmitter was gone. The receiver key was gone. Victor was above them, captured but smiling somewhere, no doubt, because even bound men like him could still bleed poison through the cracks. Does he have the evidence? Anya asked. Lev's gaze snapped to hers. No, not the drive. The primary files are already secured in 3 places. But the key, the receiver key, can pause the timed release if he gets into the system fast enough. How fast? Lev's silence was the answer. Mikkel spoke through his teeth. How fast? 10 minutes, maybe less if he has help. Sira swore softly. Mikkel moved again, this time with enough force that Sira could not hold him down completely. Anya caught his face between both hands, forcing his eyes to hers. No, his gaze burned. Anya. No, you chose me once tonight. Don't make me lose you 5 minutes later, because a traitor has a boat. His hand closed over her wrist, bloody fingers shaking. If he stops the release, then we restart it. If he destroys the key, we have copies. If he reaches Victor's hidden people before we, then we fight them too. Her voice cracked, then hardened. But you are not getting up. His eyes searched hers, furious with pain and fear, and the brutal arithmetic of survival. She saw the moment he wanted to overrule her. The old instinct rose in him like a dark tide. Take control. Take the wound. Take the consequence. Move, bleed, finish it. Then he looked at her hands, on his face, her choice holding him down. Something in him yielded, not to weakness, to trust. He let his head fall back against the wet wood. Good, Anya whispered, though her voice shook. Good. Mikkel's eyes remained on hers. You are very bossy. She laughed once, a broken sound that almost became a sob. You're a bad influence. Sira pressed harder against the wound. Flirting while bleeding is not medically useful. I wasn't flirting, Anya said. Mikkel's mouth moved faintly. She was. You hush, Sira snapped. Above them, men shouted. Victor's voice rose once, sharp and furious, then cut off with a grunt. Boots pounded over wet boards. The pier was no longer a stage for his power. It was an active crime scene, a battlefield being dragged into the light, whether the city wanted it or not. Lev crouched near them, phone pressed to his ear. Lock Nikolai out. Now, rotate all access codes. Disable the receiver key remotely if you can. No, I don't care if it burns the system. Burn it first. Anya looked at him. Can they? Maybe. Maybe is popular tonight. Lev's eyes flicked to Mikkel's wound. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Mikkel said. Work. Lev flinched, then nodded and turned away, speaking rapidly into the phone. Sira opened a packet of gauze with her teeth. Bullet went through the side. Missed anything vital from what I can tell, but he needs proper stitching and imaging. From what you can tell, Anya repeated. I'm good. Are you a doctor? No. Anya stared at her. Sira looked up. Do you want me to lie? No. Then no. Mikkel's eyes flicked toward Anya. We have doctors. That sentence should not be normal, Anya said. It is useful. You and useful. Sira's mouth twitched despite herself. Mikkel's hand found Anya S again, careful even through pain. His grip was weaker now. Too weak. The fear she had been holding behind her ribs rose hard and sudden. Mikkel, she said, and hated the sound of her own voice. His eyes focused on hers. I am here. You better stay there. I am trying. Try harder. That almost smile appeared, faint and painful. Yes, lawyer. Something warm and terrible broke in her chest. Behind them, Lev lowered his phone. His expression was still grim, but not destroyed. Primary release is safe for now. Nikolai has the receiver key, but we severed its authority. He can't pause the release. Anya sagged with relief. Mikkel closed his eyes briefly. And the ring. Transmitter is still live, but weak. Sira's relay caught it heading south downriver. We can track for maybe another few minutes, unless he destroys it. Sira looked up sharply. Then send river team. Already did, Lev said, but there's more. Mikkel opened his eyes. Lev swallowed. Nikolai sent a message. Anya went cold. To whom? Mikkel asked. To you. Lev held out the phone. Mikkel did not take it. Maybe he couldn't. Maybe he didn't trust his hand. Read it, Mikkel said. Lev looked once at Anya, then read aloud. Boss, you taught me loyalty belongs to the future, not the dead. I am choosing the future. Victor is finished. You are wounded. The old families will not follow a man who lets a woman choose his war. The ring gives me Katia's story. Evelyn's archive gives me leverage. And Anya Bell gives me the one thing you cannot survive losing twice. Tell her to check her mother's list. There was never one escape route. There were two. The words settled like poison. Anya's mind caught on one phrase. Anya Bell gives me the one thing you cannot survive losing twice. Mikkel's face went blank. Lev said, he thinks he has another leverage point. Sira's eyes sharpened, or he does. Anya looked from one to the other. The escape list. Her own name circled in red. Ask Volkov why your mother put you on her own escape list. There was never one escape route. There were two. Mikkel tried to sit up again. This time, Anya did not stop him fast enough. He made it halfway before pain took the color from his face. Sira shoved him back down with a vicious curse. You are bleeding onto a pier, not chairing a board meeting, she said. Mikkel ignored her. His eyes were on Anya, fierce and terrified. Your mother's list. Do you remember any address, any name, anything besides Briar House? Anya pressed a hand to her forehead. Escape list. Her mother had built emergency routes, safe places, new names for women at risk. And Anya had been on it. Why? Not because Evelyn feared Victor only. Not because she feared Mikkel only. Because Evelyn had known danger could come from inside the protection. Two escape routes. Anya closed her eyes and reached into memory. Her mother at the kitchen table, sorting envelopes. Her mother saying, if anything floods, check the storage unit. Her mother saying, if Enian, E brings flowers, don't open the door. Her mother making her memorize a number when she was too young to understand why. Anya had thought it was a game. What is it? Mikkel asked. She made me memorize a phone number when I was little, Anya said slowly. I forgot it. Or I thought I did. Lev leaned closer. Can you remember? Maybe. She pressed harder against her brow. It was a song. She turned it into a song so I'd remember. Sira looked at her. Sing it. Anya gave her a horrified look. Sira shrugged. You want useful or dignified? Rain dripped from the pier above. Mikkel lay, bleeding beside her. Victor was being dragged into custody, above them. A traitor had the ring. Dignity had left hours ago. Anya closed her eyes and hummed under her breath, searching for a melody from childhood. Her mother's voice came back faintly, warm in a kitchen, tapping a spoon against a mug. 917. No, that was an area code. Another sequence, a rhythm. 718, Anya whispered. 552, 0909. She opened her eyes. I think that's it. Lev was already typing. Local number. Call it, Mikkel said. Lev did. The line rang once. Then a recorded voice answered. A woman's voice. Evelyn Bell. Anya's heart stopped. Briar is closed for winter, her mother's recorded voice said, calm and clear. If you need shelter, bring the bluebird home. The line clicked, then disconnected. For 1 second, no one breathed. The bluebird, the broken ceramic bird from the storage unit. Anya's hands went cold. I picked it up, she whispered. At the unit, I left it there. Mikkel's eyes sharpened with agony. Nikolai knows. He searched the unit after us. Lev shook his head. He was with us after the first extraction, unless he already knew from Evelyn's archive. Bluebird home, Anya repeated. What home? Her mother collected ceramic birds. Too many. Bluebirds, sparrows, wrens, little painted things tucked on shelves and windowsills. Anya had hated dusting them as a child, but the bluebird had a home, a specific one. Anya closed her eyes again. Ceramic bluebird with one broken wing. Kitchen shelf. Before that, where had her mother kept it? A small wooden house. No, a birdhouse. Not decorative. A real one, painted blue and white, hung outside the kitchen window at their old apartment when Anya was little. Evelyn called it the bluebird home. It had moved with them 3 times, though no bird had ever lived in it. When the last apartment didn't have a place to hang it, Evelyn stored it in the hall closet. No, not hall closet. Anya opened her eyes. My apartment. Mikkel's face went hard. The birdhouse. She stared at him. You know it. I saw it when I had your apartment watched. The old pain flashed, but there was no time to bleed from that wound. It's in my coat closet, Anya said. Top shelf. My mother insisted I keep it after she died. I thought she was being sentimental. Sira swore. And there are 2 men watching your apartment. Were, Lev said, already on the phone. Our surveillance lost one 20 minutes ago. Nikolai, Mikkel said. Anya stood. Mikkel's hand caught her wrist. No. The word came from pain, not command. She looked down at him. His face was pale, rain-soaked, blood loss, dulling the edges of his control. But his eyes were fierce. You are not going alone, he said. I'm not, Lev and Sira. Sira stays with me until extraction. I'm not leaving you. His grip tightened, then loosened immediately when she looked at his hand. You have to, he said. The words were quiet. Terrible. Anya shook her head. No. Listen to me. Nikolai has the ring. Maybe part of your mother's archive. He knows about the bluebird. If he reaches your apartment first, he has whatever Evelyn hid for you. Mikkel swallowed, pain tightening his mouth. If there is another escape route, another copy, another name, it belongs to you. Not me. Not Bratva. Not Victor. You. I am not leaving you bleeding under a pier. I am not asking because I want you away. His eyes held hers, raw with effort. I am asking because this is your mother's last door. You should be the one to open it. That hit too deep to answer. Sirens screamed closer. Sira glanced up. Extraction is 2 minutes out. Lev looked at Anya. I can take you. Now. If we move before police lock the scene, we can reach your apartment in 15. Anya stared at Mikkel. Every instinct rejected the choice. She wanted to stay, to press her hands over his wound until a doctor came, to be sure his breath did not stop, to refuse any plan that required her to walk away from the man she had only just begun to understand. Then she saw the choice for what it was. Not abandonment, not repetition. Trust, the kind that hurt, the kind that did not make a cage. Anya crouched beside him again. Rain had softened the blood on his shirt, spreading it darker. You stay alive, she said. Mikkel's mouth moved faintly. Bossy. I mean it. I know. No. Heroic bleeding. No sending Sira away. No pretending you're fine and vanishing after Nikolai. I promise. Her breath caught. Mikkel Volkov making a promise while lying in blood beneath a pier should not have felt sacred. It did. Anya leaned down and kissed him once. Not soft, not dramatic. A seal pressed against his mouth, brief and fierce. Is this okay? She whispered, because the question mattered even when the world was breaking. His eyes closed. Yes. Then answer me. He opened his eyes. Still with me? She asked. His hand lifted, shaking, and touched her cheek with the backs of his fingers. Still with you. Anya stood before she could change her mind. Sira met her gaze. I have him. You'd better. Sira's mouth curved, but her eyes were serious. Go. Anya ran with Lev. Her ankle screamed with every step up the access stairs, but she climbed. Above, the pier was chaos under red and blue lights. Men knelt zip-tied on wet boards. Victor stood between 2 federal agents in dark jackets, blood at his mouth, smile gone at last. His gaze snapped to Anya as she emerged. For 1 second, their eyes met. His face changed. He had expected her broken, terrified, clinging to Mikkel's body beneath the pier. Instead, she was moving. That seemed to offend him more than defeat. Anya, he called, voice rough. Did he choose the ring or you? She stopped despite Lev's warning hand at her elbow. Victor smiled thinly, trying to resurrect power from blood and rain. Tell me, I am curious. Anya looked at him. All night, he had named women by the roles he understood. Wife, bride, daughter, hostage, weakness. Now he stood in cuffs, and she stood free enough to choose what to say. He chose the future, she said. That's why you lost. His smile vanished. Lev pulled her forward. That was satisfying. Bad timing, but satisfying. They pushed through the perimeter before it fully closed, slipping between emergency vehicles and dark sedans with federal plates. Lev's car waited under a dead street lamp. Anya slid into the passenger seat, hands shaking so badly she had to grip her knees. Lev drove like a man with diplomatic immunity, or no interest in surviving traffic law. For 3 blocks, neither spoke. Then Anya said, "Will he live?" Lev did not pretend not to know who she meant. "Yes." "You don't know that. I know Sira. I know where the shot hit. I know Mikkel has survived worse because he is too stubborn to die when it would inconvenience people." Anya exhaled, almost a laugh, almost a sob. Lev glanced at her. He chose right back there. "Yes, he has been practicing." She looked at him. Lev kept his eyes on the road. Rain streaked over the windshield in fast silver lines. "After he left you, he was not the same. I don't know if that helps." "It probably doesn't." "Then why say it?" "Because truth seems to be the theme of this terrible evening." Anya looked out the window. Brooklyn blurred past in fragments. Closed shops, glowing delis, wet sidewalks, people under umbrellas who had no idea that a dead woman's ring and an old escape list were dragging an entire criminal network into the open. "What was he like?" she asked despite herself. "After you." "Yes." Lev was quiet long enough that she thought he would not answer. Then he said, efficient, cold, less cruel than he could have been, which in our world looks almost saintly until you realize it is just a man refusing to enjoy what he is good at. He turned sharply onto a side street. He stopped sleeping properly, stopped drinking entirely, which annoyed everyone because sober guilt is much less entertaining. He kept 2 photographs in his wallet, Katia and you. Anya's throat tightened. "He told you?" "No, I saw once. He nearly broke my hand." Despite everything, Anya huffed a breath. "That sounds like him." "Yes." "Why did you stay?" "With Mikkel." She nodded. Lev's mouth tightened. "Because he took a knife out of my younger brother's hand and told him no debt required becoming a monster. Then he paid the debt himself. Badly, probably. Violently, definitely. But my brother became a mechanic instead of a corpse. Loyalty begins in strange places." Anya absorbed that. Mikkel's world kept revealing itself in fragments. Blood and mercy, brutality and restraint. Men saved from becoming monsters by a man afraid of his own. "Do you trust him?" she asked. Lev glanced at her. "With my life, yes. And with mine." "That is a harder question." Anya's heart tightened. Lev kept driving. "Not because he would betray you. Because he might still think bleeding for you is the same as loving you well. But tonight," he exhaled. "Tonight, he began learning the difference." Anya turned back to the rain-slicked window. Yes, he had, and she had begun learning that walking away did not always mean being left. Sometimes it meant both people trusted the other to return. Her apartment building appeared ahead, a 5-story brick walk-up with an awning that had been green 10 years ag. Oh, and now looked mostly tired. A dark sedan idled across the street. Lev slowed, but did not park. "Friend?" Anya asked. "No." The sedan's headlights switched on, then off. A signal. Anya's stomach dropped. Lev's phone buzzed. He looked at it and swore. Nikolai is inside. How do you know? He just used an old Volkov access code on the building's service entrance. You have access codes to my building. Lev winced. This may be a later conversation. It will absolutely be a later conversation. The sedan across the street started moving. Lev turned sharply into an alley beside the building. Service stairs. We go up the back. Shouldn't we wait for backup? Backup is 6 minutes out. And Nikolai, inside your apartment now. Anya was out of the car before the fear could finish forming. Lev caught up and handed her a small flashlight. Stay behind me. She almost objected, then remembered Mikhail under the pier and decided survival was not the enemy of agency. Fine. Lev gave her a look. That sounded painful. It was. They entered through a rear service door Lev unlocked with tools Anya chose not to examine. The stairwell smelled of old paint, damp concrete, and someone's overcooked garlic dinner. Ordinary smells. Human smells. Her life before the ring had smelled like this. They climbed quickly. 2nd floor, 3rd, 4th. At her landing, Lev turned off the flashlight. Light leaked beneath Anya's apartment door. She always turned lights off. Lev raised one hand, then tested the knob. Unlocked. Anya's stomach turned. He pushed the door open silently. Her apartment had been destroyed. Not in rage, in search. That was somehow worse. Couch cushions slit. Books pulled from shelves. Kitchen drawers dumped. Her mother's boxes overturned. Photographs scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. A vase lay shattered near the window. The coat closet stood open, empty top shelf exposed. The birdhouse was gone. Anya's chest hollowed. Lev moved through the apartment with gun drawn, checking rooms. Clear. She stepped inside slowly. Her home did not feel like hers. It felt touched, entered, reduced to hiding places and possible evidence. On the kitchen counter sat the broken ceramic bluebird from the storage unit. Its remaining wing had been snapped off. A note lay beneath it. Anya did not need to read it to know it was from Nikolai. Lev reached for it. She stopped him. No, I'll read it. He hesitated, then nodded. Anya picked up the note. Anya Bell, your mother understood escape better than anyone. She built one route for women who needed new names and another for evidence that needed new owners. Victor wanted the ring because he loved symbols. Mikhail wanted the truth because guilt makes men romantic. I want the archive because power belongs to whoever controls what survives. Come to the old church basement alone, or I sell Evelyn's full list by dawn. Every woman she ever hid becomes findable. Every name becomes currency. Bring Volkov if you want to watch him die slower this time. Anya's hands went numb. Every woman she ever hid. The archive wasn't only evidence against Victor. It was a map of vulnerable lives, That was her mother's other secret. Not a scandal, not money, not even the second copy. A protected list of women who had escaped men like Victor, now turned into leverage by a man who wanted to become the next monster, wearing better language. Lev read over her shoulder and went white with fury. Old church basement. The photograph, Anya said. My mother, Katia, Alina. They were standing in a church basement. Yes, Lev took out his phone. I'm calling this in. Anya's gaze moved to the closet. The birdhouse was gone, but Nikolai had left the bluebird. Not kindness. A message. Bring the bluebird home. The bird was the key to the birdhouse, maybe. The wing. The broken ceramic. Anya picked up the little bird. Both wings were gone now, but the body remained. She turned it over. Something was written on the bottom, in her mother's handwriting. Not before, she was sure of it. The words had been hidden beneath a felt pad, now scraped away. Not home, nest. Anya went still. Lev. He looked up from his phone. Anya held out the bird. His eyes narrowed. Nest. My mother's message said, bring the bluebird home. Nikolai thinks that means the birdhouse. But she wrote not home. Nest. Lev frowned. What's the nest? Anya closed her eyes. Nest. Her mother had called many things by strange names. The storage unit was flood. The birdhouse was home. The safe transfer points were gardens. The women were sometimes birds in her coded notes. Nest, not apartment, not birdhouse. A place for hidden things before they flew. Then Anya remembered. The old church basement had a nursery room. Not for children, not officially. A tiny side room filled with old cribs and donated blankets where exhausted women could rest while Evelyn and the volunteers made calls. Anya used to sleep there during late evenings, curled in a nest of quilts beneath a mural of bluebirds painted on the wall. My mother called the nursery room the nest, Anya said. Lev's face sharpened. At the church. Yes. His phone was already at his ear. Change target. Old church basement. Possible hostage exposure archive. Nikolai has birdhouse decoy, but not full key. Move now. Anya grabbed her coat from the floor. Lev blocked the door. No. Oh, don't you start. Mikhail will kill me. Mikhail is currently being stitched. That may slow him down, but not enough. Nikolai asked for me, and that is exactly why you don't go. Anya stepped closer. Nikolai has my mother's archive, or thinks he does. He has the ring. He knows about my escape list. He is threatening women my mother protected. I am not waiting here surrounded by my destroyed life, while men decide how to solve the problem. Lev's jaw tightened. You sound like Mikhail warned me you would. Good, then you're prepared. He also told me to keep you alive. I'm easier to keep alive if I'm near you, and not sneaking out alone. Lev stared at her. Then his phone buzzed. He looked down, Reed, and his face went deeply tired. What? Anya asked. He turned the phone. A message from Sierra. Mikkel says if Anya insists, give her armor, not a lecture. Also tell her he hates this. Anya's heart squeezed despite everything. Lev lowered the phone. I hate both of you. Armor first, insults later, Anya said. He actually smiled, brief and unwilling. You would have fit terribly well into the family if our family were not a disaster. It is a disaster. Yes, but usually with worse dialogue. They moved fast. Lev retrieved a spare vest from his trunk, lighter than the first, and checked the panic trigger at Anya's collar. Backup teams converged from different directions, but the old church was close enough that waiting for full formation risked giving Nikolai time to flee. Sira remained with Mikkel until he was stable, then fed information through comms with increasing impatience. Mikkel did not come on the line. Anya tried not to think about why. The church stood 15 minutes away, tucked between a shuttered laundromat and a row of narrow houses whose windows glowed with late-night television. It had been deconsecrated years ago, Evelyn once said, though the basement remained in use long after the sign disappeared. From the outside, it looked abandoned. Brown stone, boarded windows, a side entrance beneath rusted steps. The place from the photograph. The place where Katia had stood with the ring. The place where Evelyn had helped women vanish. The nest. Lev parked 2 blocks away. Teams are moving into position. No rushing. Nikolai knows our methods. He was one of yours. Yes. That hurt to say. Yes. Good. He glanced at her. You have a gift for comfort. I learned from Sira. In her ear, Sira said, proud of you. Anya almost smiled. Then another voice cut through the calm. Low, rough, furious. Mikkel, I told you armor, not jokes. Anya froze. Her heart lurched so hard it hurt. You're awake, she said. I was never asleep. You were shot. Yes, you should be unconscious. I disagree, Sira muttered. His blood pressure disagrees with him. Mikkel ignored her. Anya, I'm here. I know. There was a pause, heavy with everything they couldn't say on an open line. Then he said, Nikolai grew up in our house. He knows our entry patterns. He knows Lev's timing. He will expect force from the front and betrayal from the back, because that is how he thinks power works. Anya looked at the church steps. What won't he expect? You. Lev made a strangled sound. Absolutely not. Mikkel continued, voice strained but steady. Not alone, not exposed, but you know Evelyn's codes better than he does. If there is a hidden room, a false archive, a lock tied to memory, you will see it before we do. Anya swallowed. You're letting me go in. No, his breath hitched, almost imperceptibly. I am trusting you two. Her throat tightened. That sounded painful, she whispered. It is. Good. A faint silence. Then, impossibly, she heard the edge of a smile in his voice. Go carefully, lawyer. Stay alive, Pakin. Bossy. Always. The line stayed open. Lev took point. Two of his men moved along the alley. Anya followed, staying low, her ankle throbbing but holding. The side door to the basement was not locked. That was never good. Inside, the air smelled of dust, candle wax, old stone, and damp paper. Their flashlights cut across narrow stairs descending into darkness. Anya remembered these steps from childhood, though they seemed steeper now. Evelyn had held her hand here. Katia had stood somewhere below, perhaps whispering urgent words while Mikkel watched the door. At the bottom, the basement opened into a large hall with low ceilings and support columns. Folding tables leaned against one wall. A bulletin board still held curled announcements from years ago. The photograph had been taken near the far archway. No Nikolai, no ring, no birdhouse. Lev raised 2 fingers, signaling his men to spread out. Anya stepped into the room, and memory rose under her feet. She could see it as it had been. Women sitting with paper cups of tea, her mother moving from table to table, old radiators clanking. A painted mural of bluebirds on the wall near the nursery room. She turned toward the mural. It was still there, faded, cracked, but visible. Bluebirds flying over a painted tree, their wings chipped by time. Beneath the tree was a small wooden door no taller than Anya's waist. The nursery. Nest, she whispered. Lev followed her gaze. A sound came from the far side of the basement. Slow clapping. Nikolai stepped out from behind a pillar. He looked different without the driver's plainness. Still shaved head, broad shoulders, black coat. But his face had sharpened into something ambitious and ugly. The black diamond ring gleamed on his smallest finger, absurd and wrong. Anya's skin crawled at the sight. In his other hand, he held the birdhouse. The blue and white paint was chipped. A small metal compartment hung open inside. Empty. Nikolai's eyes moved to Anya. Evelyn was cleverer than I was told. Lev's gun lifted. Drop the ring. Nikolai smiled. You always did speak first and think second. Several shadows moved behind the columns. Guns appeared. Lev's men raised theirs. The basement froze into a dozen lines of fire. Anya's heart pounded. Nikolai had not come alone. Of course not. His gaze stayed on her. Anya Bell, the woman who turned Mikkel Volkov into a poet with poor judgment. Mikkel's voice in her ear went flat. Do not answer him. Anya almost did, just to irritate both men. Instead, she looked at the ring on Nikolai's finger. That doesn't belong to you. Nikolai glanced down at it. Nothing belongs to anyone until they can keep it. That's Victor's philosophy. Victor is old, small, obsessed with humiliation and dead women. I prefer scale. Lev's voice hardened. You betrayed your family for scale. Nikolai laughed. Family. Mikkel's family is a graveyard with a payroll. The old men follow him because he is feared. The young ones follow him because they hope he is different. But tonight, he dropped a gun for a woman. He let Victor breathe. He let the ring leave his sight. His gaze returned to Anya. He has become a liability. Anya felt Mikkel's silence in her ear, like a held breath. You think cruelty makes you stronger than him, she said. I think sentiment makes men predictable. Then you haven't been paying attention. His smile thinned. Good. She had learned something tonight. Men like Victor and Nikolai hated not being the only ones who understood the game. Nikolai lifted the birdhouse. Where is it? The nest, Anya said. I know that now. Then why ask? Because Evelyn built locks inside locks. The birdhouse held a code, but not the archive. The mural holds a door, but not the key. He tilted his head. You are the key. A chill moved over her. Mikkel's voice came through the calm, deadly quiet. Lev, get her out. Lev shifted a fraction. Guns tightened in the shadows. Nikolai smiled. Try. Anya looked at the nursery door beneath the mural. The small ceramic bluebird was still in her coat pocket. Broken wings. Words on the bottom. Not home. Nest. A key. Not symbolic. She reached into her pocket. Lev hissed Anya. Nikolai's gun lifted slightly. Slow. Anya withdrew the ceramic bluebird. Nikolai's eyes sharpened. The little bird looked sad without its wings, but Evelyn had not chosen it for beauty. She had chosen it because no man hunting diamonds would care about a cheap ceramic bird. Anya turned it in her hand. There was a small metal nub where one wing had broken off. Not broken, revealed. A key stem. Her mother had hidden the key inside the wing. Nikolai took one step forward. Give it to me. No. His expression cooled. Do not mistake Mikkel's softness for universal policy. Anya held his gaze. Do not mistake my fear for surrender. For a second, she felt Mikkel on the other end of the line. Not speaking. Hearing. Maybe bleeding. Maybe furious. Maybe proud in that painful way of his. Nikolai smiled again, but it did not reach his eyes. If you force this, everyone in Evelyn's archive becomes currency. I have buyers waiting. You don't have the archive. I will. No, Anya said. You have the birdhouse. You have the ring. You have a code you don't understand, and men who follow you because they think you're the next powerful thing. She lifted the bluebird. But my mother did not build this for men like you. His gun rose higher. Lev moved at the same instant. So did Nikolai's men. Stop, Anya said. The word cut across the room. Not loud. Certain. Everyone froze. Maybe only because uncertainty did what force could not. Anya stepped toward the mural. Anya, Mikkel said in her ear. His voice was not an order. It was fear stripped bare. She answered without talk. Hing the calm, I know. She reached the little nursery door and crouched. The painting around it was cracked, bluebirds flying through dust. Near the latch was a small round opening hidden in the painted trunk of the tree. She inserted the metal nub of the ceramic bird. The lock turned With a soft click, Nikolai's eyes lit. The door opened. Inside was not an archive. It was a mirror. Small, old, tarnished at the edges, angled toward whoever opened the door. For a moment, Anya saw herself in it. Pale, rain-damp, eyes wide but steady. Behind her, Nikolai stood with a gun, ring flashing on his hand. Below the mirror was a folded note. Anya took it. Nikolai snapped, "Read it." She opened the note. Her mother's handwriting. "If you came for names, you are the danger. If you came for truth, look behind you." Anya's gaze lifted to the mirror. Behind you, not behind Anya physically. Behind the person reflected. Behind Nikolai, on the wall opposite the nursery, was the bulletin board. Curled announcements. Old flyers. A faded poster for a winter coat drive. And above it, hidden in plain sight, a smoke detector. Too old, too large. A camera. Mikkel's voice came through, sharp with understanding. "Sira." "Already on it," Sira replied. "Signal found. Evelyn's system just woke up." Nikolai stepped closer. "What does it say?" Anya folded the note. "It says my mother knew men like you would look for women's names before looking at themselves." His face hardened. Then every light in the basement flickered on. Not the old fluorescent lights. Small cameras, hidden in corners, above beams. Inside the mural blinked red. A screen mounted behind the bulletin board flared to life. Evelyn Bell appeared on it, older than in the photograph, tired, alive in recording. Anya stopped breathing. The entire basement froze. Her mother looked directly into the camera. "If this system has been activated," Evelyn said, "then someone has attempted to access the protected archive without the consent key. This recording, along with all visible faces and voices in the room, is being transmitted to 12 external recipients. To the women I protected, your names are not stored here. I would never leave your lives in a basement for men to steal. To the men who came hunting them, smile." Sira's laugh crackled in Anya's ear, fierce and delighted. "Evelyn Bell, you absolute legend." The recording continued. "The archive contains evidence, not escape identities. Evidence against men who used money, law, family, and fear to trap women. If you are seeing this because Anya found the nest, my love, forgive me for one more secret. I hid the truth in the one place arrogant men never search carefully enough." Anya's eyes burned. Evelyn on the screen leaned closer. "With the women." The basement door behind Nikolai burst open. Not from the stairs, from the old rear corridor. Women entered first, not armed like soldiers, though some carried weapons with the firm discomfort of people who had learned late. Alina was among them, pale and bandaged beneath a dark coat, leaning on Sira with one arm and holding a tablet in the other. Behind them came federal agents, legal observers, and 2 older women Anya vaguely remembered from childhood. Their faces lined now, but their eyes fierce. Nikolai spun toward them. Lev's men moved. The standoff shattered. One of Nikolai's men fired. The shot struck a column, spraying stone. Lev tackled Anya behind a table as the room erupted. Not a long firefight, not the cinematic roar of the pier. This was close, chaotic, terrifyingly brief. Sira fired once from the rear entrance. Lev disarmed a man with a brutal twist. An older woman in a navy coat swung a fire extinguisher into another attacker's knees with such precision that Anya had no time to be shocked. Nikolai ran for the nursery door. Anya saw him reach for the hidden compartment behind the mirror. There was something there, after all. Not the archive of names. Evidence. He grabbed a small metal case from behind the panel and turned. Anya rose. Stop. He looked at her and smiled. Then he seized her. It happened so fast Lev was still turning. Nikolai's arm clamped around Anya's chest, dragging her back against him. The gun pressed under her jaw. Mikkel's voice exploded in her ear. Anya. The room froze again. Nikolai backed toward the side exit. Metal case tucked under his arm. Gun tight enough against Anya's skin that she could feel the cold circle of the barrel. Everyone lowers weapons, Nikolai said. Lev's face went deadly pale. Let her go. No. Alina stepped forward, despite Sira trying to hold her back. You think this ends well? Nikolai laughed. This ends with me leaving. Everything else is negotiable. The gun dug harder into Anya's jaw. Her breath came shallow. Panic rose fast, bright, primal. She forced herself to look at the room. Lev too far. Sira blocked. Alina injured. Nikolai's men down or restrained. Federal agents cautious because he had a gun to her Mikkel not here. Mikkel wounded. Mikkel hearing everything. Anya, his voice came through her earpiece, rough and controlled with monstrous effort. Breathe. She did. Once, twice. You remember what I told you? He asked. She did. If you get scared, I get scared. And I keep thinking. Nikolai dragged her another step toward the exit. The ring on his finger brushed her shoulder. The black diamond, the symbol he thought gave him Katia's story. Anya looked at Alina. Alina's eyes flicked to the ring, then to Anya's hands. She understood, maybe because women who survived cages learned to speak in glances. Anya let her knees weaken. Nikolai tightened his hold. Walk. I can't, she gasped. My ankle. Walk. She let more weight drop, forcing him to adjust his grip. His gun shifted half an inch from her jaw to her cheek. Not enough for anyone to shoot. Enough for her hand to move. She grabbed his ring finger and twisted with every ounce of fear and rage in her body. Nikolai shouted. The gun jerked away. Anya dropped hard, ignoring the explosion of pain in her ankle. Sira fired. The shot hit Nikolai's shoulder. Lev was on him before the gun hit the floor. The black diamond ring slid from Nikolai's hand, bounced once, and rolled across the basement floor. Anya scrambled toward it without thinking. So did Nikolai. Even wounded, he lunged, hand outstretched. Anya reached first. She closed her fist around the ring and rolled away as Lev dragged Nikolai back and drove him face down onto the concrete. The fight ended in shouts, zip ties, federal commands, and Nikolai cursing Mikkel's name with blood in his mouth. Anya sat on the cold floor, shaking so violently she could barely feel the ring in her hand. Alina reached her first, collapsing beside her with a pained gasp. "Never do that again," Alina said. Anya laughed, then cried, then did something between both. Sira crouched in front of her, gun away. Anya nodded. "Hit. No. Truth. No." Mikkel's voice came through the earpiece, broken and raw. "Anya." She pressed her fingers to the comm. "I'm here." Silence, then an exhale that sounded like it tore out of him. "I'm here," she repeated, voice shaking. "I have the ring. I don't care about the ring. I know." She looked at the black diamond in her palm. "That's why I wanted you to know." Above them, Evelyn's recording continued playing on loop to the external recipients. The hidden system had released not names, but evidence. Enough evidence to bury Victor's network, Nikolai's betrayal, the corrupt officers, the judges, the families who had called Cage's contracts. The protected women remained protected. The truth had found the light without exposing the people who had trusted Evelyn with their lives. Her mother had not hidden weakness. She had hidden survival. Anya closed her eyes. "I am sorry for every secret," Evelyn had written. Anya was still angry. She might be angry for a long time, but beneath it, something gentler had begun to move. Not forgiveness yet. The road toward it. Sira helped Anya stand. Her ankle nearly gave, and Alina swore at her for pretending otherwise. The metal case Nikolai had taken contained additional recordings, paper ledgers, and a handwritten index in Katia's neat script. Evidence, not names. Katia's final rebellion, preserved in Evelyn's nest. Lev dragged Nikolai upright. Nikolai's eyes found Anya. Hatred burned there, but beneath it was humiliation. "Good. You think Mikkel will keep power after this," he spat. "The old families will see weakness. They will come for him." Anya looked at him, exhausted beyond fear. "Let them," she said. "Maybe they'll learn what you didn't." His lip curled. "And what is that?" She held up the ring. "That women remember." His face twisted as Lev shoved him toward the waiting agents. The next hours blurred. Evidence was catalogued. Statements were taken. Federal agents seemed both horrified and hungry. The way institutions looked when scandal arrived with proof they could not ignore. Victor's arrest became larger before dawn. Corruption, conspiracy, obstruction, murder implications, pending further review. Nikolai's betrayal opened a second front inside the Volkov organization. One Mikkel would have to face when he could stand without bleeding through bandages. Anya answered what she could and refused what she would not. She did not give the names of women from her mother's network, because she did not have them, and because Evelyn Bell had been too careful to leave them for anyone. Alina confirmed the structure without compromising identities. The older women from the basement network, Mara and Josephine, names Anya remembered dimly from childhood, sat like queens of old wars and corrected federal agents whenever they asked stupid questions. Through it all, Mikkel remained at the clinic. Sira gave updates every 20 minutes. Stable, angry, stitched, demanding a phone, denied pain medication because he wants clear judgment, which is idiotic, and finally accepted pain medication after Alina threatened to tell Anya. Sleeping, technically, though glaring may continue internally. Anya laughed at that message, and then cried in a courthouse bathroom where no one could see. By dawn, the sky had turned the color of old metal. Lev drove her to Mikkel's house as the city woke around them, unaware that pieces of it had shifted in the dark. News alerts had begun appearing online. Not everything, not the whole ugly architecture, but enough. A prominent businessman arrested, federal corruption probe, organized crime links, judicial misconduct investigation, historic women's aid network tied to key evidence, unnamed sources, sealed documents, more arrests expected. Evelyn Bell's name had not yet surfaced publicly. Neither had Katia's full story. That would come carefully, on terms that did not turn dead women into spectacle. Anya would make sure of it. She arrived at Mikkel's house with soot on her clothes, blood under her nails, her ankle swollen, the black diamond ring sealed in a plastic evidence bag inside her coat, and her mother's letter folded close to her heart. Mikkel was in the downstairs medical room, not his bedroom. Of course, he was propped against pillows, shirtless beneath a bandage wrapped around his ribs, one arm bruised, face pale in the gray morning light. He looked furious, exhausted, and painfully alive. The moment Anya entered, he tried to sit up. She pointed at him. "Don't." He stopped. Sira, standing near the counter, muttered, "Miracle." Mikkel ignored her. His eyes moved over Anya, checking every visible inch. Her face, her throat, her hands, her stance, her ankle. Then he saw the evidence bag in her hand. Not the ring, her hand around it. He exhaled. Sira quietly left, shutting the door behind her. Anya stood just inside the room, suddenly unsure how to cross the space. After everything, gunfire, rings, betrayal, recordings, blood, this felt hardest. A man in a bed, a woman at the door, the future waiting without a weapon drawn. Mikkel broke the silence first. "Are you hurt?" "No." His eyes narrowed. She sighed. "Ankle is worse, bruises, nothing serious." Truth. He nodded once, but his gaze remained fixed on her, as if believing survival required repetition. Anya walked to the chair beside his bed and sat carefully. The exhaustion hit the second she stopped moving. Mikkel's hand twitched on the blanket. He wanted to reach. He didn't. Anya noticed. She placed her hand over his. His fingers closed around hers, warm and careful. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Mikkel said, "Nikolai, in custody, the archive, safe, evidence, not names. My mother didn't leave anyone exposed." His eyes closed briefly. "Good. The ring." She set the evidence bag on the small table between them. Mikkel looked at it. The black diamond rested inside clear plastic, cold and dark, and stripped of its power to command a room. "It should go with Katia's evidence," Anya said. "Not to the Volkovs, not to Victor, not to you." Mikkel's gaze lifted to hers. "Agreed. You don't want it." "No, not even as your sister, S." Pain moved through his face. "Katia made it a weapon. Let it finish that work." Anya swallowed. That was the right answer. The painful one. The one that let the dead be more than what they had worn. She leaned back in the chair, still holding his hand. "Victor asked if you chose the ring or me." Mikkel's expression darkened. "He would. I told him you chose the future." His eyes changed. "That is generous." "No," she looked at his bandages. "You stayed. I wanted to run after it." "I know. I nearly did." "I know. You stopped me. You let me." The difference settled between them, quiet and enormous. Mikkel turned his hand beneath hers and laced their fingers. "I heard you in the church basement." "All of it?" "Yes. You were supposed to be resting." "I was bleeding horizontally." "That is close." She shook her head, but a smile tugged at her mouth despite fatigue. His eyes warmed at the sight. Then his expression turned serious. "When Nikolai had you, I got out." "I know." "No, listen." She squeezed his hand. "I got out. Not because you saved me. Not because Lev or Sira did, though they helped. I got out because I thought. Because I was afraid and kept thinking. Because people taught me without making me small." Mikkel's throat moved. "So if the voice in your head is telling you that not being there means failure," she continued, "tell it to shut up." A faint, pained laugh escaped him. Anya stared. "Did you just laugh?" "No." "You did." "I am wounded. You may be hallucinating." There he is, funeral in a suit making jokes. His mouth softened. The warmth between them was fragile, but real. Then it shifted into something deeper. Mikkel's gaze lowered to their joined hands. "I heard what you said to Nikolai." "What part?" "That women remember." Anya looked toward the ring. "We do." "Yes, so should men." His eyes came back to hers. "I will." She believed him. Not blindly, not completely, but enough to let belief begin. A knock came at the door, and Lev poked his head in. "Sorry. Legal team wants confirmation on release sequencing. Also, Alina is threatening to come down here if Anya doesn't eat." Anya blinked. "Alina is here. Arrived 10 minutes ago. Against medical advice. She and Sira are bonding over criticizing everyone's decisions." Mikkel closed his eyes. God help us. Lev's expression turned almost warm. Also, the council is calling. Mikkel's eyes opened, colder now. Let them. They want to know if you intend to remain Pakin. Anya felt the old tension return to the room. Mikkel's hand stayed in hers. That mattered. What did you tell them? He asked. I said you were recovering from being shot while dismantling a traitor and exposing Victor Orlov. So perhaps they could locate patients before I located them. Anya looked at Lev. That is the most emotional I've heard you. I am growing. Mikkel's mouth twitched. Tell them I will meet them tomorrow. You can't stand tomorrow, Anya said. Both men looked at her. Mikkel's brow lifted faintly. Anya narrowed her eyes. Don't even try. Lev's mouth twitched. She's right. Mikkel looked offended. I have survived many wounds and made poor decisions after them, Anya said. Lev nodded. Also true. Mikkel looked between them with deep displeasure. This alliance is unfortunate. It's your future, Anya said. The words slipped out before she measured them. Mikkel went still. Lev quietly retreated. I will tell them the Pakin is temporarily governed by competent women and his own poor choices. The door closed. Silence returned, but it had changed. Your future. Anya could take it back. She didn't. Mikkel watched her with careful eyes. Anya, I don't know what we are, she said. His expression remained steady, but his fingers tightened slightly around hers. I know what I feel, she continued. And I know it terrifies me. I know I love parts of you I'm still angry at. I know I don't want a life where men with guns are normal. And I know pretending you can step entirely out of this world tomorrow would be a lie. Yes, I know my mother was wrong about some things and right about others. Yes, I know you hurt me. His eyes darkened. Yes, and I know you came back into my life with a ring, a murder case, a gunfight, 2 safe houses, a corrupted police officer, a family coup, and a bullet wound. His mouth moved slightly. When listed that way, it sounds bad. It is bad. Yes. Anya leaned closer, keeping hold of his hand. So here is what I can offer. His entire face seemed to still around hope. He refused to reach for too quickly. Not marriage, she said. He nodded, not flinching. Understood. Not moving into your house. A faint shadow of amusement. Also understood. Not forgiving everything, because we had a dramatic night and good chemistry. His eyes warmed despite the pain. Very good chemistry. Do not make me smile while I'm setting boundaries. I apologize. You do not. No. The smile came anyway, small and exhausted. Then she grew serious. I can offer a beginning. Honest, slow, on my terms. You don't get to decide what I can handle. You don't get to disappear for my own good. You don't get to use protection as a language for control. I'd agree. You say that now. I will say it again when it is difficult. It will be difficult. Yes, I will leave if you lie. His gaze did not waver. You should. I will hate parts of your world. So do I. I may never be comfortable with all of it. I don't want you comfortable with all of it. That answer went deeper than she expected. She swallowed. And you? What do I offer? Yes. He looked down at their hands, then back at her. Truth, he said, even when it shames me. Choice, even when fear makes me stupid. Protection when you ask for it. Support when you don't. Distance when you need it. And no more noble disappearances. His voice roughened. I offer whatever part of my life I can make clean enough to deserve you, and the honesty that some of it may never be clean. Anya's eyes burned. That was almost too good, she whispered. I have been bleeding and thinking. Dangerous combination. So I'm told. She lifted his hand and pressed a kiss to his knuckles. Not the ring. Skin. His eyes closed. For a moment, he looked unguarded enough to break her heart. When he opened them, he said, I have something. If it is another secret, I may throw this water pitcher at you. It is not a secret. It was cowardice. That's not better. He looked toward the small table beside the bed. Top drawer. Anya hesitated, then opened it. Inside was the black velvet box she had seen in his study. Her heart stopped. Mikkel, open it. She looked at him. He nodded once. Anya opened the box. Inside was not a diamond ring. It was a small silver key on a chain. Old, worn, familiar eye. And a way she could not immediately place. Her throat tightened. What is this? Your mother gave it to me 5 years ago. The night she told me to leave you. Anya's fingers shook. She said if I ever became the kind of man who could return without making your life smaller, I should give it back to you. Anya lifted the key carefully. What does it open? I don't know. She looked at him sharply. I didn't search, he said. You kept a key for 5 years and never searched what it opened. Yes. Why? Because it was yours. The answer entered her quietly. No defense, no drama. Just a choice he had made alone. Back when he was still making too many wrong ones. But not all. Anya turned the key over. There was a tiny engraving on one side. A.B., not Evelyn's initials. Hers. Tears filled her eyes before she could stop them. Her mother had built an escape route for her daughter. Yes, but she had also placed a key in Mikkel's hands and waited to see whether he would use it, hide it, or return it. One final test, one final secret, one final choice. Anya laughed through tears. She was impossible. Mikkel's eyes softened. Yes, I loved her. I know. I'm furious with her. I know. I miss her so much. His thumb brushed over her hand. I know. This time, she believed that he did. Anya closed the box and held the key in her palm. I'll find what it opens. When you are ready. No, when we are ready. His breath caught quietly. She looked at him. That does not mean you get to take over. I would not dare. You would, but you'll stop yourself. A faint smile touched his mouth. Yes. The door opened without a knock. Alina stood there, wrapped in a coat, pale as a ghost and absolutely unrepentant. Sira hovered behind her, looking both annoyed and impressed. Alina, Mikkel said flatly, you should be in bed. So should you. And yet emotionally, you keep trying to run around with open stitches. She looked at Anya. Food, now. Anya blinked. Alina's gaze dropped to the key in her hand, then softened with recognition. Ah, Evelyn's last trick. You knew. I suspected there was one more. What does it open? Alina smiled faintly. If Evelyn wanted me to know, I'd know. She didn't, so I don't. That is infuriating. Yes, grief often is. Sira leaned in. Kitchen. 10 minutes. If either of you start making grand declarations before eating, I'll intervene. Mikkel looked at her. This is my house. Sira pointed at his bandage. Not medically. Alina nodded. She has you there. The two women left as abruptly as they arrived. Anya looked at Mikkel. Your people are strange. Our people, he said, then immediately added, if you choose. Anya studied him. The correction mattered. If I choose, she repeated. He nodded. Outside the medical room, the house had begun to stir with the aftermath of war. Voices in Russian and English. Phones ringing. Legal strategies forming. Women from Evelyn's network arriving quietly through back entrances, no longer hidden, but still protected. Men loyal to Mikkel learning that loyalty would now have to survive questions, not merely orders. The old world had not ended, but something in it had cracked. Enough light had entered to make repair possible. Anya rose carefully, the key in one hand, Mikkel's hand in the other. He looked at her, alarmed. You should rest your ankle. You should not comment on anyone's medical choices. Fair. She leaned over him and kissed his forehead. He went very still. That small, tender gesture seemed to undo him more than heat ever could. Rest, she said. Eat, heal. Tomorrow you face your counsel, not alone. His eyes held hers. And you. Tomorrow I start sorting my mother's legacy. Not alone. His fingers tightened around hers. Anya, he said. She knew what he wanted to ask. Not for a vow. Not for forever. For permission to hope. She gave him what she could. I'm staying today, she said. His expression softened with such relief that her heart ached. Today is enough, he said. Anya smiled, tired and real. Good, because it's all you're getting until breakfast. His mouth curved. Not almost this time. A real smile. Small, rare, devastating. The kind of smile that made him look less like a weapon and more like a man who might one day learn how to put one down. Anya carried that smile with her into the hall, along with the key, the letter, the ring sealed for evidence, and the unbearable, beautiful weight of what came next. Katia's ring would go to court. Victor would go to trial. Nikolai would learn that ambition built on stolen women's names could still be buried by women who remembered them. Evelyn Bell's secrets would not all be forgiven, but they would be understood carefully, honestly, in daylight. And Mikhail Volkov, the man who had once loved Anya badly enough to leave, had loved her bravely enough to stay bleeding on a pier while she ran toward the truth. It was not simple. It was not clean. It was not the end of danger. But as dawn broke over the city and the house filled with survivors, Anya understood that happily ever after did not always arrive wearing white. Sometimes it came bloodstained, limping, furious, carrying evidence in one hand and a key in the other. Sometimes it was not an ending at all. Sometimes it was a woman choosing the next door herself. And when Anya looked back once before entering the kitchen, Mikhail was watching her from the medical room, alive, honest, waiting, not holding her, not hiding her, not asking her to disappear, still with her